Chapter 31 of Millbank. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Millbank by Mary Jane Holmes. The Home in Schodick. It was a quiet, old-fashioned farmhouse, with gables and projections and large rooms and pleasant fireplaces and low ceilings and small windows, looking some of them toward the village, with its houses of white nestled among the trees, and some of them upon the hills, whose shadows enfolded the farmhouse in an early twilight at night, and in the morning reflected back the warm sunshine which lay so brightly upon their wooded sides. There was a kitchen with a door to the north, and a door to the south, and a door to the east, leading out into the woodshed, and there were stairs leading to an upper room, and a fireplace big enough to roast an ox, Hester said, when, with her basket and bandbox and umbrella and camlet cloak and birdcage and kittens and Alec, she was dropped at her new home and began to reconnoitre, deciding first that the late tenants of the place were shiftless critters, or they would never have lived there so long with only a wooden latch and a wooden button on the outside door, and second, that they were dirty as the rot, or they would never have left them stains on the buttery shelf that looked so much like cheese mould. Hester was not altogether pleased with the house. It came a little hard to change from luxurious Millbank to this old brown farmhouse, with its oaken floors and stone hearth and tiny panes of glass, and for a time the old lady was as homesick as she could be. But this only lasted until she got well to work in the cleaning process, which occupied her mind so wholly that she forgot herself, and only thought how to make the house a fitting place for her boy to come to after his travels west. Roger had given her money with which to furnish the house, and she had added more of her own, while Frank, when parting with her, had slipped into her hands $100, saying to her, "Roger is too proud to take anything from me, and I want you to use this for the house." And so it was, owing partly to Frank's thoughtfulness and Hester's generosity, that the farmhouse, when renovated with paper and paint, and furnished with the pretty, tasteful furniture which Hester bought, looked as well and inviting as it did. The most pains had been taken with Roger's room, the one his mother occupied when a girl. Hester had ascertained which it was from an inhabitant of Schodick, who had been Jessie's friend, and slept with her many a time in the room under the roof, which looked off upon the pond and up the side of the steep hills. The prettiest carpet was put down there, and curtains were hung before the windows, and the bed made up high and clean with ruffled sheets and pillow-cases, mementos of Millbank, and Jessie's picture was hung on the wall, the blue eyes seeming to look sadly round upon a spot they had known in happier days than those when the portrait was taken. There were flowers, too, in great profusion, not costly hothouse flowers, like those which decked the rooms at Millbank, but sweet home flowers, like those which grow around the doors and in the gardens of so many happy New England homes. The fragrant pink and old-fashioned rose and honeysuckle and heliotrope, with verbenas and the sweet mignonette. And here Roger came one pleasant July afternoon, when a heavy thunderstorm had laid the dust and cooled the air, and set every little bird to singing its blithest notes, and, alas, soured the rich, thick cream which Hester had put away for the few luscious wild strawberries which, late as it was for them, Mattie had found in the meadow by the fence and picked for Mr. Roger. With the exception of this little drawback, Hester was perfectly happy, and her face was radiant when she met her boy at the door, and welcomed him to his new home, taking him first to his own room because it looked the prettiest and would give him the best impression. Roger had been in Schodick once or twice when a boy, but everything now was new and strange, while, struggle as he might against it, the contrast between the old home and the new affected him painfully at first, and it was weeks before he could settle down quietly and give his time and attention to the firm of which he at once became a member. For days and days he found his chief solace in wandering over the hills where his mother once had been, and exploring the shadowy woods, and hunting out the rock under the overhanging pine, where she had crept away from sight, and prayed that she might die, when the great sorrow was in her heart, just as it was now in his. He found the spot at last, just under the shadow of one great rock, and on the ledge of another, where the ground was carpeted thickly with the red pine of last year's growth, and the green, tessellated boughs above his head seemed to whisper softly, and try to comfort him. Here poor Jessie had knelt, and felt that her heart was breaking, and here Roger sat, and felt that his heart was broken. He had tried not to think much of Magdalen, and during the novelty and excitement of travelling he had not felt the bitter pain tugging at his heart as it was tugging now, causing him to cry out in his anguish, "Oh, Magda, my darling, how can I live without you?" He had his father's letter with him, and he read it again there in the dim light, and was struck, as he had never before been, with that clause which said, "And if, in the course of your life, there is one thing more than another which you desire, I pray heaven to grant it to you." He had read these lines many times, but they never impressed him so forcibly as now. It was his father's last invocation to heaven in his behalf. The one thing more than another which he desired was Magdalen. And why had God withheld her from him? Why had he not heard and answered the father's prayer? Why had he dealt so harshly by the son, taking from him everything which had hitherto made life desirable? These were hard questions for a creature to ask its Creator, and Roger felt hard and rebellious as he asked them, with his face among the cones and withered pines, and from the pitiless skies above him there came no answer back, for it is not thus that God will have his children question him. Roger could not be submissive then, and for hours he sat there alone, battling with his sorrow, and never trying to pray until at the very last, when with a cry such as a wayward child gives when the will is finally broken, he covered his face with his hands, and prayed earnestly to be forgiven for all the wicked, rebellious feelings he had cherished, and for strength to bear whatever the future had in store for him. After that he never gave way again as he had done before, though he often went to that rock under the pine, and made it a kind of Bethel where, unseen by mortal eye, he could tell his troubles to God, and go away with the burden somewhat lightened. They heard at the farmhouse that Magdalen was improving slowly, and then there came a rumor in a roundabout way that the day for the bridal was fixed, and that Mrs. Walter Scott was in New York selecting the bridal trousseau. Roger's face was very white for a few days after that, and nothing had power to clear the shadow from his brow, until one morning there came a letter to Hester Floyd from Magdalen herself, with the delicate perfumery she always used lingering about it, and her pretty monogram upon the seal. How Roger pressed the inanimate thing in one hand, and caressed it with the other, and how fast he carried it to Hester, who was in the midst of working over her morning's churning, but who put the tray aside at once and washed her hands, and adjusted her spectacles, while Roger stood by, inwardly chafing at the delay, and longing to know what Magdalen had written. It was very short indeed, and formal and stiff, and did not sound at all like Magdalen. She was quite well now, and she wanted to thank Mrs. Floyd for all the care she had taken of her before leaving Millbank. "Mrs. Irving tells me you were very kind to me," she wrote, "and though I have no recollection that you or anyone but Celine came near me, I am grateful all the same, and shall always remember your kindness to me both then and when I was a child, and such a care to you. I am deeply grateful to all who have done so much for me, and I wish them to know it, and remember me kindly as I do them. I am going away soon, and I want to take with me all that I brought to Millbank. I have the locket, but the little dress I cannot find. Mrs. Irving thinks you took it in the chest. Did you? And if so, will you please send it to me at once by express, and oblige yours truly, Magdalen." That was the letter. Not one word in it to Roger, except as the sentence beginning with, "I am deeply grateful to all who have done so much for me," was supposed to refer to him. She wished him to remember her kindly as she did him, and she was going away from Millbank, but where, or how, or with whom, Roger could not tell. Hester knew she was going to be married, though why she should want to lug that dud of a slip round with her finery was more than she could divine. She said, as she brought down the little spotted crimson dress, and wrapping it in thick brown paper, gave it to Roger to direct, "Maybe you'll write her a line or two for me. My hand is too shaky and cramped," she said to Roger, who shook his head and replied, "You must answer your own letters, Hester." But he directed the little parcel to Miss Magdalen Lennox, Belvedere, and sent it on its way to Millbank. End of chapter 31. Read by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, November 2024. Chapter 32 of Millbank. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Millbank by Mary Jane Holmes. Magdalen's Decision. It was a warm morning in early August when Magdalen came fully to herself and looked around her with a feeling of wonder and uncertainty as to where she was and what had happened to her. The last thing she could remember distinctly was of being cold and chilly, and that the night wind blew upon her as she groped her way back to her room. Now the doors and windows were opened, and the warm summer rain was falling on the lawn outside and sifting down among the green leaves of the honeysuckle which was trained across the window. There were flowers in her room, summer flowers, such as grew in the garden beds, and it must be that it was summer now, and many weeks had passed since that dreadful night whose incidents she finally recalled, knowing at last what had happened in part. She had found the will, and Mrs. Walter Scott had carried it to Roger, who was not as angry as she had feared he might be. Nay, he was not angry at all, and his manner towards her when she went to him in the library had belied what Frank had said, and her cheeks flushed and her pulse throbbed with delight as she felt again the kisses Roger had rained upon her lips and forehead and hair, and heard his voice calling her, "Magda, my darling, my darling." He had done all this on that night which must have been so long ago, and that meant love, and Frank was mistaken or wished to deceive her, and she should tell him so and free herself wholly from him, and then wait for Roger to follow up his words and acts as he was bound in honor to do. Of all this Magdalen thought, and then she wondered what had been done about the will, and if Roger would really go away from Millbank, And if so, would he take her with him or leave her for a while and come for her again? That he had gone, she never for a moment suspected. She had been delirious, she knew, but not so much so that some subtle influence would not have told her when Roger came to say good-bye. He was there still. He had arranged those beautiful bouquets which looked so fresh and bright, and had set those violets just where she could see them. He had remembered all her tastes, and would come soon to see her, and be so glad when he found how much better she was. At last there was a step in the hall. Somebody was coming, but it was not Roger, nor Frank, nor yet Celine. She had finally been sent away, though she had stood her ground bravely for a time in spite of Mrs. Walter Scott's lofty ways and cool hints that Miss Lennox would do quite as well with a stranger, inasmuch as she did not know one person from another. She called her Miss Lennox now altogether. Magdalen would have been too familiar and savoured too much of relationship, real or prospective, and this the lady was determined to prevent. But she said nothing as yet. The time for talking had not come, and might never come if Magdalen only had sense enough to answer Frank in the negative. He was still anxious, still waiting for that torpor to pass away and leave Magdalen herself again. In his estimation she was already his, for surely she could not refuse him now when everybody looked upon the marriage as a settled thing, and he insisted that everything should be done for her comfort, and every care given to her which would be given to Mrs. Franklin Irving. And in this his mother dared not cross him. His will was stronger on that point than her own, and hence the perfect order in the sick-room and the evidences of kind, thoughtful attention which Magdalen had been so quick to detect. In one thing, however, Mrs. Walter Scott had had her way. She had dismissed Celine outright, and put in her place a maid of her own choosing, and it was her step which Magdalen heard, coming towards her room. She was not a bad-faced girl, and she smiled pleasantly as she spoke to Magdalen and said, "You are better this morning, Miss Lennox." "Yes, a great deal better. Have I been sick long, and where are they all? Who are you, and where is Celine?" Magdalen asked, and the girl replied, "She left here some 2 weeks ago, and I came in her place. I am Sarah King. Can I do anything for you?" "Nothing but answer my questions. How long have I been sick, and where are Hester, Floyd, and Mr. Irving?" She meant Roger, but the girl was thinking of Frank, and replied, "Mr. Irving went to Springfield yesterday, but will be home tonight, I guess, and so glad to find you better. He has been so concerned about you, and is in here 2 or 3 times a day." "Is he?" And Magdalen's face flushed at this proof of Roger's interest in her. "Don't you remember anything about it?" the girl asked, and Magdalen replied, "Nothing. It is all like a long, disturbed sleep. Where is Hester, did you say?" "You mean Mrs. Floyd, I suppose. She has been gone some time. To Schodick, or some such place. She went with old Mr. Irving, Mr. Franklin's uncle, I believe. He is west somewhere now, I heard Madam say. I have never seen him, nor Mrs. Floyd." She meant Roger by old Mr. Irving, and ordinarily Magdalen would have laughed merrily at the mistake, but now she was too much surprised and pained to give it more than a thought. Mr. Roger Irving gone? And Hester, too?" she cried. "When did they go, and why did they leave me here so sick? Has everybody gone? Tell me, please, all you know about it." Sarah knew very little, but that little she told, and then Magdalen knew that of all the once happy household at Millbank she was left alone. Hester was gone, the old servants gone, and Roger was gone too. That was the hardest part of all, and the tears sprang to her eyes as a feeling of homesickness came stealing over her. "I'd better call Mrs. Irving," Sarah said, puzzled to know why Magdalen should cry, and she left the room to do so. 15 minutes later, and Mrs. Walter Scott came in, habited in white, with puffs and tucks and rich embroidery wherever there was a place for it, and on her head a jaunty little morning cap of the softest Valenciennes, with a bit of lavender ribbon to relieve it. She was not all smiles and tenderness now, and there was about her a studied politeness wholly different from her old caressing manner toward Magdalen. "Sarah tells me you are better this morning, and you do look greatly improved," she said, standing back a little from the bed and feigning not to see the hand which Magdalen held toward her. Magdalen felt the change in a moment and understood the cause. Mrs. Irving was now the undisputed mistress of Millbank, and she, the poor dependent, left there on the lady's hands, a burden and a drag whom nobody wanted. That was the way Magdalen put it, and her tears fell like rain as she replied, "Yes, I am better, but I don't understand it at all, or why I should be left here alone. Why didn't they take me with them?" "I suppose because you were too sick to be moved, though I knew but little about their movements. Mrs. Floyd was so very rude and ill-bred that I kept out of her way as much as possible, and as Roger avoided me, I saw but little of them. It is not worth while to distress yourself unnecessarily," the cruel woman went on as she saw how Magdalen cried. "We have taken every possible care of you, and shall continue to do so until you are well, when, if you wish to join your friends in Schodick, we will provide the means for you to do so." Nothing could be cooler than her tone and manner and words, and but for her face, which there was no mistaking, Magdalen would have doubted her identity with the oily-tongued woman who used to caress and pet her so much, and to whom at one time she had paid a kind of child-worship. But it was the same woman, and she stood a moment longer, looking coldly at Magdalen, and picking a dried leaf or two from the vase of flowers on the stand. Then, consulting her watch, she said, "You must excuse me now, as I have an engagement at 10. Sarah will see that you have everything you want. You will find her an excellent nurse. I chose her myself from a dozen applicants for the place. I'll see you again by and by. I wish you good morning." For a few moments Magdalen lay like one stunned. Then, as she began to reason upon the matter and to understand it more clearly, her pride came to her aid, and when at last Sarah went back to her, she found her with flushed cheeks and a resolute, determined look in her eyes, which flashed and sparkled with much of their former fire. Frank did not return till the next night. There was a horse race in Springfield, and he had Firefly there, and put him on the course, and won a bet, and made for himself quite a reputation as a horse-jockey. And he paid Holt's bills at the Massasoit House, and sent bottles of champagne to sundry other good fellows, who had praised his skill in driving, and praised his horse, and flattered him generally. Then he promised to look at another horse which somebody recommended as unsurpassed in the saddle, and took several shares in a new speculation which was sure to go if the rich Mr. Irving patronized it, and which, if it went, was sure to pay double. Judge Burleigh, of Boston, who was stopping at the Massasoit, had sought him out and introduced his daughter Belle, a handsome, haughty girl, who had made fun of his light moustache and boyish face before she knew who he was, and then been very gracious to him after. Belle Burleigh was poor and fashionable and extravagant, and on the lookout for a husband. Frank Irving was rich, and master of the finest residence in the county, and worth cultivating, and so she expended upon him every art known to a thorough woman of the world, and walked with him through the halls, and sat with him in the parlour in the evening, and went out in the morning to see him drive Firefly round the course, and had her father ask him to their table at dinner-time, and flattered and courted him until he began to wonder why other people beside Belle Burleigh had not discovered what an entertaining and agreeable man he was. But through it all he never for a moment wavered in his allegiance to Magdalen. Belle's influence could not make him do that. but it inflated his pride and made him less able to bear the humiliation to which Magdalen was about to subject him. After her first interview with Magdalen, Mrs. Walter Scott did not see her again until her son returned, though she sent twice to know how she was feeling and if she would have anything. To these inquiries Magdalen had answered that she was doing very well and did not want anything more than she already had, and this was all that had passed between the two ladies when Frank came home from Springfield. He heard from Sarah of the change in Magdalen, but heard, too, that she could not see him that night, as she had been sitting up some little time and was very tired. The next day it was the same, and the next. She was too weak to talk, and would rather Mr. Irving should wait before she saw him. And so Frank waited and chafed and fretted, and lost his temper with his mother, who maintained through all the utmost reserve with regard to Magdalen, feeling intuitively that matters were adjusting themselves to her satisfaction. She guessed what the delay portended, and on the strength of it went once or twice to the sick-room, and was a little more gracious than at first. But Magdalen was very reserved toward her now, barely answering her questions, and seeming relieved when she went away. Frank saw her at last. She was sitting up in her easy-chair, and her face was very pale at first, but flushed and grew crimson as Frank bent over her and kissed her forehead, and called her his darling, and told her how glad he was to find her better, and how miserable he had been during the last few days because he could not see her. "It was naughty in you to banish me so long. Don't you think so, darling?" he said playfully as he stooped again to kiss her. He was taking everything for granted, and Magdalen gasped for breath as she put up both hands to thrust him aside, for she felt as if she were smothering with him so near to her. "Sit down, Frank," she said. "Sit there by the window," and she pointed to a seat so far from her that more kisses were out of the question. Something in her tone startled him, and he sat where she bade him sit, and then listened breathlessly while she went over the whole ground carefully, and at last, as gently as possible, for she would not unnecessarily wound him, told him she could not be his wife. "I decided that before I knew Roger had the will," she said, "and I sent for you to tell you so on that dreadful day when so much happened here. I like you, Frank, and I know you have been very kind to me, but I cannot be your wife. I do not love you well enough for that." It was in vain that Frank begged her to consider, to take time to think. She surely did not know what she was doing when she refused him, and he thought of Burleigh and all the flattery he had received in Springfield, and wished Magdalen could know how highly some people esteemed him. Magdalen understood him in part, and smiled a little derisively as she replied, "I know well what I am doing, Frank. I am refusing one who, the world would say, was far above me. A poor girl, with neither home nor friends nor name." "What, then, do you propose to do?" Frank asked, "if, as you say, you are without home or friends?" "I don't know. Oh, I don't know. Some way will be provided," Magdalen answered sadly, her heart going out in a longing cry after Roger. As if divining the thought, and feeling jealous and angry on account of it, Frank continued, "You surely would not go to Schodick now. Even your love for Roger would not allow you to do so unmaidenly a thing as that." He spoke bitterly, for he felt bitterly, and when he saw how white Magdalen grew, and how she gasped for breath, he went on pitilessly, "I think I know what stands between us. You fancy you love Roger best." "Hush, Frank, hush!" Magdalen cried, and the color came rushing back into her face. "If I do love Roger best, it is not to be mentioned between us, and you must respect the feeling. He does not care for me, or he would not have left me here so sick, without a word of farewell to be given when I could understand it? Did he leave any message, Frank? Had Magdalen been stronger, she would never have admitted what she was admitting to Frank, who, still more piqued and irritated, answered her, "None that I ever heard of." Or come to see me either? Didn't he do so much as that? Frank could have told her of the many days and nights when Roger never left her side, except as it was absolutely necessary. But he would not even tell her that. He merely said, "I dare say he looked in upon you before he left, but I do not know. He was very busy those last few days, and had a great deal to do." Magdalen's lip quivered, but she made a great effort not to show how much she was pained by Roger's seeming indifference and neglect. Still, it did show upon her face, for she was weak and tired and worn, and the great tears came dropping from her eyes as she thought how mistaken she had been, and how desolate and alone she was in the great world. And Frank pitied her at last, and tried to comfort her, but would not say a word which would give her hope with regard to Roger. He should not consider her answer as final, he said, when she begged him to leave her. She would feel differently by and by, when she saw matters as they really were. She had no other home but Millbank, as she, of course, would not follow Roger to Schodick. He placed great emphasis on the word follow, and Magdalen felt her blood tingle to her finger-tips as he went on to say that, let her decision be what it might, her rightful place was there at Millbank, which he wished her to consider her home, just as she had always done. She surely ought to be as willing to look to him for support as to Roger, who was in no condition now to enlarge his household, even if he wished to do it. He left her then, and went at once to his mother. He had staked his all on Magdalen, and he must not lose her, for aside from the great trial it would be to him, there was the bitter mortification he would be compelled to endure, for he had suffered the people of Belvedere to believe in his engagement, and Magdalen must be won, or at least kept at Millbank, and in order to do this there must be a perfect understanding between himself and his mother. And after a half-hour's interview there was a perfect understanding, and Mrs. Walter Scott knew that if by word or sign she helped Magdalen to a knowledge of Roger's love for her, and so separated her from Frank, just so sure would he carry out his former threat of deeding Millbank away. That point was settled, and another too, which was, that Magdalen should be treated with all the kindness and attention due to an inmate of the house, and one who might, perhaps, be its mistress. But whether she is or not, mother, you've got to come down from your stilts, and treat her as you did before the confounded will was found, or, by the Harry, I'll do something you'll be sorry for. Frank's recent intercourse with horse-jockeys and men of the race-course had not improved his language, but he was in earnest, and his mother promised whatever he required, and kept her promise all the more readily, because she knew that, do what he would, and plead as he might, Magdalen would never be his wife. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Millbank. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Millbank by Mary Jane Holmes. The beginning of the end. Wanted. A young woman of pleasing address and cultivated manners, as companion for a young lady who suffers greatly from ill health and nervous depression. It is desirable that the applicant should be both a good reader and good musician. Address for 4 weeks. Mrs. Penelope Seymour, Saint Denis, New York. This advertisement was in the Herald, which Frank laid upon the table in the room where both his mother and Magdalen were sitting. It was 4 weeks since Magdalen's first awakening to perfect consciousness after her long illness, and in that time she had improved rapidly. She went to the table now, and had ridden 2 or 3 times with Mrs. Walter Scott, between whom and herself there was a kind of tacit understanding that, so long as they remained together, each was to be as civil and polite to the other as possible, knowing the while that each would be glad to be relieved of the other's society. Frank had made several efforts to ride with Magdalen. He wanted to exhibit her in town with his new bays, which he had bought for an enormous sum, but Magdalen always made some excuse, and without seeming to do it, Mrs. Walter Scott helped her to avoid him, so that he had had no opportunity for seeing her alone since the interview in her chamber, when she told him her answer was final, and he had refused to consider it as such. He had been invited to join a party of young men from Hartford and Springfield, who were going on a fishing excursion to the Thousand Islands, and from thence into Canada, if there should prove to be good hunting there, and when he brought the Herald into the sitting-room, he came also to say good-bye to his mother and Magdalen. "Perhaps I shall be gone 6 weeks," he said, in reply to his mother's questions as to his return, and he looked at Magdalen to see how she would take it. She was relieved rather than sorry, and he saw it, and felt a good deal chagrined, as he shook her hand at parting and received her kind wishes for a pleasant trip. After he was gone, she took up the Herald and ran her eye over its columns till she reached the list of wanted. She had studied that list before, for she had it in her mind to find some situation, as teacher or governess, which would take her from Millbank and make her independent of every one. She saw the advertisement for a young woman who was a good reader and good musician. She knew she was both, and knew too that she was of pleasing address and cultivated manners. She did not object to being a companion for an invalid. It would be easier than a teacher's life, and she would write to Mrs. Penelope Seymour and see what that lady had to say. Accordingly, the very next mail which went to New York from Belvedere carried a letter of inquiry from Magdalen to Mrs. Seymour, whose reply came at once, a short note written in a plain, square hand, and directly to the point. There had been many applications for the situation, but something in Miss Lennox's manner of expressing herself had turned the scale in her favour, and Mrs. Seymour would be glad to see her at the Saint Denis as soon as possible. Terms $500 a year, with a great deal of leisure. $500 a year seemed a vast amount of money to Magdalen, who had never earned a penny since the berries picked for that photograph sent to Roger, and she began at once to think how she would lay it up, until she had enough to make it worth giving to Roger, who should not know from whence it came, so adroitly would she manage. She had in her own mind accepted the situation, but before she wrote again to Mrs. Seymour, it would be proper to lay the case before Mrs. Walter Scott, and, for form's sake, ask her advice. That lady was delighted, for now a riddance from Magdalen was sure without her intervention, but she kept her delight to herself, and seemed, for several minutes, to be considering. Then she said something about its not being what her son expected or wished, and asked if Magdalen was fully resolved not to marry Frank. Magdalen knew this to be a mere ruse, done for politeness' sake, and she bit her lip to keep from answering hastily. Her decision was final, she said. She should probably never marry anyone, certainly not Frank, and she could not remain at Millbank longer than was absolutely necessary. Mrs. Irving must know how very unpleasant it was, and what an awkward position it placed her in. Mrs. Irving did know, and fully appreciated Magdalen's nice sense of propriety, and she was very gracious to the young girl, and said she was welcome to stay at Millbank as long as she liked, but if she preferred to be less dependent, she respected the feeling, and thought, perhaps, Mrs. Seymour's offer was as good as she would have, and it might be well to accept it. And so it was accepted, and Magdalen made haste to get away before Frank's return. She hunted for the little dress, impelled by a feeling that somewhere in the wide world into which she was going she might find her mother, and she would have every possible link by which the identity could be proven. Mrs. Walter Scott had told her that Hester Floyd took the chest of linen in which the dress was laid, and so she wrote to Hester the letter we have seen. Once she thought to send some word direct to Roger, but her pride came up to prevent that. He had never written to her, or sent to inquire for her that she knew of, for Frank had not told her of a letter written on the prairies, in which Roger had inquired anxiously for her and asked to be remembered. Roger did not care for her messages, she thought, and she wrote as formally as possible, and then, with a strange inconsistency, expected that Roger would answer the letter. But only the package came, directed in his handwriting, and Magdalen could have cried when she saw there was nothing more. She cut the direction out, and put it away in a little box, with all the letters Roger had written her from Europe, and then went steadily on with her preparations for leaving Millbank. It was known now in town that Magdalen was going away, and it created quite a sensation among her circle of friends. She was not to marry Frank. She was not as mercenary as many had believed her to be, and the tide turned in her favor, and Mrs. Johnson called with her daughter Nellie, now Mrs. Marsh of Boston, and all the elite of the town came up to see her, and without expressing it in words, managed to let her know how much she had risen in their estimation by the step she was taking. They could not quite understand it all, but they spoke encouragingly to her, and invited her to their houses whenever she chose to come, and went to the depot to see her off on the bright autumnal day when she finally left Millbank for a home with Mrs. Penelope Seymour. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Millbank. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Millbank by Mary Jane Holmes. Mrs. Penelope Seymour. Magdalen felt herself growing very nervous and uneasy as the long train came slowly into New York, and car after car was detached and drawn away by horses. She was in the last of all, and was feeling very forlorn and homesick and half inclined to cry, just as a voice by the door asked, "Is Miss Lennox from Belvedere here?" There was reassurance in the tone of the voice, and reassurance in the expression of the frank, open face of the young man who, as Magdalen rose from her seat, came quickly to her side, and, doffing his hat, said, "Miss Lennox, I presume. I am Guy Seymour, Aunt Pen's nephew, or, as she would tell you, her husband's nephew, and she has kept me in a constant state of worry the entire day on your account. I was at the depot at least an hour before there was any possible hope of the train, and as you are an hour behind, that makes 2 hours I have waited, so you see I have done my duty. Allow me to take your satchel and umbrella. You haven't a bandbox, have you?" The comical look in the saucy brown eyes, which turned upon Magdalen, betrayed the fact that he was quizzing her a little. But Magdalen did not mind it. She felt a kind of security with him, and liked him at once in spite of the bandbox thrust. "This way, please. Perhaps you'd better take my arm," he said, as he made his way through the crowd to a carriage which was waiting for him. When once fairly seated, Magdalen had leisure to study her vis-a-vis more closely. He was apparently 25 or 26 years of age, a young man who had seen a great deal of fashion and society, and who still retained about him a certain air of frankness and candor and simplicity, which opened a way for him at once to every stranger's heart. There was something in the wave of his hair and the cast of his head which reminded Magdalen of Roger, and made her feel as if she had found a friend. He was inclined to be quite sociable, and after exhausting the weather, he said to her, "You are from Belvedere, I believe. Do you know a Mr. Irving there, the one who has so recently come into a fortune?" Magdalen looked quickly up, and her face was scarlet as she replied, "I know him, yes. Is he an acquaintance of yours? I was 2 years behind him in college, but sophs and seniors are as widely apart as the poles. I wonder if he is greatly improved. I used to think him a kind of a prig." I may as well start with a right understanding at once, Magdalen thought, and she answered a little haughtily, "Mr. Frank Irving is a friend of mine. I have known him ever since I can remember. Millbank is the only home I have ever had." Magdalen thought her companion came near whistling in his surprise, and she felt sure that he was regarding her more curiously than he had done before, while for some reason he seemed more attentive and polite, and by the time the Saint Denis was reached, she felt as if she had known him months instead of a brief half-hour. "You must not mind if you find Aunt Pen a little stiff at first. She has a great deal of starch in her composition," he said as he ran up the stairs and down the hall in the direction of number . And stiff indeed. Magdalen did find Aunt Pen, as the nephew called her, a little, short, straight, square-backed woman of 60 or thereabouts, with iron-gray hair arranged in puffs around her forehead, a proud, haughty, wrinkled face, and round, bright eyes, which seemed to look straight through Magdalen as Guy ushered her into the room. "Miss Lennox, Auntie Pen," he said, and taking Magdalen by the arm, he led her up to his aunt, who felt constrained to offer her jewelled hand, but who did it in such a way that Magdalen felt the conventional gulf there was between them in the lady's mind, and winced under it. "I hope you'll order dinner at once," Guy continued. "The train was an hour behind, and Miss Lennox is fearfully tired. I'll ring myself," and he touched the bell rope while Mrs. Seymour was saying something about being glad to see Miss Lennox, and hoping she was not very tired. Oh, how strange and lonely Magdalen felt when at last she was alone in her room for a few moments, while she arranged her hair and made herself more presentable for dinner. The windows looked out into a dreary court, and tears sprang to Magdalen's eyes as she felt the contrast between these dingy brick walls and that damp, mouldy pavement, and the fresh, green grass and wealth of flowers and shrubbery and forest trees which for years had been hers to gaze upon. Suppose she was to live at the Saint Denis for years, and to occupy that room into which the sun never penetrated, and for aught she knew, such was to be her fate. She had made no inquiries as to where she was to live, whether in city or country, hotel or private house. Her orders were to come to the Saint Denis, and there she was, and her heart was aching with homesickness and a longing to be away, not at Millbank, but with Roger, wherever he was. With him was home and happiness and rest, such as Magdalen felt she should never find again. But it would not do now to indulge in feelings like these. There was dinner waiting for her, as Guy's cheery voice announced outside her door. "Never mind stopping to dress tonight. It won't pay, and Aunt Pen don't expect it. She is dressed enough for both," he said. Then he went away, and Magdalen heard him whistling a part of a favourite opera, and felt glad and grateful that at the very outset of her career she had met Guy Seymour to smooth away the rough places for her, as he was doing in more ways than she knew of or ever would know. To him she owed it that she was not left to find her way alone from the depot to the hotel. "There is no need of your going for her. People of her class can always find their way," his aunt had said to him in the morning, when he asked what time she expected her Yankee schoolma'am to arrive, saying he wished to know so as to have nothing in the way of his going up to meet her. To his aunt's suggestion that people of her class could usually find their way, he gave one of his pet whistles and said, "How do you know she is one of the people of her class? And supposing she is a woman, and young, and possibly good-looking, and New York is an awful place for a young, good-looking woman to land in, an entire stranger. So, ma chère auntie, I shall meet her just as I should want some chap of a Guy Seymour to meet my sister if I had one. And, auntie, I beg of you to unbend a little and try to make her feel at home. I've no doubt she'll be as homesick as I was the first time I ever visited you when I was a boy, and cried so hard to go home that I vomited up that quart of green gooseberries I had eaten surreptitiously out in the garden. Do you remember it?" And so kind-hearted Guy had his way, and when he told Magdalen that his aunt had kept him in a constant worry on her account, he had reference to a widely different state of affairs from what his words implied and what he meant they should imply. He had been fighting for her all day, and insisting that if she was a lady she should be treated as a lady, and when he met her at the depot, he felt that he had been wholly right in the course he had pursued. She was a lady, and pretty, too, as nearly as he could judge through the drab veil which covered her face. The veil was off when she came out to dinner, and Guy, who met her at the door and conducted her to the table, started a little to see how beautiful and graceful she was, and how like a queen she bore herself toward his aunt, who took her in now, from her black, shining hair to the sweep and cut of her fashionable travelling dress. "That is last spring style. It must have been made in New York," was Mrs. Seymour's mental comment, and she felt a growing respect for one whose dress bore so unmistakably the New York stamp upon it. She was dressed in satin, soft, French grey satin, whose heavy folds stood out from her slender figure and covered up the absence of hoops, which she never wore. There was a point-lace coiffure on her head, and point-lace at her throat and wrists, and diamonds on her fat white hands, and she looked to the full a lady of the high position and blood which she professed, and she was very kind to Magdalen, albeit there was a certain stiffness in her manner which would have precluded the slightest approach to anything like familiarity had Magdalen attempted it. Evidently there was something about Magdalen which riveted her attention, for she omitted no opportunity for looking at her when Magdalen did not know it, and at certain turns of the head and flashes of the large, restless eyes which sometimes met her so suddenly, she found herself perplexed and bewildered, and wondering when or where she had seen eyes like these whose glance she did not like to meet, but which nevertheless kept flashing upon her, and then turning quickly away. Guy, too, caught now and then a familiar likeness to something seen before, but it was not in the eyes or the turn of the head. It was more in the expression of the mouth and the smile which made Magdalen so beautiful, while there was something in the tone of her voice like another voice which in all the world made the sweetest music for him. He knew of whom Magdalen reminded him, though the faces of the two were no more alike than a brilliant rose and a fair white water lily. Still, the sight of Magdalen and the silvery ring of her voice brought the absent one very near to him, and made him still kinder and more attentive to the young girl whose champion he had undertaken to be. "Is it still your intention to leave New York tomorrow, or will you give Miss Lennox a day in the city for sightseeing? I dare say she would like it better than plunging at once into that solitude of rocks and hills and running rills," Guy said to his aunt, who replied, "I had intended to leave tomorrow. I am beginning to long for the solitude, as you call it, and unless Miss Lennox is very anxious to see the city—" "Of course she is. Every young girl wants to see the Park and Broadway and the picture galleries, especially if she has never been in New York before. But I beg your pardon, Miss Lennox. For aught I know, you were born here." Magdalen had been a close listener to the conversation between the aunt and nephew, and gathered from it that her destination was the country, and she was not to live in the noisy city, which would seem so dreary to her from contrast with the gaieties of last winter, when she was there under very different auspices. She had no desire to see Broadway, or the park, or the pictures. She had seen them all, with Roger as her escort, and they would look so differently now. So to Mr. Seymour's suggestion that she was possibly born in New York, she replied, "I was here last winter, and saw, I think, all there is worth seeing. I would rather go at once to the rocks and hills and running rills. I feel most at home with nature." She flashed a bright smile on Guy, who felt his blood tingle a little, while his aunt thought, "I knew her clothes were made in New York." Then to Magdalen she said, "I have many acquaintances in the city. Possibly you may have met some of them, if you were in society." She laid great stress upon the last two words, and Magdalen colored, while Guy, who saw his aunt's drift, said laughingly, "Don't pray drive Miss Lennox into telling whether she was a belle or a student, copying some picture, or perfecting herself in music. You'll be asking next if she knew the Dagons and Dragons, whom not to know is to be nobody indeed." He spoke sarcastically now, and Magdalen's face was scarlet, though she could not help laughing at his allusion to the Dagons and Dragons, whom she had met, and so was not lacking in that accomplishment. She knew it was very natural that Mrs. Seymour should wish to know something of her antecedents, and she said, "I was not here to copy pictures. I came with friends, and saw, I suppose, what is called society. At least I met the Dagons and Dragons, if that is any proof. I was chaperoned by Mrs. Walter Irving, of whom you may have heard." "Mrs. Walter Scott Irving, of Lexington Avenue?" Mrs. Seymour exclaimed. "I have heard of her. Are you a relative of hers?" "No, madam, not a relative. I was adopted by her husband's half-brother, Mr. Roger Irving, when I was a very little child. He was as kind to me as if I had been his sister. I have always lived at Millbank, and always intended to live there, until circumstances occurred which made it desirable for me to seek a home elsewhere and earn my own livelihood. There was found a later will than the one proven at the time of Squire Irving's death, and by virtue of that will Mr. Roger's nephew, Frank, came into possession of the estate, and Roger went away, while I preferred not to be dependent." She had told all of her history which it was necessary to tell, and after a little more conversation she bade her new acquaintance good night and retired to her room. "Well, Guy, what do you think of her?" Mrs. Seymour said, coming to her nephew's side. "I think she's splendid," he replied. "But who the deuce is it she looks like? She has evidently been as delicately brought up as Alice herself. It's the finding of that will which has turned her adrift upon the world, no doubt, and I pity her, for she is every inch a lady. And, Aunt Pen, don't for gracious sake put on airs with her, as if you were the Great Mogul, and she some Lilliputian. Remember from what a height she has fallen. Think of her knowing the Dagons and Dragons." He was teasing her now, but however much of a scapegrace she might think him to be, Auntie Pen was pretty sure to consider and follow his advice, and the next morning she was very polite to Magdalen, and offered of her own accord to stay another day in New York if she liked, saying Guy should drive them to the park, or wherever she wished to go. But Magdalen longed to be out of the city, and an hour or two after breakfast the carriage came round to take them to the train. Mrs. Seymour had not been very communicative with regard to Beechwood, the place to which they were going. She had said merely that it was on the Hudson, that it was her niece who was the invalid, that they had been some years abroad, that the house was very pleasant, that for certain reasons they saw but little company, and then had asked abruptly if Miss Lennox was nervous. Guy, who was not to accompany them, had asked the same question in connection with something he was saying of Beechwood, but Magdalen did not heed the question then, or attach to it any importance. She was very anxious to be off, and was glad when, at last, the car began to move, and she knew she was leaving New York. It was a warm, still day in early October, and Magdalen enjoyed the ride along the beautiful river, and was sorry when at last it came to an end, and she was left standing on the same platform where, years before, another young girl had stood looking about her, half sadly, half regretfully, and wishing herself away. It was a different carriage now which was waiting for the travellers, a new, stylish carriage, drawn by two beautiful horses, which would have driven Frank Irving wild, and John, the coachman, in high-crowned hat and white gloves, was very deferential to Mrs. Seymour, and touched his hat to Magdalen, and saw them both into the carriage, and then, closing the door, mounted to his seat, and started up the mountain road, over which Alice Gray had ridden many a time, for it was to her that Magdalen was going. She knew it at last, for as they rode up the mountain-side she said to Mrs. Seymour, "I do not think you have told me the name of your niece. I have heard you call her Alice, and that is all I know of her." "Surely you must excuse me," Mrs. Seymour replied. "I thought I had told you that her name was Alice Gray. You may have heard of her from Mr. Irving. We met him abroad, and again in New York." "Yes, I have heard of her," Magdalen replied, her face flushing, and her heart beating rapidly as she thought of the strange providence which was leading her to one of whom she had heard so much, and of whom, when a little girl, she had been so jealous. "Hers is a most lovely character, and you are sure to like her," Mrs. Seymour continued. "She has been sorely tried. We are all sorely tried. You told me, I think, that you were not nervous." This was the second time she had put the question to Magdalen, who was not now quite so certain of her nerves as she had been when the question was asked her before. But Mrs. Seymour did not wait for an answer, for just then they came in sight of the house, which she pointed out to Magdalen, who thought of Millbank as she rode through the handsome grounds and caught glimpses of the river in the distance. The carriage stopped at last at a side door, and conducting Magdalen into a little reception-room, Mrs. Seymour asked the servant who met them where Miss Gray was. Magdalen could not hear the answer, it was so low, but she saw a cloud on Mrs. Seymour's brow and divined that something was wrong. "Show Miss Lennox to her room, the one next to my niece's," the lady said, and Magdalen followed the girl to a large upper room, the windows of which looked out upon the river and the country beyond. It was very pleasant there, and Magdalen threw off her hat and shawl, and was just seating herself by the window for a better view of the charming prospect, when there came a gentle knock at her door, and a sweet musical voice said softly, "Please, may I come in?" End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of Millbank. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James Montour. Millbank by Mary Jane Holmes. Alice and Magdalen. Magdalen gave one anxious glance at herself in the mirror as she sprang up, and then hastened to unbolt the door and admit Alice Gray. She knew it was Alice, though she had never imagined her one half so beautiful as she seemed now in her white dress, with her chestnut hair falling in soft curls about her face and neck, and her great dreamy blue eyes, which had something so pitiful and pleading in their expression. She was very slight and not as tall as Magdalen, who felt herself a great deal larger and older than the little pale-faced girl, whose white cheeks had in them just the faintest coloring of pink, as she held out her hand and said, "You are Miss Lennox, I know. Auntie wanted me to wait till she could introduce me, or till you came down to dinner, but I was anxious to see somebody young and new and fresh. I go out so little that I get tired of the faces seen every day." "Perhaps you will get tired of mine," Magdalen suggested, laughingly. "Perhaps I may, but it will be a long time first," Alice replied, leading Magdalen to the window where she could see her more distinctly. There was an expression of surprise or wonder, or both, in her face now, as she said, "Where have I met you before, Miss Lennox?" "I do not think we have ever met before, at least not to my knowledge," Magdalen replied. while Alice continued, I must have seen you or somebody like you. I can't be mistaken in those eyes. Why, they are like— Alice stopped suddenly, and the color all faded from her cheeks and lips, while Magdalen looked curiously at her. You've never been abroad? Alice asked. After a moment during which she had studied Magdalen closely, never was the reply, and Alice continued, And I have been away 7 years, and so it cannot be. But you do not seem a stranger, and I am so glad. I opposed your coming at first. That is, I was opposed to having anyone come just to entertain me. And when Auntie wrote from New York that she had engaged a Miss Lennox, I saw you directly. Some tall, lank, ugly woman who wore glasses and would bore me terribly. Do I come up to your ideal? Magdalen asked, her heart warming more and more toward the young girl, who replied, You are seeking for a compliment, for of course you know just how beautiful and brilliant and sparkling you are. Only that sudden turn of your head and flash of your eyes does bother me so. And you are young, too, as young as I am, I guess. I am 21. And I am 19, Magdalen rejoined, while Alice exclaimed, Only 19? That is young to be doing for oneself, young to come here, to care for me in this house. She seemed to be talking in an absent kind of way, and her eyes, which were looking far off across the river, had in them a sad, sorry expression, as if to care for her in that house was a lot not to be envied. Turning suddenly to Magdalen, she asked, Are you nervous, Miss Lennox? That was the 4th time this question had been put to Magdalen, who laughed a little hysterically as she replied, I never supposed I was, but fear I shall be if questioned again upon the subject. Your aunt asked me twice if I was nervous, and Mr. Guy Seymour once. As she said the last name, Alice colored a little, but she merely answered, You saw Cousin Guy in New York. Auntie's husband was his uncle. But I call him cousin just the same. Did he say when he was coming to Beechwood? At Christmas, I believe, Magdalen replied, wondering that Alice paid no heed to what she had said of her nervousness. She was standing with her hands clasped, and the same expression in her eyes which Magdalen had observed before. She was evidently thinking of something foreign to Guy Seymour, or nervousness, and she stood thus until Magdalen heard in the hall outside the opening of the door, and caught the faintest possible sound like a human cry. She might not have noticed it at all, but for the effect it had on Alice, who started suddenly from her dreamy attitude and said, I must go now, Miss Lennox. I shall see you at dinner, which will be served in an hour. I am so glad you have come to me. I feel stronger with you already. Feel as if you would do me good, do us all good, perhaps. Au revoir, till dinner time. She flitted from the room, and Magdalen heard again the quick closing of a door down the hall. Then all was still, and the house was as silent as if she were its only occupant. It had not occurred to her that there was any mystery at Beechwood, any grief or shame which the family tried to cover up. But the moment Alice was gone, she felt a weight settling down upon her, a feeling of loneliness and desolation, which she called homesickness, and burying her face among the pillows of the tempting-looking bed, she wept bitterly for a few moments. Then, remembering dinner, she dried her eyes and commenced unpacking her trunks, which had been set up while Alice was with her. I shall not be expected to dress much. This will do very nicely, she thought, as she shook out the folds of a heavy black silk, made the winter before by Mrs. Irving's dressmaker. It was trimmed with the softest, daintiest lace, for everything pertaining to her wardrobe had been perfect, and she looked fit to grace any assemblage, when at last Alice came to take her down to the parlor, where Arthur Gray was waiting for them. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Millbank. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James Montour. Millbank by Mary Jane Holmes. Mr. Gray and Magdalen. Mr. Gray had heard from his sister that Magdalen came from Millbank, where she had lived in the Irving family until the finding of the will, and for a few moments he had felt as if he could not have her there at Beechwood, recalling by her presence that he would so gladly have forgotten. Why was it that the Irvings, or someone connected with them, were always crossing his path? Surely he had been sufficiently punished for poor Jessie's death. His most implacable enemy could have asked no greater sorrow for him than he had experienced for years, save at times when in foreign scenes he forgot in part the horror and the burden which since his return to America had pressed heavier than before. The girl is a lady, and very handsome too, though of a far different style from Alice. I hope you will try to like her, Arthur, his sister had said to him, as she saw a shadow on his face and felt that in some way he was displeased. Of course, I can have nothing against the girl, Mr. Gray replied, though there are reasons why anything connected with the Irvings should be distasteful to me, and I would rather Miss Lennox had come from some other family. He left his sister then, and went to his own room, where on the wall was still hanging that little pencil sketch of the graveyard in Belvedere, and the barefoot girl standing in the grass with the basket of flowers on her arm. That Miss Lennox was the original of that picture, Mr. Gray did not doubt. She had told him that her name was Magdalen, and that she had always lived at Millbank, so there could be no mistake. He had scarcely thought of that incident for years, but it came back to him now and struck him as very strange that the same barefoot girl should have come there as companion to his daughter. Should she ever enter this room, and there's no knowing where Alice may take her, she will see this picture and recognize it at once, and wonder where I found it, and possibly recognize me as the stranger who talked with her in the graveyard. It is better out of sight, he said, as he took the drawing from the wall and laid it away in the drawer where the lock of golden hair was, and the faded bouquet which the wretch of a Jim Bartlett once had the credit of stealing. And all this time the man trod softly, as if fearful of being heard and called for, and he looked often toward the door which opened into the adjoining room. But everything was still. The burden was sleeping at last, lulled into quiet by the sweet music of Allie's voice and the touch of Allie's hands. Having put the picture away, Mr. Gray made himself ready for dinner, and then going down to the parlor, he stood before the grate, waiting for his daughter and Miss Lennox. The door was open into the hall, and he saw them as they came, with their arms interlaced and Magdalen's head bent towards Alice, who was smiling up at her. Strong friendship at once, he thought, feeling for a moment vexed that his high-bred daughter should so soon have fallen in love with her hired companion. But this emotion of pride passed away forever with Mr. Gray's first full inspection of Magdalen Lennox, whose brilliant beauty startled and surprised him, and whose bright, restless eyes confounded and bewildered him, carrying him back to the Schodick hills, and the orchard where the apple blossoms were growing. But not there could he find the solution of the strange feeling which swept over him and kept him silent, even after Alice had introduced her friend. "Miss Lennox, father," Alice said a second time, and then he came to himself and said, "Excuse me, Miss Lennox, something about you, as you came in, sent me off into the fields of memory in quest of someone who must have been like you. You are very welcome to Beechwood, and I am glad to see you here." With a courtly grace, he offered her his arm and led her to the dining room, followed by Alice and his sister, both of whom were delighted to see him take so kindly to a stranger. To Mrs. Seymour it showed an acknowledgment on his part of her good taste and judgment in selecting so fitting a person for Alice's companion, and a willingness to follow her advice and make the best of it, even if Miss Lennox was connected with the Irvings. She knew something of Jessie's story. She saw her once in Schodick, and she had done what she could to separate her brother from her, but she did not know of the tragic ending, and she gave no thought to the poor drowned woman, who, all through the formal dinner, was so constantly in Magdalen's mind. She had at once identified Mr. Gray with the stranger in Belvedere, though he seemed older than she had thought him then. Still, there was no mistaking him, and when his sister casually addressed him as Arthur, it came over her with a great shock that this man was none other than the Arthur Gray, who had been poor Jessie's ruin, and whom Roger hated so cordially. There could be no mistake. She was positive that she was right in her conclusions, and felt for a moment as if she were smothering. What strange fatality was it which had brought her into the very household of the man she had hated, for Roger's sake, and longed to see that she might tell him so? She had seen him at last. He was there at her side, speaking to her so kindly, and making her feel so much at home that she could not hate him. And before dinner was over, she had ceased to wonder at Jessie's infatuation, or to blame her for listening to him. He was very polite to her, but seemed to be studying her face as intently as Alice had done at first, and once, when she poised her head upon one side, while her eyes flashed suddenly upon him, and then were quickly withdrawn, the blood came rushing to his face and crept up under his hair, for he knew now of whom that motion reminded him. He had thought it so charming once, and the eyes which shone upon him as Magdalen's did, had been so beautiful and soft and liquid, and given no sign of the fierce wildness with which they had many a time glared on him since. It is only a resemblance, but I would rather it did not exist, he thought, as he met the look again, and shivered as if he was cold. Dinner being over, they returned to the parlor, where, at Alice's request, Magdalen seated herself at the piano. Her homesickness was passing away, and she no longer felt that a nightmare was oppressing her, but rather that she should find at Beechwood peace and quiet and a home, and she sang with her whole soul, and did not hear the sound outside, which caught Alice's attention so quickly, and took her from the room. She knew, however, when Alice went out, and a moment after was conscious of some confusion by the door, and heard Alice's voice, first in expostulation and entreaty, then calling hurriedly for her father to come. Then Mr. Gray went out, and Mrs. Seymour was left alone with Magdalen, who finished her song and left the piano, wondering what it was which had taken both Mr. Gray and Alice so suddenly from the room, and kept them away for half an hour or more. Indeed, Mr. Gray did not return at all, and when at last Alice came back, she was very white, and said something to her aunt, which sounded like it was the music which affected her, I think. Was there a mystery at Beechwood, Magdalen thought, a something hidden from view, and was it this which made Alice look so sad even while she tried to smile, and appear gay and cheerful, by way of entertaining her new friend? They had the parlor to themselves ere long, for Mrs. Seymour went out, and then Alice took her seat on the couch where Magdalen was sitting, and nestled close to her, as a child nestles to its mother when it is tired and wants to be soothed. Passing her arm around the slender waist, Magdalen drew the curly head down on her bosom, and gently smoothed the chestnut hair, and passed her hand caressingly across the forehead, where the blue veins showed so plainly. Magdalen was not given to sudden friendships, and she could not account for the love and tenderness she felt growing so fast within her for this young girl, who lay encircled in her arms, and who she knew at last was crying, for she felt the hot tears dropping on her hand. She could not offer sympathy in words, for she did not know what to say, but she stooped and kissed the flushed cheek wet with tears. Alice understood her, and the silent crying became a low, piteous sobbing, which told how keenly her heart was wrung. "Pray excuse me for giving way so foolishly," Alice said at last, as she lifted up her head. "I was ill so long in Europe, and the voyage home was rough and stormy, and I kept my berth the entire 2 weeks we were out at sea, so that by the time New York was reached I could not stand alone. I am better now. Home scenes and mountain air have done me good, but, oh, Miss Lennox, I cannot tell you now of the shadow which has cast a gloom over my whole life. Why, I have seen the time when my beautiful home had scarcely a charm for me, and in my wickedness I accused God of dealing too harshly with me. But he has been so good to me, who do not deserve kindness from him. When I knew you were coming, I went away among the hills and prayed that I might like you, that your presence would do me good. And I am certain the prayer was answered. I do like you. I feel a firm conviction that in some way you are destined to do us all an untold good. You do not seem like a stranger, but rather like a familiar friend, or I should not be talking to you as I am. Have you sisters, Miss Lennox?" The moment which Magdalen dreaded had come, when she was to be questioned by Alice with regard to her family, and she resolved to be perfectly frank, and keep nothing back which it was proper for her to tell. "I have no sisters that I am aware of," she said. "I was adopted, when a little baby, by Mr. Roger Irving, who lived at Millbank, and was himself a boy then. The circumstances of my adoption were very peculiar, and such as precluded the possibility of my knowing anything of my family friends, if I had any. I have never known a sister's love, or a brother's, or a father's, or a mother's, though I have been as kindly and tenderly cared for as if I had been the petted child of fond parents, and only an adverse turn in the wheel of fortune sent me from the home I loved so much. She paused here, and Alice rejoined, Mr. Irving, Millbank, why, both are familiar names to me, and have been since I was a little girl at school in New Haven, and knew Mr. Franklin Irving. And you, why, yes. And Alice's manner grew more and more excited. You are the very Magdalen Frank you used to tell me about, and of whom I was sometimes jealous. You know Frank, she continued, misconstruing the expression of Magdalen's face. Yes, I know Frank, Magdalen replied, and I, too, have heard a great deal of you, and was jealous of you at one time, I believe. You had no cause, Alice replied, thinking of the Piccola Centinella, rather than of New Haven. I liked Mr. Irving very much as a boy, and when we met him abroad I was very glad to see him, and rather encouraged his visits than otherwise. But father disliked him thoroughly, or seemed to, and treated him so cavalierly that I wondered he could come to us at all. But he did, and then father took me away, and I saw Mr. Irving no more till he called upon me in New York. I was sick then and did not go out, but I heard of a Miss Lennox who was with the Irvings and said to be very beautiful, and that was you. I was with the Irvings, Magdalen replied, and Alice continued. I fancied then that Mr. Irving would eventually marry you, and speculated a good deal upon the matter. It seems so funny that you are here. I do not understand it at all, or why you should leave Millbank. Mr. Frank Irving is the heir now, is he not? Magdalen hesitated a moment, and then, thinking it better to do so, told briefly of her life at Millbank, until that luckless day when she discovered the will. After that, Roger went to Schodick, she said, and I might have stayed there, but I did not like Mrs. Irving's manner towards me when she became the mistress, and I could not be dependent upon Frank, and so I came away. Alice knew that Magdalen was withholding something from her, and with a woman's wit guessed that it concerned Frank, but she would not question her, and turned the conversation into another channel, and talked of the books she had read and the authors she liked best. It was comparatively early when Magdalen went up to her room, a door of which communicated with Alice's. This the latter desired should stand open. I like to feel that someone is near me when I wake in the night, as I often do, Alice said. And then she added, I shall be obliged to leave you for a time, but you go straight to bed. I know you must be tired. I shall come in so softly that you will not hear me. Good night. She kissed Magdalen and then went from the room and down the hall toward the door, which Magdalen had heard open and shut so many times. Magdalen was very tired, and was soon sleeping so soundly that she did not hear Alice when she came back, but she dreamed they were angels with her clad in white, and with a start she woke to find the moonlight streaming into her chamber, and making it so light that she could see distinctly the young girl in the adjoining room was kneeling by the bed, her hands clasped together and her upturned face bathed in the silvery light, which made it like the face of an angel. She was praying softly, and in the deep stillness of the night every whisper was audible to Magdalen, who heard her asking heaven for strength to bear the burden patiently, and never to get tired and weary and wish it somewhere else. Then the nature of the prayer changed, and Magdalen knew that Alice was thanking heaven for sending her to Beechwood. And if anywhere in the world there are still living the friends she has never known, oh, Father, let her find them, especially her mother. It is so terrible to have no mother. That was what Alice said, and Magdalen's tears fell like rain to hear this young girl pleading for her as she had never pleaded for herself. She had prayed, it is true. She always prayed both morning and at night, but they were mere formal prayers, and not at all like Alice's. Hers were earnest, hers were heartfelt, and Magdalen knew that she was speaking to a real, living presence, that the Savior to whom she talked was there with her in the moonlit room, as really as if she saw him bodily. Alice's was a living faith, which brought heaven down to her side, and Magdalen felt that there were indeed angels abiding around about her, and that Alice was one of them. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Millbank. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James Montour. Millbank by Mary Jane Holmes. Life at Beechwood. The next morning was bright and beautiful, as mornings in early October often are, when the summer seems to linger amid flower and shrub, as if loath to quit the glories its own sunshine and showers had created. The mist still lay in soft clouds upon the river and on the mountainsides when Magdalen arose and, leaning from her window, drank in the bracing morning air, and acknowledged to herself that Beechwood was almost as beautiful as Millbank. She had slept quietly and felt her old life and vigor coming back to her again as she hastened to dress herself. She had heard no sound as yet, except the tread of a servant in the yard and the baying of the Newfoundland dog up the mountain path. Alice was not in her own room. She must have dressed and gone out before Magdalen awoke, and the latter was hesitating whether to go down to the parlor or to remain where she was when Alice appeared, her blue eyes shining brightly and a faint flush upon her cheek. "I slept so well because you were here near me," she said as she linked her arm in Magdalen's and started for the dining room. As they passed through the hall, Magdalen noticed at the farther extremity a green baize door, which seemed to divide that part of the hall from the other, and which she knew by the location was the door which she had heard shut so many times. Where did it lead to? What was there behind it? What embodiment of sorrow and pain was hidden away in that portion of the building? That there was this somebody there, Magdalen was sure. For, just as she reached the head of the stairs, she saw a servant girl coming up a side staircase, bearing in her arms a silver tray, on which was arranged a tempting breakfast for an invalid. "I shall know all in good time," she thought, and she pretended not to see the girl, and kept on talking to Alice until the dining room was reached, where Mr. Gray and his sister were waiting for them. Both seemed in unusually good spirits, and Mr. Gray kissed his daughter fondly, as she nestled close to him and smiled up into his face with all the love of a trusting, affectionate daughter. The sight for a moment smote Magdalen with a keen sense of desolation and loneliness. Never had she known, never could know, the happiness of a father's watchful love and care, and never had she felt its loss as keenly as she felt it now, when she saw the caressing tenderness which Mr. Gray bestowed upon his daughter, and the eagerness with which it was returned. They were both very kind to her, and treated her more like a guest than one who had come to them as a hired companion. It was a delightful day for driving, and after breakfast was over, Alice asked for the carriage and took Magdalen to all her favorite resorts, down by the river and up among the hills, where she said she often went and sat for hours alone. They were firmer friends than ever before that drive was over, and Alice had dropped Miss Lennox for the more familiar Magdalen, and had asked that she should be simply Alice, and not that formal Miss Gray. That afternoon Magdalen wrote a short letter to Hester Floyd, telling her where she was, explaining how she chanced to be there, and going into ecstasies over the loveliness and beauty of Alice Gray, but never hinting at Mr. Gray's identity with the man who had tempted Jessie to sin. It was as well to keep that to herself, she thought, inasmuch as the telling it would only awaken bitter memories in Roger's heart. Once she determined not to speak of Roger at all, but that would be too marked a neglect, and so she asked to be remembered to him, and said she should never forget his kindness to her, or cease to regret the meddlesome curiosity which had resulted so disastrously for him. She made no mention of either Mrs. Walter Scott or Frank. She merely said she left Millbank at such a time, and expressed herself as glad to get away. It seemed so changed from the happy home it used to be in other days. Mrs. Hester Floyd, care of Roger Irving, Esquire, Schodick, N.H., was the direction of the letter which Magdalen gave to Mr. Gray, who was going to the post office and offered to take it for her. Very narrowly she watched him as he glanced at the superscription, and she half pitied him when she saw his lips quiver and turn pale for a moment as he read the name of a place which he remembered so well. Once in his life he had sent letters to that very town, and the Schodick postmark was not an unfamiliar one to him. Now she to whom he had written was dead, and he held a letter directed to the care of her son. How he longed to ask something concerning him, and finally he did so, saying in a half-indifferent tone, "Schodick, I once spent a summer there, and I have heard of Mr. Irving. Does he live in the village?" "No, sir, he lives at his mother's old home. They call it the Morton Farm." "Did you know his mother, Jessie Morton?" Magdalen put the question purposely, but regretted it when she saw the look of intense pain which flitted across Mr. Gray's face. "I knew her, yes. She was the most beautiful woman I ever saw," he replied. And then he turned away and walked slowly from the room with his head bent down, as if his thoughts were busy with the past. The days succeeding that first one at Beechwood went rapidly by, and each one found Magdalen happier and more contented with her situation as companion of Alice, who strove in so many ways to make her feel that she was in all respects her equal, instead of a person hired to minister her. Indeed, the hired part seemed only nominal, for nothing was ever required of Magdalen which would not have been required of her had she been a daughter of the house, and Alice her invalid sister. They rode together, and walked together, and read together, and slept together at last, for Alice would have it so, and every morning of her life Magdalen was awakened by the soft touch of Alice's hand upon her cheek, and the kiss upon her brow. To Magdalen this was a new and blissful experience. At Millbank she had always been alone, so far as girls of her own age were concerned, and Alice Gray seemed to her the embodiment of all that was pure and beautiful, and she loved her with a devotion that sometimes startled herself with its intenseness. The mystery, if there was one, was very quiet now, and though Alice went often down the hall and through the green baize door, she never looked as sad and tired when she came back as she had done on that first day at Beechwood. Mr. Gray, too, frequently passed the entire evening with the young girls in the parlor, where Magdalen, who was a very fine reader, read to them aloud from Alice's favorite authors. But after the first night she was never asked to sing. Alice often requested her to play, and they had learned a few duets which they practiced together, but songs were never mentioned, and Magdalen would have fancied that there was something disagreeable in her own voice, were it not that when alone with Alice, among the hills and down by the river, whither they often went, her companion always insisted upon her singing, and would sit listening to her as if spellbound by the clear liquid tones. At last there came a letter from Hester Floyd, who, in her characteristic way, expressed herself as pleased that Magdalen had grit enough to cut loose from the whole caboodle at Millbank, and go to do for herself. "I was some taken aback," she wrote, "for I supposed by the tell that you was to marry that pimpin' white-faced Frank, and I must say you showed your good sense by quitting him, and doing for yourself. Me and Roger would have been glad for you to come here. That is, I believe Roger would, though he never said nothing particular. He's some altered, and don't talk so much, nor 'pear so chipper as he used to do, and I mistrust he misses you more'n he misses his money. He's a good deal looked up to, both in the town and in the church, where they've made him a vestryman in place of a man who died, and 'twould seem as if he'd met with a change, though he allus was a good man, with no bad habits, but he's different, like now, and don't read newspapers Sunday, nor let me get up an extra dinner, and he has family prayers, which is all well enough, only bacon mornings it does hinder some." Then followed a description of the house and Schodick generally, and then a break of 2 days or more, after which the old lady resumed her pen, and added, "Roger's got a letter from Frank, asking if he knew where he was. He said you left while he was away, unbeknownst to him, and had never read a word, by which I take it you and he ain't on the fust-ratest terms. Roger talked the most that day that he has in a month, and actually whistled, but then he'd just gained a suit, and so mabby it was that, though I believe it wouldn't do no harm if you were to drop him a line in a friendly way. It's leap year, you know." This was Hester's letter, over which Magdalen pondered long, wondering if the old lady could have suspected her love for Roger, and how far she was right in thinking he missed her more than his money. Magdalen read that sentence many times, and her heart thrilled with delight at the thought of being missed by Roger. But from Hester's suggestion that she should write him a friendly line, she turned resolutely away. The time was gone by when she could write to Roger without his having first written to her. After that interview in the library, when his kisses had burned into her heart, and his passionate words, "Magda, my darling," had burned into her memory, she would be less than a woman to make the first advances. Concessions, if there were any, must come from him now. He knew how sorry she was about the will. He had exonerated her from all the blame in that matter, and now, if he had any stronger feelings for her than that of a friend, he must make it manifest. This was Magdalen's reasoning over the Roger portion of Hester's letter, and then she thought of Frank, and felt a nervous dread lest he might follow her, though that seemed hardly possible, even if he knew where she was. Still, he would undoubtedly write as soon as he could get her address from Roger, and she was not at all disappointed when, a week or two after the receipt of Hester's letter, Mr. Gray brought her one from Belvedere, directed in Frank's well-known handwriting. After obtaining her address, he had written at once, chiding her for having left so suddenly without a word for him, and begging of her to return, or at least allow him to come for her, and take her back to her rightful place at Millbank. "I can't imagine what freak of fortune led you to the Grays," he wrote. "It is the last place where I could wish you to be. Not that I do not respect the esteem Miss Gray as the sweetest, loveliest of women, but I distrust both her father and her aunt. For some reason they have never seemed to like me, and may say things derogatory of me. But if they do, I trust it will make no difference with you, for remember you have known me all your lifetime." Magdalen wrote next day to Frank, who, as he read her letter, began for the first time to feel absolutely that she was lost to him forever. He was sure of that, and for a moment he wept like a child, thinking how gladly he would give up all his money if that would bring him Magdalen's love. But it was not in his nature to be unhappy long, and he soon dried his eyes and consoled himself with a drive after his fast baths. And in the evening, when his mother mentioned to him the name of 2 or 3 young ladies from New York who were coming to Millbank for the holidays, and asked if there was anyone in particular whom he wished to invite, he mentioned Miss Burleigh, whom he had met in Springfield. And so Belle was invited, and hastened to reply that she should be delighted to come, but feared she could not, as Pa never liked to be separated from his family at that time, and Sister Grace would come home from school, and could not, of course, be left behind. She was so sorry, for she had heard such glowing accounts of Millbank and its graceful mistress, that she ardently desired to see and know both, but as it was, she must decline. As might be supposed, the invitation to Miss Belle Burleigh was repeated, including this time the judge and Grace, both of whom accepted, Grace for the entire holidays, and the judge for a day or two, as he did not wish to crowd. And so Christmas bade fair to be kept at Millbank, with more hilarity than ever it had been before. Every room was to be occupied, Belle and Grace Burleigh taking Magdalen's, for which Frank ordered a new inexpensive carpet and chamber set, just as he had ordered new furniture for many of the other rooms. He was living on a grand scale, and had his income been what his principal was, he could scarcely have been more munificent or lavish of his money. He was at the head of every charitable object in Belvedere and Springfield, and gave so largely that his name was frequently in the papers which he sent to Magdalen, with his pencil mark above the flattering notices, and Magdalen smiled quietly as she read them and then showed them to Alice, who once laughingly remarked, "Suppose you refer him to Matthew 6:2. It might be of some benefit to him." And that was all the good Frank's ostentatious charity did him in that direction. Meantime the tide of life moved on, and Christmas came, and the invited guests arrived at Millbank, where there were such revellings and dissipations as the people of Belvedere had never seen, and where Belle Burleigh's bold black eyes flashed and sparkled and took in everything, and saw so many places where a change would be desirable, should Millbank ever have another mistress than Mrs. Walter Scott. Guy Seymour, too, had his holidays at Beechwood, which seemed a different place with his great, kind heart, his quick appreciation of another's wants, his unfailing wit and humor, his merry whistle and exhilarating laugh, his good-natured teasing of Auntie Ben, and his entire devotion to Alice, who was rather reserved toward him, but who talked a great deal of him to Magdalen when they were alone, and cried when at last he went away. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Millbank. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James Montour. Millbank by Mary Jane Holmes. The Mystery at Beechwood. A day or two after Guy's return to New York, there came to Beechwood a tall, muscular-looking woman, whom Alice called Mrs. Jinks, and for whom Magdalen could see no possible use. She did not consort with the family, nor with the servants, and Magdalen often met her in the upper hall, and saw her disappearing through the green baize door. It was about this time, too, that Mr. Gray left home for Cincinnati, and the household settled down into a state of quiet and loneliness, which, contrasting as it did with the merry holidays when Guy Seymour was there, seemed to both girls very hard to bear. Alice was unusually restless, and when at last Guy wrote telling of a famous singer who had just appeared in New York, and asking them all to come down for a few days and hear for themselves, she caught eagerly at it, and overruling every objection, won her aunt's consent to going. Magdalen was to accompany them, and she was anticipating the trip and what it might bring about, for Hester Floyd had written that Roger was in New York. But when the morning fixed upon for their journey came, she was suffering with a prevailing influenza, which made the trip impossible for her. She, however, insisted upon Alice's going without her, and so for a few days she was left alone in the house, so far as congenial companionship was concerned. Mrs. Jinks she never saw, though she knew she was there, for as she grew better and able to be about the parlors and library, she heard the servants speak of the amount of wine she ordered with her dinner, while one of them added in a whisper, "Suppose she should get drunk and there should be a row. Wouldn't we be in a pretty mess? Nobody could control her." Magdalen was not timid, but after this she kept her door locked at night, while during the day she frequently caught herself listening intently as if expecting something to happen. But nothing did happen until one night when she went as usual to the parlor, where she sat down to the piano and tried a new piece of music which Guy had sent to Alice. Finding it rather difficult, she cast it aside and dashed off something more familiar to her. On the music stand were piles and piles of songs, some her own, some Alice's, and she looked them over, and selecting one which had always been her favorite, she began to sing, feeling much as an imprisoned bird must feel when it finds itself free again, for since her first night at Beechwood she had never been asked to sing with the piano. Now, however, she was alone, and she sang on and on, her voice, which had been out of practice so long, gathering strength and sweetness until the whole house was full of clear, liquid tones, and the servants, still dawdling over their supper, commented upon the music and held their breath to listen. One of them had brought a lamp into the new room before going to her tea, and this, with the fire in the grate, was all the light there was, but it answered every purpose for Magdalen, who enjoyed the dim twilight and the flickering shadows on the wall, and kept on with her singing, while through the upper hall there came stealing softly the figure of a woman, with her white night-dress trailing on the carpet, and her bare feet giving back no echo to her stealthy footsteps. She had come through the green baize door, and she paused there a moment, and turned her ear in the direction whence she had come, but all was quiet. There was no one watching her, and with a cunning gleam in her restless black eyes, she shut the door softly, then opened it again, and went back down the long hall until she reached a door which was partly ajar. This she also shut, and turning the key, took it in her hand and started again for the music, which had set her poor brain to throbbing, and quickened the blood in her veins until every nerve was quivering with excitement. "I am coming, oh, I am coming, and don't you hear me as I come," sang Magdalen, while downstairs and through the hall came the unseen visitor, until she reached the parlor door, where she stood for a moment in the attitude of listening, while her eyes were fixed upon Magdalen with a curious, inquiring look. Then they rolled restlessly about the room, and took in everything from the picture on the wall to the fire in the grate, and then went back again to the young girl, still singing her song of summer. The music evidently had a soothing effect on the poor crazed creature, and her eyes were soft and pleasant, and moist with tears as she drew near to Magdalen, who at last felt the hot breath upon her neck, and knew there was someone behind her. There was a violent start and a sudden crash among the keys, as Magdalen felt not only the breath, but the touch of the long white fingers, which clasped her shoulders so firmly. She could see the fingers as they held to her dress, but only the outline of a human form was visible, and so she did not scream until she turned her head and saw the white-robed woman, with the long hair falling down her back, the peculiar look of insanity in every feature. Then a shriek, loud and unearthly, rang through the house, followed by another and still another, as she felt the woman's arm twining itself around her neck, and heard the woman's voice saying to her, "What are you, angel or devil, that you can move me so?" Roused by the terrific shrieks, the servants came rushing to the parlor, where they found Magdalen fainted entirely away, with the maniac bending over her and peering into her face. When Magdalen came to herself, she was in her own room, and the girl, Honora, who waited on her in the absence of Pauline, was sitting by and caring for her. She did not seem inclined to talk, and to Magdalen's inquiries, "Oh, what was it, and shall I see it again?" she merely replied, "You'll not be troubled any more. It was the fault of Mrs. Jenks. She drank half a bottle of wine since noon, and is drunk as a beast." That was all the explanation Magdalen could get, and as she recovered rapidly from the effects of her fainting fit, she signified her wish to be left alone. But she did not venture to the parlor again that night, and she saw that both the doors leading from her room and Alice's into the hall were locked and bolted too. Then she tried to reason herself into a tolerable degree of calmness and quiet, as she thought over the events of the evening, and wondered who the maniac was. Alice's mother most likely, she said, and a great throb of pity swept over her for the young girl whose life had been so darkened, and who had possibly never known a mother's love any more than she herself had done. And then, when her thoughts went out after her own mother, with a longing desire such as she had seldom felt, where was she that wintry night? Was she far from, or was she near to the daughter who had never seen her face to remember it? Was she living still, or was the snow piled upon her grave? And would not Magdalen rather have her thus, than like the babbling maniac who had startled her so in the parlor? She believed she would. In one sense, Alice was more to be pitied than herself, and she sat thinking of the young girl and the shadow on her life, until the fire burned out upon the hearth, and she crept shivering to bed. But not to sleep. She could not do that for the peculiar cry, half human, half unearthly, which from time to time kept coming to her ears, and in which she recognized the tones, like the voice heard an instant in the parlor before consciousness forsook her. There was evidently a great commotion throughout the house, the servants running to and fro, but no one came near her until the early dawn was stealing into the room, and giving definite shapes and forms to the objects about her. Then there was a tap at her door, and Honora's voice said, "Miss Lennox, will you come with me and see what you can do to quiet her? She's kept screeching for you all night, and Mrs. Jenks, who is in her senses now, says maybe you can influence her. Strangers sometimes do. I'll wait outside till you're ready. You needn't be afraid. She never hurt anybody." Magdalen trembled in every joint, and her teeth fairly chattered as she hastened to dress herself. "It's because I'm cold. There certainly is nothing to fear," she thought, as she bound her hair under a net and knotted her dressing gown around her waist. She had never been through the baize door, and as Honora felt it for her to pass, she felt for a moment as if trespassing upon forbidden ground. But the door swung to behind her. She was shut into a narrow hall, with two doors on the right-hand side and one of them ajar. The mystery she was going to confront was beyond that door, she knew, for a moaning cry of "Let me go to her, I tell you," met her ear, and made her draw a little closer to Honora, who said to her reassuringly, "There is nothing to fear. She is perfectly harmless." "Yes, but tell me, please, who it is," Magdalen said, clutching the arm of the girl, who replied, "Oh, I supposed you knew. It is Mrs. Gray." Magdalen's conjectures were correct, and she went fearlessly up to the door, which Honora opened wide and then shut behind her, leaving her standing just across the threshold in the room which held the mystery at Beechwood. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Millbank. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James Montour. Millbank by Mary Jane Holmes. Magdalen and the Mystery. A mystery no longer, but a living, breathing, panting woman, with wild rolling eyes, masses of jet black hair streaked with gray streaming down her back, and long white arms and hands, which beat the air helplessly as she tried to escape from the firm grasp of her attendant, Mrs. Jenks. It was Magdalen's first close contact with a maniac, and she drew back a step or two, appalled by the wild outcry with which the woman greeted her, and the desperate spring she made toward the spot where she was standing. For an instant she was tempted to flee from the room, but Mrs. Jenks had her patient under control by virtue of superior strength. There was no escaping from the vice-like grasp of her strong arms, and so Magdalen stood still and gazed spellbound upon the terrible spectacle. "Come nearer and see what effect your speaking to her will have. She has asked for you all night. She will not hurt you," Mrs. Jenks said. And Magdalen went up to the poor, restless, tossing creature, and sitting down upon the bed, took in her own the hot hand which was extended toward her. "Can I do anything for you, Mrs. Gray?" she said, softly caressing the wasted hand which held hers so tightly. Quick as lightning, a gleam of anger shot from the black eyes as the woman replied, "Don't insult me by calling me Mrs. Gray. That name has been a curse to me from the moment I bore it. Call me Laura or nothing." "Well then, Laura, can I do anything to make you better?" Magdalen said. And the woman replied, "Yes, stay with me always, and sing as you did last night when I thought the angels called me, and put your hand on my head. Feel how hot it is. There is a lost baby's soul in there, burning up for my sin." She carried Magdalen's hand to her forehead, which was hot with fever and excitement, and Magdalen could feel the blood throbbing through the swollen veins. "Poor Laura," she said. "Poor sick woman, I am so sorry for you. I would have come before if I had known you wanted me. Yes, but don't waste time in words. I've had a plenty of those all my life. Sing, sing, sing. That is what I want," interrupted the crazy woman. And sitting on the bed, with the hot hand grasping hers, Magdalen tried to think what she could sing that would soothe her excited patient. There was a trembling in her joints and a choking sensation in her throat, which seemed to preclude the possibility of her singing, but she made a great effort to control herself, and at last began the beautiful hymn, "Peace, Troubled Soul," her voice growing in steadiness and sweetness and volume as she saw the effect it had upon poor Laura, whose eyes grew soft and gentle, and finally filled with tears, which rolled in great drops down her sunken cheeks. Mrs. Jenks had relaxed her vigilance now, and Laura lay perfectly still, listening with rapt attention to the song, and keeping her eyes fixed upon Magdalen's face, as if there were some spell to hold them there. "Who are you?" she asked, when the song had ceased. "Where did you come from, and what is your name?" "I came to live with Alice. You know Alice," Magdalen said. "She is your daughter." "Yes, one of them, but not that one, over there in the cradle. Please give it a little jog. I can't have my baby waking up and crying, for that disturbs Arthur, and he might send it away to goat's milk and a wet nurse. Give it a jog, please." She pointed to the head of her bed, and for the first time Magdalen observed a pretty little rosewood crib, with dainty pillowcases, ruffled and fluted, and snowy Marseille quilt, spotlessly white and clean. But there was no infant's head upon the pillow, no little hands outside the spread, or sound of infant's breathing. The crib was empty, and Magdalen glanced inquiringly at Mrs. Jenks, who said, "You may as well rock it first as last. She will give you no peace till you do. It's a fancy of hers that there's a baby there, and she sometimes rocks it day and night. She's always quiet when she is on that tack, but sometimes the baby gets out of the cradle into her head, and then there was no pacifying her. Her tantrum is over now, and, if you're willing, I'll leave her with you a few moments. I shan't be out of hearing. My room is across the hall. She was evidently anxious to get away, and Magdalen, who would not confess to any fear, was left alone with the crazy woman. She had drawn the crib nearer to her, and with her foot upon the rocker kept it in motion, while Laura commenced a low, cooing sort of lullaby of "Hush, my darling, mother's near you." The novelty of her situation, and the wakefulness of the previous night, began to have a strange effect on Magdalen, and as she rocked the cradle to the sound of that low, mournful music, it seemed to her as if it were her own self she was rocking. Herself, far back in that past of which she knew so little. There was a dizzy feeling in her head, a humming in her ears, and for a few moments she felt almost as crazy as the woman at her side. But as she became more accustomed to the room and the situation, she grew calmer and less nervous, and could think that it was better to reply to the strange questions her companion sometimes put to her. If a person killed something, and didn't know it, and didn't mean to, and didn't know as they had killed it, would God call them a murderer, as he did Cain? This was one question, and Magdalen replied at random that in such a case it was no murder, and God would not so consider it. Then why has he branded me here in my head, where it keeps thump thump, just like the beating of a drum, and where it is so hot and snarled? Laura asked. Then, before Magdalen could reply, she continued, I did not mean to kill it, and I don't think I did. I put it somewhere, or gave it to somebody, but the more I try to think, the more it thumps, and I can't make it out. Only I didn't truly mean to kill it. Oh, baby, no, I didn't. She was sobbing in a pitiful kind of way, and Magdalen moved her position so that she could take the poor, tired, twisted head upon her bosom, while she soothed and comforted the moaning woman, softly smoothing her tangled hair and asking her, at last, if she would not like it brushed and put up out of her way. It will look nicer so, she said, and as Laura made no objections, she brought the brush and comb from a little basket on the bureau, and then set herself to the task of combing out the matted hair, which had been sorely neglected since Alice went away. Allie will be glad to know I'm so nice. She likes me neat and tidy, but a woman with a child to tend cannot always keep herself as she would, Laura said, when the hair-dressing was ended and Magdalen had buttoned her nightdress and thrown around a crimson shawl which hung across the bed. The woman herself was rocking the cradle now, and signaling Magdalen to be quiet, for baby was waking up. To her, there was a living, breathing child in that empty cradle, and as her warning, shh, rang through the room, Magdalen shuddered involuntarily and felt a kind of terror of that crib, as if it held a goblin child. Suddenly Mrs. Gray turned to her and said, You did not tell me your name, or else I have forgotten. My name is Magdalen Lennox, was the reply, and instantly the black eyes flashed a keen look of curiosity upon the young girl, who winced a little, but never turned her own eyes away from those confronting her so fixedly. Magdalen, the woman said. Magdalen. That brings it back to me in part. I remember now. That was the name I gave her when she was christened, because I thought it would please Arthur, who was over the sea. He wanted to call Alice that, but I was hot and angry and worried in those days, and my temper ran very high, and I would not suffer it, for out of Magdalen went 7 devils, you know. And out of his Magdalen went 14, I'm sure. She was a beautiful woman, I heard, and he loved her better than he did me, loved her first when he was young. I found it out when it was too late. His mother told me so one day when she couldn't think of anything else to torment me with. The Duchess of Beechwood. She's out under the snow now, and her monument is as tall as the Tower of Babel. She was a dreadful woman. She and Clarissa both. That was her daughter. And they just worried and tormented and hunted me down until I went away. Magdalen was gaining some insight into the family history of the Greys, though how much of what she heard was true she could not tell. One thing, however, struck her forcibly. She knew that poor Jessie Morton's second name was Magdalen, and from some source she had heard that Mr. Gray used frequently to call her by that name, which he preferred to Jessie. And when Mrs. Gray alluded to the beautiful woman whom her husband had loved better than his wife, she felt at once that it was Jessie to whom reference was made. Jessie, who had unwittingly made trouble in this family. Jessie, for whom the father would have called Alice his firstborn, and for whom it would seem a later child was subsequently named. She wanted so much to ask questions herself, but a natural delicacy prevented her. She had no right to take advantage of a lunatic's ravings and pry into family matters, so she sat very quiet for a few moments, watching her patient, who said at last, "Yes, that brings it back in part. St. Luke's Church, and Mother, and Mr. and Mrs. Storms were sponsors, and we called one Magdalen and the other Magdalen after the woman that Arthur liked the best. Did you ever see her?" "I've seen her picture. I lived in her house," Magdalen replied. "Tell me of her. Was she prettier than I am? Though how should you know that when you've only seen the gray-haired, wrinkled yellow hag they keep shut up so close at Beechwood? But I was handsome once, years ago, when Mother made those shirts for Arthur and I did them up. And he came before they were done and sat by the table and watched me and said my hands were too small and pretty to handle that heavy iron. They would look better with rings and diamonds, and he guessed he must get me some. I wore a pink gingham dress that day, and hated ironing and sewing after that, and wished I was a lady like those at the hotel where Arthur boarded, and I took $1 and bought a ring and put it on my finger, and the next time he came he laughed and held my hand while he looked at it, and told me he would get a better one if I would go with him to the jeweler's. Mother would not let me, and she had high words with him and ordered him away and called him a hard name, a villain, who only wanted to ruin me. I was sick ever so long after that with something in my head, though not like what's got into it since. Arthur sent me flowers and fruit and little notes, and came to the door to inquire, but still Mother would not believe him true. When I was most well, he wrote a letter asking me to meet him, and I ran away from Mother and was married, and had the rings at last. A diamond and emerald, and the plain gold one, and a white satin gown, and we traveled far and wide. And I looked like a queen when he brought me here to the Duchess and Lady Clarissa, and then to Penelope, who lived in New York, and wasn't quite so bad, though she snubbed me some. I was not as happy as I thought I should be, for Arthur stayed so much in New York, and his mother was so cold and grand and stiff that I lay awake at nights to hate her. And when Alice was born, the Duchess sent her out to nurse, because I was low-bred and vulgar, and Arthur got sick of me and stayed in New York more than ever, and left me to fight my way alone with the dragons, and I got so at last that I did fight good. Her eyes were flashing fiercely, and Magdalen, who had listened breathlessly to the strange story, could readily imagine just how that black-eyed, high-spirited creature did fight, as she termed it, when once she was fairly roused to action. There were rage and passion delineated in every feature now, and her face was a bright purple as she hurled her invectives against Arthur's mother and sister Clarissa, who, it would seem, had persecuted her so sorely, and who were now lying under the snow. They gave me no peace day or night. They took Allie away. They turned Arthur against me. They said I was low and ignorant and poor, and finally they hinted that I was crazy, made so by temper, and that I would not stand, so I went away. And Arthur went east, and I west to Mother, and the baby was born, which Arthur knew nothing about, and Mother died, and the other baby died, and I was alone, and went a while to Mrs. Storms, and then I drifted back here. I don't know how, nor when, nor where, nor what happened after I left Mrs. Storms, only I lost baby. I didn't kill it. Heaven knows I didn't. I lost it, but Providence sent it back so I can see it, though nobody else does. And it's there in the cradle, and I've rocked it ever since and worn the carpet through. Don't you see the white spots? Those are baby's footprints. She leaned over the side of the bed and pointed to the breadth of carpet which was worn white and threadbare with the constant motion of the crib. It was not the first carpet she had worn out, nor the second, for she had to rock to keep the baby quiet, even if it did annoy Arthur so, she said. And Magdalen's heart ached for the poor, demented creature, while in spite of all his faults, she pitied the man who was designated as Arthur, and who must suffer fearfully with such a wife. Laura's story, so long as it pertained to her girlhood and early married life, had been quite connected and reasonable, and Magdalen gained a tolerably clear understanding of the matter. Arthur Gray had accidentally found this woman, who when young must have been as beautiful as she was poor and lowly born. The obstacles thrown in his way had only increased his passion, which finally outweighed every other consideration, and led to a clandestine marriage, wholly distasteful to the proud mother and sisters who had so violently opposed poor Jessie Morton, that they made Laura's life very unhappy, that the fickle husband, grown weary of his unsophisticated wife, had cruelly neglected her, until at last in desperation she had gone away. Magdalen gathered from the story told so rapidly, but after that she failed to comprehend what she heard. The baby which Laura said had died, and the other one which she did not kill, and which she had christened Magdalen, with Mrs. Storms as sponsor, were enigmas which she could not solve, and struck her as a strange coincidence that she herself and the lost baby of the Greys would have borne the same name, and for the same woman, and she wondered what it was about that child which had affected the mother so strangely, and put such wild fancies into her head. Her hand had dropped from the cradle now, the rocking had ceased, and the tired, worn-out woman, who had tossed and shrieked and struggled the livelong night, was falling asleep. Once, as her heavy lids began to droop, she started up, and, reaching for Magdalen's hand, said to her, "Don't leave me. I am better with you here. Stay and sing more songs to me about the troubled soul. It makes me feel as if I was in heaven." She held Magdalen's hand in her own, and Magdalen sang to her again, while the tears rained from Laura's eyes and rolled down her faded cheeks. "Let me cry. It does me good," she said, when Magdalen tried to soothe her. "It cools me, and my head seems to grow clearer about the baby. It will come to me by and by, and what I did with her. Oh, my child, my darling, God has surely kept her safe somewhere." She was talking very low and slowly, and Magdalen watched her until the lips ceased to move, and the long eyelashes, still wet with tears, rested upon her flushed cheeks. She was asleep at last, and Magdalen, looking at her, knew that she must have been beautiful in her early girlhood when Arthur Grey had won her for his bride. Traces of beauty she had yet, in the regularity of her features, her well-shaped head, her abundant hair, just a little ripple in it, her white forehead, and even teeth which showed no signs of decay. She was not old either, and Magdalen thought how young she must have been when she became a wife. "Poor woman, her life has been a failure," she said, as she drew the covering around the shoulders and over the hands, on one of which the wedding ring and superb diamond were still shining. Mrs. Jinks seemed in no hurry to resume her post, and weary from her wakefulness of the previous night, Magdalen settled herself in the large easy chair by the bed, and was soon so fast asleep that until twice repeated she did not hear Honora, who came to tell her that breakfast was waiting for her. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Millbank. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by James Montour. Millbank by Mary Jane Holmes. A Glimmer of Light. All that day Magdalen stayed with Mrs. Grey, who clung to her as a child clings to its mother, and who was more quiet and manageable than she had been in many weeks. Magdalen could soothe and control her as no one else had done since she left the private asylum where her husband had kept her so long, and this she did by the touch of her hand, the sound of her voice, and the glance of her eye, which fascinated and subdued her patient at once. That night, Mrs. Seymour and Alice came home, accompanied by Guy. They had not been expected quite so soon, and Magdalen knew nothing of their arrival until Alice, who had heard from Honora what had transpired during her absence, entered the room. Mrs. Grey was sitting up in her large armchair, her dressing gown and shawl carefully arranged, her hair nicely combed, and a look of content upon her face, which Alice had rarely seen. She was rocking still, with one foot on the crib, and her eyes fixed on Magdalen, who was repeating to her the culprit Fay, which she knew by heart, and to which the childish woman listened with all the absorbing interest of a little girl of 10. At sight of Alice there came a sudden gleam of joy over her face, succeeded by a look of fear as she wound both arms tightly around Magdalen's neck, exclaiming, "Oh, Allie, I'm glad you've come, but you must not take her away. She does me good. I'm better with her. Say that she may stay." There was a momentary look of pain in Alice's eyes at seeing a stranger thus preferred to herself, but that quickly passed, and, stooping over her mother, she kissed her tenderly and said, "Magdalen shall stay with you as long as she will. I am glad you like her so well. We all love Magdalen." "Yes, and it's coming back to me. That was baby's name. The one I gave her to please your father, and by I'll think just where it is." Alice shot a quick, inquiring glance at Magdalen, as if to ask how much of their family history her mother had revealed. But Magdalen merely said, "She seems to think there is a baby in the cradle, a baby whom says she's lost or mislaid. It died, I suppose. Poor mother, she has suffered so much for that dead child," was Alice's only reply as she stood caressing her mother's hair. Then she tried to tell her something of her visit to New York and the rare music she had heard, but Mrs. Gray did not care for that, and said a little impatiently, "Don't bother me now. I'm listening to the story. Go on, Magdalen. He was just going to relight his lamp, and I want it over with, for I know how he felt. My lamp has gone out, and all the falling stars in heaven can't light it." "I see you are preferred to me," Alice said to Magdalen. "But if you do her good, and I can see that you already have, I bless you for it. Poor dear mother, who has never known a rational moment since I can remember." She kissed her mother again, and then left the room, while Magdalen went on with her fairy tale, parts of which she repeated twice and even thrice before her auditor was satisfied. After that, Magdalen spent most of her time with the poor lunatic, who, if she attempted to leave her, would say so pleadingly, "Stay with me, Magda, don't go. It's beginning to come back." She called her Magda altogether, and though that name was sacred to Roger's memory, Magdalen felt as if there was a blessing in the way the poor invalid spoke it, and her heart throbbed with a strange kind of feeling every time she heard the Magda, as Mrs. Gray pronounced it, dwelling upon the first syllable and shortening up the last. Mr. Gray was still absent, glad, it would seem, of an excuse to stay away from the tiresome burden at home. He had gone to Cincinnati to look after some property which belonged to his wife, and as there was some difficulty in proving his claim to a portion of it, which had more than quadrupled in value and was now in great demand, it was desirable that all doubts should be forever settled, so he wrote to Alice that he should stay until matters were satisfactorily adjusted. He had heard of Magdalen's kind offices in the sick room, and he sent a note to her, adjuring her to stay with Mrs. Gray as long as her influence over her was what Alice had reported it to be. "Money can never pay you," he said. "If you succeed in doing her good, or even in keeping her quiet for any length of time, but to show you that I appreciate your services, I will from this time forward make your salary $1,000 per annum as Mrs. Gray's attendant." It is strange, the influence which some people have over her, and strange that you, a girl, can control her, as Alice says you do. Perhaps she recognizes in you something that exists in herself, and so, on the principle that like subdues like, she is subdued by you. The very first time I saw you, there was something in your eyes, and the toss of your head, which reminded me of her as she was when I first knew her. But of course the resemblance goes no further. I would weep tears of blood sooner than have your young life and bright beauty darkened, as Laura's has been. When Magdalen received this note, she was in a state of wild excitement, and hardly realized what Mr. Gray had written until she reached the part where he spoke of her resemblance to his wife. "Something in your eyes and the toss of your head." She read that sentence twice, and her eyes grew larger and darker than their wont as she too saw herself in the motions and gestures and even looks of the maniac, whose talk that very day, whether true or false, had sent through her veins a thrill of conjecture so sudden and wonderful that for an instant she had felt as if she were fainting. Alice had talked but little of her mother's insanity. It was a great grief to them all, she had said, and she had wished to keep it from Magdalen as long as possible, fearing lest the fact of there being a lunatic in the house might trouble her, as it had done others who came to Beechwood. Of the fancy about the baby, she had never offered any explanation, and Magdalen had ceased to think much of it, except as the vagary of a lunatic, until the day she received the note from Mr. Gray. That afternoon, Laura had talked a great deal, fancying herself to be in the cars, and sometimes baby was with her, and sometimes it was not. "That is the very last I remember," she said, apparently talking to herself. "I took the train at Cincinnati, and baby was with me. I left the train, and baby was not with me. I've never seen her since, but I think I gave her to a boy. It was ever so long before I got home, and everything was gone. Baggage, baby, and all. I can't think any more." Her voice ceased at this point, and Magdalen knew she was asleep. But for herself, she felt she too was going mad with a suspicion which kept growing in intensity, as she recalled other things she had heard from Mrs. Gray, and to which she had paid no attention at the time. Once she arose and, going to the glass, studied her own face intently. Then she stole to the bedside of the sleeping woman and examined her features one by one, while all the time the faintness was increasing at her heart, and the blood seemed congealing in her veins. There was no trace of color in her face that night when she met the family at dinner, and Alice half shrunk from the eyes which fastened so greedily upon her, and scarcely left her face a moment. "What is it, Magdalen?" she asked after dinner, when they were standing alone before the parlor fire, and she felt the burning eyes still on her. "What is it, Magdalen? Is anything the matter?" Then Magdalen's arms twined themselves around the young girl's neck in an embrace which had something almost fierce in its fervor. "Oh, Alice, my darling, if it could be, if it could be." That was the answer Magdalen made, and her voice was choked with tears, which fell in torrents upon Alice's upturned face. "Excuse me, do," she added, releasing the young girl, and recovering her composure. "I am nervous tonight. I can't go back to your mother. I shall be as mad as she is in a little while. Will you take my place in her room just for this evening?" Alice assented readily, and after a few moments she left the parlor, and Magdalen was alone. But she could not keep quiet with that great doubt hanging over her, and that wild hope tugging at her heart. Rapidly she walked up and down the long parlors, while the perspiration started about her forehead and lips, which were so ashy pale that they attracted the attention of Mrs. Seymour, when she at last came in, bringing her crocheting with her. "Are you sick, Miss Lennox?" she asked in some alarm. And then Magdalen's resolution was taken, and turning to the lady, whose shoulder she grasped, she said, "Please come with me to my room, where we can be alone and free from interruption. There is something I wish you to tell me." And without waiting for an answer, she led the astonished woman into the hall, and up the stairs in the direction of her own room. End of chapter 40.
Chapter 41 of Millbank. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Millbank by Mary Jane Holmes. Mrs. Seymour and Magdalen. Having locked the door, Magdalen brought a chair to Mrs. Seymour and said, "You are out of breath. Sit there, but let me stand. I should suffocate if I were sitting down. I feel as if 100 pairs of lungs were rising in my throat." She was paler now than when Mrs. Seymour first met her in the parlor, and her eyes flashed and sparkled and glowed as only one pair of eyes had ever done before in Mrs. Seymour's presence. And for an instant a doubt of the young girl's sanity crossed that lady's mind, and she glanced uneasily at the door, as if contemplating an escape. But Magdalen was standing before her, and Magdalen's eyes held her fast. She dared not go now if she could, and she asked nervously what Miss Lennox wanted of her. "I want you to tell me what it is about the child of whom Mrs. Gray talks so much. Was there a child born after Alice, say 19 or 20 years ago? And did it die, or was it lost? And if so, when and how? And was Mrs. Gray here when it was born, or was she somewhere else, in Cincinnati or vicinity? Tell me that. Tell me all about it." Mrs. Seymour was very proud and haughty, and very reticent with regard to their family matters, especially the matters pertaining to her brother's marriage and his wife's insanity. She never talked of them to anyone except Guy, from whom she had no secrets. And her most intimate friends, the Dagons and Dragons of New York society, knew nothing except what rumor told them of the demented woman who made Beechwood a prison rather than a paradise. How, then, was she startled and shocked and astonished when this young girl, this hired companion for her niece, demanded of her a full recital of what she had never told her most familiar friends. Not asked for it, but demanded it as a right, and enforced the demand with burning eyes and the half menacing attitude of one determined to have her way. Ordinarily, Mrs. Seymour would have put this girl down, as she termed it, and given her a lesson in good breeding and manners. But there was something about her now which precluded all that, and after a moment she said, "Your conduct is very strange, Miss Lennox, very strange indeed, and what I did not expect from you. I suppose I may be permitted to ask your right to a story which few have ever heard?" "Certainly," Magdalen replied. "Question my right as much as you like. Only tell me what I want to know. Was there a child, and did it die?" "There was a child, and it did die," Mrs. Seymour said. And Magdalen, nothing daunted, continued, "How do you know it died? Did you see it dead?" "She says she left it in the cars. She told me so to-day. Oh, Mrs. Seymour, tell me, please, what you know about that child, before I, too, go mad." Magdalen was kneeling now before Mrs. Seymour, on whose lap her hands were clasped, and her beautiful face was all aglow with her excitement as she continued, "I know a girl who was left in the cars somewhere in Ohio almost 19 years ago, left with a young boy, and the mother, who took the train at Cincinnati, never came back, and he could not find her. He thinks she was crazy. She had very black hair and eyes, he said, and was dressed in mourning. Perhaps it was Mrs. Gray. Did she come from Cincinnati about that time? It was April, 18 , when the baby, I mean, was left in the cars." Mrs. Seymour was surprised out of her usual reserve, and when Magdalen paused for her reply, she said, "My brother's wife came from Cincinnati in May, not April, but we thought she had been a long time on the road. As to its being 18 , I'm not so sure, but it was 19 years ago in May, I know, for husband died the next July, and mother the winter after." "And what of the child? And how did it happen that Mrs. Gray was left to travel alone? Where had she been? And where was Mr. Gray?" Magdalen asked. And Mrs. Seymour replied, "My brother was in Europe, sent there by unhappy domestic troubles at home. Laura had been in Cincinnati, and came back to Beechwood after the death of her mother and the child, of whose birth we had never heard." "Never heard of its birth!" Magdalen exclaimed. "Then perhaps you do not know certainly of its death. She says she left it in the cars with a boy, and Roger was a boy. The child I told you of was left with him." "Who was that child, and where is she?" Mrs. Seymour asked, and Magdalen replied, "I am that child. And didn't you say I reminded you of someone? Didn't Guy and Alice and your brother say the same? And I, too, can see the resemblance to that crazy woman in myself." Her eyes were full of tears, and as she looked up at Mrs. Seymour, her head poised itself upon one side, just as Laura's had done 1,000 times in the days gone by. Mrs. Seymour was interested now. That familiar look in Magdalen's face had always puzzled her, and as she saw her flushed and excited and eager, she was struck with the strong resemblance she bore to Laura, as she was when she first came to Beechwood, and more to herself than to Magdalen, she said, "It is very strange, but still it cannot be, though that child business was always more or less a mystery to me. Miss Lennox," and she turned to Magdalen, "would you mind telling me the particulars of your having been left in the car?" Very rapidly Magdalen repeated the story of her desertion as she had heard it from Roger, while Mrs. Seymour listened intently and seemed a good deal moved by the description given of the mother. "Was there nothing about you by which you might be identified? That is, did they keep no article of dress?" she asked. And Magdalen sprang up, exclaiming, "Yes, the dress I wore, a crimson delaine dotted with black. I have it with me now." "A crimson delaine dotted with black," Mrs. Seymour repeated, while her hands began to tremble nervously and her voice to grow a little unsteady. "There was such a dress in Laura's satchel, baby's dress, she told us, and Alice has it in her drawer." Get it, and we will compare the two," Magdalen cried, and seizing Mrs. Seymour's hand, she dragged rather than led her to the door of Alice's room. Then, going hastily to her trunk, she took from it the dress which she had worn to Millbank. "Here it is!" she cried, turning to Mrs. Seymour, who came in with another dress, at sight of which Magdalen uttered a wild, exultant cry, while every particle of color faded from Mrs. Seymour's face, and her eyes wore a frightened kind of look. The dresses were alike. The same material, the same size, the same style, except that Mrs. Seymour's was low in the neck, while Magdalen's was high, and what was still more confirmatory that they had belonged to the same person, the buttons were alike, and Magdalen pointed out to the astonished woman the same peculiarity about the buttonholes and a portion of the work upon the dresses. The person who made them must have been left-handed, as was indicated by the hems, where left-handed stitches would show so plainly. "I am astonished, I am confounded, I am bewildered, I feel like one in a dream," Mrs. Seymour repeated to herself. Then she dropped panting into a chair, and wiping the perspiration from her face, continued, "The coincidence is most remarkable. The dresses are alike, and still it is no proof. Was there nothing else?" "Yes. Do you recognize this? Did you ever see it before?" Magdalen said, holding up the little locket which had been fastened about her neck when she came to Millbank. Mrs. Seymour took it in her hands and examined it closely, then passed it back with the remark, "I never saw it before, to my knowledge." "But the initials L.G., did you notice those?" Magdalen continued, and then Mrs. Seymour took the locket again, and glancing at the lettering, whispered rather than said aloud, "L.G. That stands for Laura Gray. It may be. I wish Arthur was here, for I don't know what to think or do." "You can at least tell me about the child," Magdalen persisted, and Mrs. Seymour, who by this time was considerably shaken out of her usual reticence and reserve, replied, "Yes, I can do that, trusting to your honor as a lady never to divulge what I may tell you of our family affairs. My brother always had a penchant for pretty faces, and while he was young had several affaires du coeur which came to nothing. When he was 40 or thereabouts, he went to Cincinnati, where he stayed a long time, and at last startled us with the announcement of his marriage with Laura Clayton, a young girl of 17, whose beauty, he said, surpassed anything he had ever seen. She was not of high blood, as we held blood, he wrote, but she was wholly respectable, and pure and sweet, and tolerably well educated, and he wanted us to lay aside our prejudices and receive her as his wife should be received. I was in favor of doing so, though perhaps this feeling was owing in part to my husband's sensible reasoning, and partly to the fact that I did not live here then, and would not be obliged to come in daily contact with her. My home was in New York, and so I only heard from time to time of the doings at Beechwood. It transpired afterward that Laura's mother was a widow, who lived much by herself, without relatives and only a few acquaintances. She had come from New Orleans the year before, and bought a house and quite a large lot of land in the suburbs of Cincinnati. There was Spanish blood in her veins, and it shows itself in Laura. The mother did some plain sewing for Arthur, who, in that way, saw the daughter and finally married her against her mother's wishes. I think Mrs. Clayton was a sensible woman, or perhaps she feared that Arthur only sought her daughter's ruin, for she tried to keep them apart, and so made the matter worse, and drove them into a clandestine marriage. Mother and sister Clarissa were here then. Clarissa was never married, and from her I learned the most I know about the trouble. She deeply regretted afterward the course they pursued toward Laura, whom they did not understand, and whose life they made so wretched with their coldness and pride. She was naturally high-spirited, but she bore patiently for a long time whatever they laid upon her, and tried, I believe, to please them in all things. Clarissa herself told me that the girl never really turned upon them, except as her eyes would sometimes blaze with anger, until Alice was born, and mother wanted her put out to a wet nurse, who lived so far away that for Laura to see the baby every day was impossible. Then she rebelled openly, and there was a terrible scene. But mother carried her point, as she usually did when she had Arthur where she could talk to him. Laura fought like a tigress when the last moment came, and mother took the baby from her by force, and then locked her in her room for fear she would go down to the river and drown herself, as she threatened to do. Arthur was in New York, or I think he would have interfered when he saw how it affected Laura. I was sorry for the poor girl when I heard of it from Clarissa. I had lost a dear little baby, and could sympathize with Laura. I think it makes a woman harder and less considerate not to have a husband or children of her own, and Clarissa had neither. Mrs. Seymour forgot that her mother had both husband and children, and that therefore the thing which would excuse Clarissa could not be applied to her. But Magdalen did not forget it, and her fists were involuntarily clinched, as if to smite the hard old woman who had torn Laura's baby from her. "Does Alice know this?" she asked, and Mrs. Seymour replied, "She does not, of course. There could be no reason for harrowing up her feelings with a recital of the past, and I hardly know why I am telling you the story so fully as I am." "Never mind, go on," Magdalen exclaimed eagerly, and Mrs. Seymour continued. "After the baby went away, a kind of melancholy mood came over Laura, and she would sit for hours and even days without speaking to anyone. Then she would have fits of crying, and again was irritable and quarrelsome, so that it was a trial to live with her. After 2 or 3 months she ceased to speak of her child, and when Arthur offered to take her to see it, flew into so fierce a passion that he took the next train to New York and left her with mother. It was a habit of his to go away from anything disagreeable, and most of his time was spent from home. He was always very fickle. To possess a thing was equivalent to his tiring of it, and even before Alice's birth he was weary of his young wife, and so matters went on from bad to worse, till Alice was nearly a year old, and Arthur began to talk of going abroad, while Laura proposed a separation, or that she should be allowed to go to Cincinnati while her husband was away. They would all be happier, she said, and his mother and Clarissa favored the plan. Arthur consented, and went with her himself to Cincinnati, and settled a yearly allowance upon her, and at her mother's request bought 3 or 4 vacant lots, which adjoined hers and were for sale, and which she wanted to hold, so as to prevent shanties from being built upon them. "And didn't Mrs. Gray see her baby before she went?" Magdalen asked, and Mrs. Seymour replied, "Yes, once. It was brought to the house, but she took little notice of it, and said it belonged to the Grays, not to her. We think now she was crazy then, though they did not suspect it at the time. She expressed no regret whatever when Arthur left her, but on the contrary seemed relieved to have him go. He sailed for Europe the next week, and was gone a year and a half or more. Laura wrote to him quite regularly at first, but never held any communication with Beechwood. After a while there was a break in her letters, and when at last she wrote, she told him something of which he had no suspicion at the time of his leaving home. He ought to have come back to her then, but he did not, though he sent her money and advised her to return to Beechwood. This she would not do. She preferred to stay with her mother, she said, and he heard no more from her for 3 or 4 months, when she wrote a few hurried lines telling him her baby Magdalen died when she was 4 weeks old, and adding that she presumed he would not care, as it would save him the trouble of taking the child from her, as he had taken Alice. That roused him a little to a sense of his duty, and he wrote kindly to her and told her he was sorry, and advised her again to return to Beechwood, where he said he would join her. To this she did not reply for a long time, and when at last she wrote, she said that her mother was dead, and that after visiting a friend she was going back to Beechwood. The next he heard from her she was here at Beechwood, where she had arrived wholly unexpected by mother and Clarissa, who did not know that she was coming, and who judged that she must have been weeks on the road. Her baggage was lost, and she had nothing with her but a little satchel, in which was a child's dress and a few other articles. She was dressed in black, and told them her mother was dead, but said nothing of the child of whose birth they had never heard, she having insisted that Arthur should not tell them of it. She was very quiet for a few days, never speaking unless spoken to, and then she did not always answer. Occasionally they heard her muttering to herself, "One is dead and one is safe. They will never find it, never." But what she meant they could not guess. Alice was spending a few days with her foster mother up the river, and did not return till Laura had been home a week. In all that time she had never mentioned her child, and when at last she came, and Clarissa said to her, "Your baby is here, Laura. Would you like to see her?" she sprang to her feet, and her eyes glared like a maniac's. Baby was hid, she said. Baby was gone where they could not find it. Then her mood changed, and she raved for the baby till Alice was brought to her. But that only made her worse, and she became perfectly furious, telling them this was not the baby whom she had lost, and whom she insisted upon their finding. Clarissa wrote at once to Arthur, who hastened home, finding his mother and sister at their wits' end, and his wife raving mad, and calling continually for the baby she had lost or hid. That was her constant theme, lost or hid or left somewhere. Arthur did his best to soothe her, telling her the baby was dead, and asking if she did not remember writing to him about it. But it did no good. Her reply was always the same: one is dead and one is not. For hours she would sit repeating those words in a kind of moaning, half-sobbing way: one is dead and one is not. And never from that time had she known a rational moment. Hunting out Alice's cradle, she took it to her room and rocked it day and night, saying her lost baby was in it, and raving fearfully if the family made a noise in the room. This annoyed Arthur terribly. He likes quiet and ease and luxury, and as he could not have these in his own house, he sought them elsewhere, and has traveled almost over the world. Twice Laura has been in a private asylum. She was there all the time we were abroad. But after our return Alice begged so hard for her to be allowed to come to Beechwood that Arthur brought her back, and will never move her again. Mother died the winter after Laura's return, and Clarissa the year following. As my husband was dead, and I alone in the world, I came here to care for my brother and Alice. Poor girl! Her life has been a sad one, though she knows nothing, or comparatively nothing, of the early domestic trouble between her parents, and how her mother was received at Beechwood. Mrs. Seymour paused here, and Magdalen, who had listened eagerly, asked, "If that child which died when it was 4 weeks old had lived, how old would it have been when Mr. Gray came home?" Mrs. Seymour could hardly tell, for the reason that in her letter to her husband Laura did not give the date of its birth, but as nearly as they could judge it must have been 9 or 10 months old, possibly more. Yes, Magdalen said, and the dress and the satchel. Did it never occur to you that it could not have been made for a 4 weeks old baby? It was meant for a larger child. And did you never think there might be a meaning in the words, "One is dead and one is not," Mrs. Seymour? And Magdalen grew more earnest and vehement. There must have been 2 children instead of one. Twins! One of whom died, and the other she left in the cars. I know it. I believe it. I shall prove it yet. She has always talked to me of 2, and one she said was Madeline, and one was Magdalen. And Mr. Irving told me that the woman in the cars called me something which sounded like Magdalen. Don't you see it? Can't you understand how it all might be? Mrs. Seymour was confounded and bewildered, and answered faintly, "Oh, I don't know. I wish Arthur was here." "I am going to him," Magdalen exclaimed, starting to her feet, "going at once, and have him help me solve this mystery. Alice must not know till I come back, and not then if I fail. I shall start for Cincinnati tomorrow. A woman can oftentimes find out things which a man cannot. Do you think your nephew will go with me?" She talked so fast and with so much assurance that Mrs. Seymour was insensibly won to think as she did, and assent to whatever she suggested. And the result was that in less than half an hour's time, Guy, who had been invited up to Magdalen's room, had heard the whole of the strange story. He believed it, and endorsed Magdalen at once, and hurrahed for his new cousin, and winding his arm around her waist, waltzed with her across the room, upsetting his Aunt Pen's work-basket. And when she remonstrated, he caught her in his other arm and took her with him in his mad dance. Exhausted, panting, and half indignant at her scapegrace nephew, Auntie Pen released herself from his grasp, and after a time Magdalen succeeded in stopping him. But he kept fast hold of her hands while she explained what she wanted of him, and asked if he would go with her. "Go with you? Yes, the world over, ma belle cousin," he said, and greatly to the horror of prim Mrs. Penelope, he sealed his promise to serve her with a kiss upon her brow. Mrs. Seymour was shocked, and half doubted the propriety of sending Magdalen off alone with Guy. But Magdalen knew the kiss was given to Alice as her possible sister rather than to herself, and so did not resent it. They were to start the next day, but it was not thought best to let Alice know of the journey until morning. Then they told her that a matter of importance which had recently come to Magdalen's knowledge made it necessary for her to go to Cincinnati, and that Guy was going with her. Alice knew they were keeping something from her, but would not question them. And without a suspicion of the truth, she bade Magdalen and Guy good-bye, and saw them start on their journey to Cincinnati. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Millbank. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Millbank by Mary Jane Holmes. In Cincinnati. Mr. Gray was breakfasting in that leisurely, luxurious kind of way which he enjoyed so thoroughly. His morning papers were on the table beside him. He had glanced them through, and read every word in them about poor Laura's property, which was now secured to her and her heirs forever. He had succeeded in making his claim clear, and Laura and her heirs were richer by some $30,000 than they were when last the crazy woman was in the city. To a man with nearly $500,000, $30,000 was not so very much, but Mr. Gray was glad to get it, and had decided that it should be invested for Alice, just as his breakfast appeared, and in dispatching that he forgot the city lots and houses, and the days when he had gone so often to one of them, now a long time torn down, to make room for a large and handsome block. He had finished his first cup of coffee, and was waiting for his second, when a hand was laid familiarly upon his shoulder, and Guy Seymour's handsome face confronted him. "Why, Guy, how you frightened me!" he said. "Where did you come from? Is anything the matter at home? Is it Alice?" She was nearest his heart, and he asked for her first, while his cheek paled for a moment, but Guy quickly reassured him. There was nothing the matter with Alice, nothing the matter with anyone, he said. He had come on business, and as soon as Mr. Gray was through with his breakfast, he would like to see him alone. Then Mr. Gray proceeded with his coffee and mutton chop, and omelette and hot cakes, and Guy grew terribly impatient and nervous with waiting. Mr. Gray's appetite was satisfied at last, and he invited Guy to his room, and asked what he could do for him. Guy had the story at his tongue's end. He had repeated it to himself several times, so as to be sure and make himself understood, and after half an hour or so he was understood, and Mr. Gray knew why he was there and who was with him. To say that he was startled would convey but a faint idea of the effect Guy's story had upon him. Laura's ravings about the one that was dead and the one that was not had come back to him with a new meaning, and helped to prove the twin theory correct. And he was struck dumb with amazement, and tried in vain to speak as some question he wished to ask presented itself to his mind. He could not speak, his tongue was so thick and lay so heavy in his mouth, while the blood rushed in such torrents to his head and face that he plucked at his cravat as if to tear it off, so he could breathe more freely, and made a motion toward the window for air. "Apoplexy, it has almost given me that," he whispered as the fresh air blew gratefully upon him, and he drank the water Guy brought to him. Then, leaning his head against the back of his chair, he said, "I am greatly shocked by this story you have told me. It seems reasonable, and may be true, though I do not deserve it. I've been a villain, a rascal. I abused and neglected Laura. I ought to have come home when she first wrote about the baby, and should have done so but for that devilish trait of mine, to follow a pretty face. I had an Italian woman in tow, and it blunted every other feeling. And when I heard the child was dead, I did not care so very much, though I wrote to her kindly enough, and now to have this great good come so suddenly upon me is too much, too much." Guy believed in Magdalen, and his belief had so colored his story that Mr. Gray believed in her, too, at first. Then a doubt began to creep into his mind, as was very natural, and he asked, "Where is she, and how does she propose to prove it?" "She is in number . She wishes to see you first. Will you go to her now?" Guy said. And Mr. Gray arose, and leaning on Guy, started for the room where Magdalen was waiting for him. When the first great shock came upon her, Magdalen had thought only of Alice, the darling sister it might be, and of the poor worn-out wreck, which, though a wreck, might be her mother still, and her heart had gone out after them both, and enfolded them with all a daughter's and sister's love. But in this sudden gush of affection Mr. Gray had had little part. So great had her excitement been, and so rapidly had she acted upon her convictions, that she had scarcely thought of him in any other capacity than that of her employer. But as she sat waiting for him, there suddenly swept over her the consciousness that if what she hoped was true, then he was her own father, and for a moment she rebelled against it, as against some impending evil. "Roger is his sworn enemy," she whispered faintly, as her mind went back to the time when Roger had cursed him as his mother's ruin. "Roger will never forgive my being his daughter," she thought, and for an instant she wished she had never told her suspicions to a human being, but had kept them locked in her own bosom. Then she thought of Alice, and that comforted her, and made her calm and composed when she heard the knock at her door, and saw Guy coming in with Mr. Gray. He was very pale, and came toward her with an eager, questioning look in his eyes, which scanned her curiously. She had risen, and was standing with her hands locked together, her head unconsciously poised upon one side, and her body bent slightly forward. It was Laura's attitude exactly. Laura had stood just this way that night she met him outside her mother's house, and he persuaded her to the clandestine marriage. Save that there was about Magdalen more refinement, more culture, and a softer style of beauty than had ever belonged to Laura Clayton, he could have sworn it was the Laura of his mature manhood's love or passion who stood upon the rug by the fire, her dark eyes meeting his with a wistful, earnest gaze. In an instant he forgot his doubts. His faith was strong as Guy's, and he reached his arms toward her, and his lips quivered as he said, "You are so much like Laura that you must be my child." She knew he expected her to go to him, but Jessie and Laura, and the uncertainty as to herself and his right to claim her, rose up a mighty barrier between them, and she made no movement towards him. She only said, "It is not sure that I am your child. We must prove it beyond a doubt." And in her voice there was a tone which Mr. Gray understood. She knew Laura's story. Penelope had told her, and she resented the injury done to one who might be her mother. It was a part of his punishment, and he accepted it, and put down the tenderness and love which kept growing in his heart for the beautiful girl before him. "No, it is not proved," he said, "though I trust that it may be. Tell me, please, your own story as you have heard it from Mr. Irving, and also what you wish me to do." He had heard the whole from Guy, but the story gained new force and reality as told by Magdalen, whose eyes and face and gestures grew each moment more and more like Laura Clayton as she was years ago. Guy had forgotten the locket, but Magdalen did not, and she showed it to Mr. Gray, who examined it closely, then staggered a step or two toward her, and steadied himself against the mantel as he said, "It was Laura's. I remember it perfectly, and where I bought it. I gave it to her myself. My likeness was in it then. You see it has been taken out." And he pointed to the inside of the ornament, from which a picture had evidently been removed. "Magdalen, I do not need stronger proof. Will you let me call you daughter?" The tears were streaming down his face, and Magdalen felt herself beginning to relent. But there must be no mistake, no shadow on which to build a doubt hereafter. She could not take her place in the hearts of that family as a rightful daughter of the house, and then suddenly be displaced by some other claimant. She must know to a certainty that she was Magdalen Gray. And she replied, "I am not satisfied. We must investigate farther than we have. Your wife talked of a Mrs. Storms who was sponsor for her baby. Did you ever know it was baptized? Did she write you to that effect?" "Never. She only said that baby Madeline was dead," Mr. Gray replied. And after a moment's hesitation, Magdalen continued, "Tell me, please, if you ever wished to give Alice another name than the one she bears, and did your wife oppose it?" Mr. Gray's face was scarlet, but he answered promptly, "I did propose calling Alice after a dear friend of mine, whose second name was Magdalen." "Then Mrs. Gray was right so far," Magdalen rejoined, "and may have been correct in her other statements to me also. She told me one was Madeline, and that to please you she called the other Magdalen, after the friend for whom you wished Alice named, and that a Mr. and Mrs. Storms were sponsors. Do you know any such people?" Mr. Gray did not, and Magdalen continued, "We must find them. Is it of any use to inquire in the vicinity where Mrs. Gray once lived?" "None whatever. Every house has been pulled down, and every family is gone," was the unpromising answer. But Magdalen was not disheartened. The christening must have been in church. Can you tell which one it was likely to be? Mr. Gray thought it was St. Luke's, as Mrs. Clayton was an attendant there. They might— He did not finish the sentence, for Magdalen started quickly, exclaiming, "There must be a parish register, and there we shall find it recorded, and possibly trace Mrs. Storms. Let us go at once to the rectory, if there is one." Her bonnet and shawl were on in a trice. A carriage was called, and the three were soon on their way to the house of the Reverend Henry Fowler, rector of St. Luke's. He was a young man who had only been there for a year or two, but Magdalen's beauty and excitement enlisted his sympathy at once, and he went with them to the church and took from a dusty shelf an old, worn-looking volume, wherein he said was recorded the births, deaths, and baptisms of 20 and 25 years ago. It was Magdalen who took the book in her own hands, and sitting down upon the chancel steps with her bonnet falling back from her flushed face, and her white lips compressed together, turned the pages eagerly, while the three men stood looking at her. Suddenly she gave a cry, and the three came near her. "Look," she said, "it's here. There was a child baptized," and she pointed to the record of the baptism of Magdalen Laura, daughter of Arthur and Laura Gray, sponsors Mr. and Mrs. James Storms, Cynthiana, Kentucky. Then suddenly a cloud passed over her face as she said sadly, "But there is only one. Where is Magdalen?" "Turn to the deaths," Guy said, and with trembling fingers Magdalen did as he bade her, but found no trace of Magdalen. Only Mrs. Clayton's death was recorded there, and the tears gathered in Magdalen's eyes and dropped upon the register as she felt that her hopes were being swept away. It was Guy who comforted and reassured her by suggesting that Magdalen might have died before the christening, and Magdalen caught eagerly at it, and springing up exclaimed, "Yes, and they neglected to record her death. That's it. I know. We will find this Mrs. Storms. We will go at once to Cynthiana. Is it far? Can we reach it today?" It was not very far, the clergyman said. It was on the railroad between Cincinnati and Lexington, but he did not believe she could go that day, as the train was already gone. It seemed an age to wait until the morrow, but there was no help for it, and Magdalen passed the day as best she could. And when the morning came and they started for Cynthiana, she was almost sick with excitement, which increased more and more the nearer she drew to Mrs. Storms, who was to confirm her hopes or destroy them forever. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Millbank. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Millbank by Mary Jane Holmes. In Cynthiana. George P. Storms and Company, dealers in dry goods, groceries, and provisions. That was the sign which our travelers saw after landing at the station in the little town of Cynthiana. Magdalen was the first to see it, and the first to enter a low room, where a young man of 25 or more was weighing a codfish for a negress with a blue turban bound around her head. Magdalen was taking the lead in all things, and Mr. Gray and Guy led her, and smiled at her enthusiasm and the effect she produced upon the young man. He was not prepared for this apparition of beauty in so striking contrast to old Hannah and her codfish, and he blushed and stammered in his reply to her question as to whether Mrs. James Storms was a relative of his and lived near them. "She is my mother, and lives just down the street. Did you wish to see her?" he said. And Magdalen replied, "Yes, that is, if she is the Mrs. Storms I am after. Is she a churchwoman, and has she ever been in Cincinnati?" "She is a churchwoman, and has been in Cincinnati," the young man said. and then he followed Magdalen to the door, and pointed a second time to his mother's house, and stood watching her as she sped like a deer along the muddy street, leaving Mr. Gray and Guy very far behind her. A very respectable-looking woman answered Magdalen's knock, and, inviting her to enter, stood waiting for Mr. Gray and Guy, who had just reached the gate. It was Magdalen who did most of the talking, Magdalen who, without taking the chair offered her, broke out impetuously, "Are you Mrs. James Storms, and did you, years ago, say 19 or 20, know a Mrs. Clayton in Cincinnati, and her daughter, Mrs. Gray, Laura, they called her?" The woman, who seemed to be naturally a lady, cast a wondering glance at Magdalen, and replied, "I am Mrs. Storms, and I knew Laura Clayton, or rather Mrs. Gray. Are you her daughter? You look like her as I remember her." Magdalen did not answer this question, but went on vehemently. "Were you much with Mrs. Gray? And can you tell me anything about her, starting for her home in New York, and if she had a baby then, and how old it was, and what dress did it wear? Try to remember, please, and tell me if you can." Mrs. Storms was wholly bewildered with all these interrogatories of a past she had not recalled in years, and looked inquiringly at Mr. Gray, who was standing by Magdalen, and who said with a smile, "Not quite so fast. You confuse the woman with your rapid questions. Ask her one at a time, or perhaps it will be better for me to explain a little first." Then, as briefly as possible, he repeated what he thought necessary for Mrs. Storms to know of the business which had brought them there, and asked if she could help them any. For a moment Mrs. Storms was too much surprised to speak, and stood staring, first at Magdalen, and then at Mr. Gray, in a dazed, helpless kind of way. Lost her baby, the little child I stood for. Didn't have it when she got home, nor her baggage either. It takes my breath away. Of course she was crazy. I can see it now, though I did not suspect it then. I only thought her queer at times. "Yes, but tell us. Begin at the beginning," Magdalen exclaimed, too impatient to wait any longer. And thus entreated, Mrs. Storms began. "I knew Mrs. Clayton in New Orleans before she moved to Cincinnati, or I was married and came here. I had seen Laura when a little girl, but did not know much of her until she came home after her marriage. Then I saw her every time I was at her mother's, which was quite often, considering the distance between here and Cincinnati, and the tedious way we had then of getting there by stage. My husband, who is dead now, and myself were sponsors for her baby, whom she called Magdalen." "Was there one or two children? Tell me that first, please," Magdalen said. And when Mrs. Storms replied, "She had two, but one died before it was christened," she gave a sudden scream and staggered a step towards Mr. Gray, who, almost as white and weak as herself, laid his hand with a convulsive grasp upon her shoulder, and said, "Two children, twins, and I never knew it." "Never knew it?" Mrs. Storms repeated. "I wrote it to you myself the day after they were born. I happened to be there, and Laura asked me to write and tell you, and I did, and directed my letter to Rome. I never received it, which is not strange, as I journeyed so much from place to place, and had my mail sent after me," Mr. Gray rejoined, and Mrs. Storms continued, "I remember now that after my letter was sent, Laura grew worse, crazy-like, we thought, and seemed sorry I had written, and said the Grays did not like children, and would take her babies from her. And when the little sickly one died, she did not seem to feel so very badly, and said it was safe from the Grays. She was always queer on that subject, though she never said a word against her husband. She had plenty of money, and, I supposed, was going back to Beechwood as soon as you returned. I was not with her when Mrs. Clayton died. It was sudden, very, and I only went to the funeral. Laura told me then she was going home, but said she wished first to visit me. I consented, of course, though I wondered that she did not go at once. She came to me after the funeral, and stayed some time with her child, and appeared very sad and depressed, and cried a great deal at times, and then again was wild and gay and queer. "But the child, the little girl, how did she look?" Magdalen asked, and Mrs. Storms replied, "She was very healthy and fat, a pretty creature, with dark eyes like her mother's, and dark hair too. A beautiful baby, I called her, who might easily grow to be just like you, miss." She was complimenting Magdalen, whose face flushed a little as she asked, "Do you remember what the child wore when she went away? Would you know the dress if you saw it?" Mrs. Storms hardly thought she would. Mrs. Gray was in mourning, but about the baby she did not know. "Was the dress like this?" Magdalen asked, taking from her satchel the dress she had worn to Millbank, and the one found in Laura's bag. Mrs. Storms looked at them a moment, and then a sudden gleam of intelligence broke over her face as she exclaimed, "I do remember them perfectly now. I made them myself for Mrs. Gray." "And you are left-handed?" interrupted Magdalen. "Yes, I am left-handed. You knew that by the hems? You would make a capital lawyer," Mrs. Storms said laughingly. Then, excusing herself a moment, she left the room, but soon returned, bringing a patchwork quilt made from bits of delaine. Conspicuous among these were blocks of the same material as the two spotted dresses. To these blocks Mrs. Storms called Magdalen's attention. "I had a baby then, a boy, Charlie. He is dead now, and these are pieces of the dress Mrs. Gray gave to him. She bought enough for him and her baby too, and I made them both, and then found there was still material for another, provided the sleeves were short and the neck low. So I made that at the very last, and as Laura's trunk was full, she put it in her satchel." Mr. Gray's hand deepened its grasp on one whom he now knew to be his child beyond a doubt, and who said to Mrs. Storms, "Did she go from here alone to Cincinnati, and about what time?" "It was in April, and must have been 19 years ago. I know by Charlie's age. I had hurt my ankle, and Mr. Storms was going with her. But at the last something happened, I don't remember what, and he did not go." She said a great many harsh things about her mother-in-law and sister, and about their taking her baby from her, and the night before she went was more excited than I ever saw her, but I did not think her crazy. There was no railroad then, and she went by stage, and from Cincinnati sent me a note that she was safely there, and about to start for the East. I wondered a little she never wrote to me, but fancied she was with her grand friends, and in her handsome house, and had forgotten poor folks like us, and I would not write first. Then I had a great deal of trouble pretty soon. Charlie died, and Mr. Storm's lungs gave out, and I went to Florida with him, and buried him there, and after 6 years came back to Cynthiana. So you see there was a good deal of one thing and another to put Laura out of my mind." Many more questions were asked, and explanations and suggestions made, until it was preposterous for Magdalen to require more testimony. She was Mr. Gray's daughter, she believed it now, and her heart throbbed with ecstasy when she remembered Alice, whom she already loved so much. There was also a feeling of unutterable tenderness and pity for the poor crazy woman who had suddenly come up in the capacity of her mother. She did love her, all wrecked and shattered and imbecile as she was, but she could not so soon respond to the affection which showed itself in every lineament of Mr. Gray's face, and thrilled in the tone of his voice as he wound his arm around her neck, and drawing her closely to him, said with deep emotion, "Magdalen, my daughter, my darling child, Heaven has been better to me than I deserved." He stooped and kissed her lips, but she did not give him back any answering caress, except as she suffered him to hold her in his embrace. He felt the coldness of her manner, and it affected him deeply, but there was no opportunity then for any words upon the subject. The train was coming which would take them to Cincinnati, and so, after a little further conversation with Mrs. Storms, whom Mr. Gray resolved to remember in some substantial form, they bade her good-bye and were soon on their way to the city. End of chapter 43.
Chapter 44 of Millbank. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shrimpfish. Millbank by Mary Jane Holmes. Father and Daughter. There was no longer a shadow of doubt that Mr. Gray and Magdalen bore to each other the relation of father and child. He had been satisfied with far less testimony than Magdalen required, and even she was satisfied at last, though she suggested that the propriety of ascertaining from Roger if his remembrances of the woman who had left her with him tallied with Mrs. Storm's description of Mrs. Gray as she was when she left Cynthiana. To this Mr. Gray assented, and proposed that, as personal interviews were always more satisfactory than letters, Guy should go to Schodick, leaving himself and Magdalen to rest a day or so in Cincinnati, and then return to Beechwood, where Guy would join them with his report. Magdalen had half hoped he might go himself, though she knew how he must shrink from a meeting with Roger Irving, and mingled with her happiness in having found both parents and sister was a keen sense of pain as she thought of how the gulf between herself and Roger was widened by the discovery of her lineage. "Roger will hate me now, perhaps," she said to herself, when alone in her room at the hotel. She sat down to rest and tried to realize her position. Guy was going early the next morning before she was up, and if she would send any message to Roger it must be written that night. Once she thought to write him a long letter, begging him for her sake and Alice's, whom he was sure to love, to forgive her father all the wrong he had done, and to come to them at Beechwood, where he would receive a cordial welcome. But after a moment's reflection she felt that she was hardly warranted in writing thus. His cordial welcome from all parties was not so certain. Mr. Gray had not intimated a wish to see him or hinted at anything like gratitude for all Roger had done for her. It would be pleasanter both for Roger and her father never to meet. She could not invite him to Beechwood, and so, with a gush of tears, she took her pen and wrote to him hastily. "Mr. Irving, can you forgive me when you hear who I am? And will you try to think of me as you did in the days which now seem so very far in the past? I have been your ruin, Roger. I have brought to you almost every trouble you ever knew, and now, to all the rest, I must add this, that I am the child of your worst enemy, Arthur Gray. Don't hate me for it, will you? Alice, who is much better than I, would say it was God's way of letting you return good for evil. I wish you would think so too, and I wish I could tell you all I feel, and how grateful I am to you for what you have done for me. If I could, I would repay it, but I am only a girl, and the debt is too great ever to be cancelled by me. May heaven reward you as you deserve. Your grateful Magdalen. P.S. Mr. Seymour will tell you the particulars of my strange story. You will like him. There's not a drop of grey blood in his veins." This was Magdalen's letter, which she handed to Guy in her father's presence when she went to say good night to the two gentlemen in the parlour. "Will you write to Mr. Irving too?" she asked Mr. Gray, who shook his head, while a look of embarrassment and pain flitted across his face. "Not now. Sometime perhaps I may. I'm truly grateful to him, and Guy must tell him so. Guy will know just what to say. I leave it in his hands." Mr. Gray was not quite like himself that night, and when next morning Magdalen met him at breakfast, he still seemed abstracted and absent-minded. and but little inclined to talk. When breakfast was over, however, he went with her to her room, and, sitting down beside her, grasped her hands in his, and said, "Magdalen, my child, I never expected to see this day, never thought there was so much happiness in store for me, a happiness I have not deserved, and which still is not unmixed with pain and humiliation. Magdalen, my daughter," he continued, "there is something between us which should not be between a father and his child. I feel it in your manners, and see it in your face, and hear it in your voice. What is it, Magdalen?" He was talking very kindly, and sadly too, and the tears glittered in Magdalen's eyes, but she did not reply. She could not tell him all the hard things she had written against him in her heart, before she knew him to be her father, but he guessed them in part, and continued, "Penelope told you something of your mother's story. I wonder if she told you all?" "Yes, all that I ever care to hear," Magdalen replied. "I know of her clandestine marriage, her wretched life at Beechwood, of their taking Alice from her, and of your cruel neglect of her." She said the last hesitatingly, for there was something in the blue eyes fastened upon her, which prevented her saying as hard things as she felt. "Yes, it's all true, and more," Mr. Gray replied. "Penelope could not tell you as bad as it was, for she never knew all. I did neglect your mother when she needed me the most. I liked my ease. I could not endure scenes. I was afraid of mother. I acted a coward's part, and Laura suffered for it. She was beautiful once. Oh, so beautiful when I first met her in her sweet young girlhood. She was much like you, and I loved her as well as I was capable of loving then. I had been thwarted and crossed, and had done things for which I have always been sorry, but never as sorry as since I have known you were my child. For there is something in your face which seems continually to reproach me for the past, and until I have made you my confession, I feel that there cannot be perfect confidence between us. I think I had seen you before you came to Beechwood." "Yes, in Belvedere, at Mrs. Irving's grave, though I did not know who you were. I had not heard of you then." She knew about Jessie, Mr. Gray was sure of that, and with something between a sigh and a groan, he said, "You have heard of that sad affair too, I see. But perhaps you don't know all, and how I was deceived." "Yes, I know all. I have seen Mrs. Irving's letter, the one she wrote on board the Seagull, and to which you added a postscript, Mr. Gray. Why did you write so coldly? Why did you express no sorrow for what you had done? Why did you leave a doubt of Jessie to sting and torment poor Roger, the truest, the best man that ever lived?" Magdalen was confronting her father with poor Jessie's wrongs, and he felt that, if possible, she resented them more than those done to her mother. "I was a fiend, a demon in those days," he said. "I hated the old man who had won the prize I coveted so much. I did not care how deeply I wounded him. I wanted him to feel as badly as I felt when I first knew I had lost her. I was angry with fate, which had thwarted me a second time and taken her from me, just as I thought possession secure. I did not despair of coaxing her to go with me at last. That is, I hoped I might, for I knew her pliant nature. But death came between us, and even in that terrible hour, when the water around me was full of drowning, shrieking wretches, I cursed aloud when I saw her golden hair float on the waves far beyond my reach, and then go down forever." He shuddered as if with cold, was silent a moment, and then went on. "I loved Jessie Morton as I have never loved a woman since, not even your mother. I went to Belvedere just because she had once lived there. I met you in the graveyard, and was struck with your eyes, which reminded me of Laura. I never dreamed you were my child, but I was interested in you, and made you a part of the little pencil sketch I drew of the yard. That picture has often excited Alice's curiosity, for it was hung in my room at home. When you came and I heard you were from Millbank, I hid the sketch away, lest you should see it and recognize the place, and wonder how I came by it. You see, I'm telling you everything, and I may as well confess that when Penelope told me you were from Millbank, I wished you had never come to us. We usually hate what we have injured, and anything connected with Irvings has been very distasteful to me, and I could not endure to hear the name."
"But you would like Roger. He is the best, the noblest of men,"
Magdalen exclaimed, so vehemently that her father must have been dull indeed if he had failed to see how strong a hold Roger Irving had on Magdalen's affections. He did see it, but could not sympathize with her then, or at once lay aside all his olden prejudice against the Irvings, and it would be long before Magdalen would feel that in her love for Roger she had her father's cordial sympathy. "I have no doubt you speak truly," he said, "and sometime perhaps I may see him and tell him myself that his mother was pure and good and innocent as an angel. But now I wish to talk of something else, to tell you of my former life, so you may know just the kind of father you have found." Magdalen would rather not have listened to the story which followed, and which had in it so much of wrong, but there was no alternative. Mr. Gray was resolved upon a full confession, and he made it, and when the recital was finished, he said, "I have kept nothing from you. I would rather you should know me as I am. I have told you what I could never tell to Alice. She could not bear it. But you are different. Alice leans on me, while something assures me that I can lean on you. I am growing old. I have a heavy burden to bear. I want you to help me, want you to trust me, to love me if you can. I have sinned greatly against your mother, have helped to make her what she is, but I have tried to be kind to her these many years, and I ask you, her child and mine, to forgive all that is past and try to love me, if only ever so little. Will you, Magdalen?" He held his hands toward her, and Magdalen took them in hers, and by the kisses and tears dropped upon them, Arthur Gray knew that there was a better understanding between himself and Magdalen than had existed an hour ago, that she knew the worst there was to know of him, and would, in time, see and appreciate the better side of his character, and with this he was content, and seemed much like himself, the courtly, polished gentleman whose attentions were almost lover-like, and who showed in every look and action how thoroughly he believed in and how fast his love and interest was increasing for the beautiful girl who had been so conclusively proved to be his daughter. End of chapter 44.
Chapter 45 of Millbank. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by City Sparks. Millbank by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 45 at Beechwood. It was not possible for Mrs. Seymour to keep perfectly quiet with regard to the cause of Magdalen's sudden journey to Cincinnati, especially as Alice herself talked and wondered so much about it. Little by little it came out, until Alice had heard the entire story, which made her for a time almost as crazy as Laura herself. A few lines from Guy, written hurriedly in the cars on his way to Schodick, told her at last what she hoped was true. And then, in the solitude in the room, she knelt, and amid tears of joy and choking sobs, paid her vows of praise and thanksgiving, and asked that she might be made worthy of the priceless gift so suddenly bestowed upon her. The next day, a telegram from her father apprised her that he would be home that night, with Magdalen, your sister, and Alice kissed the words, "your sister," and repeating them softly to herself, went dancing about the house, now explaining to the astonished servants, and again trying to convey some definite idea to the darkened mind of her mother. But Laura's only answer was, "Baby is in the cradle. I see her if you do not." She was, however, pleased that Magdalen was coming home, and asked to be made tidy and nice, so that Magda would be glad. Once, as Alice was buttoning the clean wrapper and arranging the crimson shawl, which gave a soft tint to the sallow, faded face. The poor creature's lip quivered a little as she said, "Am I really nice? And will Arthur kiss me, think you? I wish he would. It might make me better. Your talk of Cincinnati has brought queer things back to me, and sometimes I can almost get hold of how it was, then it goes again. I wish Arthur would kiss me." "I hope he will. I think he will," Alice said, her own kisses falling in showers upon the wasted face of the invalid, who seemed more rational than she had for many weeks. As the day wore on and the hour approached for the travellers to arrive, Alice grew very restless and impatient, and would not for an instant leave the window where she watched anxiously for the carriage. "They are coming! They are here!" she cried at last, and running into the hall she was the first to welcome Magdalen, whose face was drenched with tears, and whose heart throbbed with an entirely new sensation of happiness as she felt Alice's kisses upon her lips and the tight clasp of her arms around her neck. Aunt Penelope came next, and though her greeting was more in accordance with perfect propriety, there was much genuine affection and kindness in it, and Magdalen knew that she believed in her and accepted her as a niece. Mr. Gray was nowhere to be seen. He had stood an instant and looked on when Alice and Magdalen first met. Then he vanished from sight, and Alice found him half an hour later in her mother's room, whither he had gone at once. Perhaps the recovery of his daughter had brought back something of his olden love for Laura, or there were really better impulses at work within, for his first thought was for his wife, and when, as he came in, she asked if she did not look so nice, he stooped and kissed her as he had not done in years, and the poor creature, who had known so much suffering, clung to him and laying her aching head upon his bosom, sobbed and wept like a child, saying to herself, he did, kiss me, he did." "Laura," Mr. Gray said softly, when she had grown a little calm, "try to understand me, won't you? The lost baby is found. It is Magdalen, too, whom a kind man took care of. We have seen Mrs. Storms in Cynthiana. You remember her?" Laura remembered Mrs. Storms, and for a few moments the fixed expression of her eyes and the drawn look about her forehead and mouth showed that reason was making a tremendous effort to grasp and retain what she heard. But it had been dethroned too long to penetrate the darkness now, and when she spoke it was to assert that baby was in the cradle over there. Magdalen was too big to be her baby. Hopeless and disheartened, Mr. Gray desisted in his attempts to make her understand, but stayed by her till Alice came to say that dinner waited. It was thought best that Magdalen should not see Laura until the next morning, when it was hoped that she might convey some definite idea to her mind. They were to meet alone, and after breakfast Magdalen repaired to the sick-room, and entering unannounced, was received by her mother with outstretched arms and a cry of joy. "You've been gone long, Magda, so long," she said, "and my head has ached so for you. But I've come now to stay always. I found the baby, too. Let me tell you about it," Magdalen replied, controlling her own emotions with a mighty effort, and keeping as calm and composed as it was possible for her to do so. "I'll make it like a story," she said, and Laura listened very quietly while Magdalen, beginning at the funeral of Mrs. Clayton, went over the whole ground correctly until she reached the cars and the boy who took the baby. Then she purposely deviated from the truth and said it was a woman to whom the child was given. No, not a woman," Laura exclaimed vehemently. "It was a boy, and I sat with him, and my head was all in a snarl. I fell when I got out of the stage in Cincinnati, and it struck a heavy blow on the pavement and set it to buzzing so loud." Here was something of which Magdalen had never heard. The blow on the head would account for the culmination of the queer fancies which must have been gathering in Laura's brain for months and years, and which broke out suddenly into decided insanity. If that were true, she could understand better than she did before why she had been abandoned. But she did not stop then to reason about it. She was too anxious to keep her mother to the point, and when she paused a moment, she said to her, "You fell and hurt your head on the pavement and then got into the train." "Yes, the next day or the next, I don't know which. My head ached so, and I didn't know anybody to tell, and I had baby to care for, and I thought the Grand Duchess would get her, as she did, Alice, and shut me up, and the boy looked good and true, and I gave her to him, and got out and thought I'd run away, and there was another train standing there, and I took it, and went, I don't know where, nor what else, only I was back in Cincinnati again, and after a great while got here to the Grand Duchess with the baby, safe as safe could be. My head was sore a long time, but I did not tell them about the blow for fear they'd say I was crazy, but they said it just the same." She was getting excited, and anxious to make the most of the present opportunity, Magdalen took up the story herself, and told what the boy did with the child, and how he called her Magdalen, after the same lady for whom Mrs. Gray had named her, and how the child grew to a woman, and came out at last to Beechwood, sent there by heaven to find her sister and minister her poor mother, who did not know her at first, but who would surely know her now. "Don't you, Mother, don't you know I am your daughter Magdalen?" For an instant, Laura seemed to comprehend her. There was a perplexed look on her face, then her lip began to quiver, and her tears to come, and throwing her arms around Magdalen's neck, she said, "Mother, Mother, you call me that, as Alice does. You say you are the baby, and Arthur said so too. I wish I could remember, but I can't. Oh, I don't know what you mean, but you make me so happy." And that was Magdalen's success, with which she tried to be satisfied, hoping there might come a time when the cloud would lift enough for her to hear her mother call her daughter, and feel that she knew what she was saying. The next day, Guy came from Schodick. Magdalen was the first to meet him, and her eyes asked the question her lips would never have uttered. "No, Miss Gray," Guy said, laughingly, adopting the name which sounded so oddly to her. "He did not send any written reply to your note. There is some confounded bother on his mind. I could not divine what, something which sealed his lips, though his face and eyes and manner had Magdalen, Magdalen written all over and through them. Don't look so sorry, cousin," he continued, winding his arm around her waist, "and don't try to look so innocent either. I guessed the whole thing when you handed me that note, and I know it for certain now. You love Roger Irving. He loves you. There's nothing truer than that. But there is something between you. What, I don't know, but I'll find it out. I'll clear it up. Here is a splendid fellow, and almost idolized, I judge, by the people of Schodick. Not much like his nephew Frank." Here Guy stopped suddenly, for Mr. Gray was coming in with Alice, who asked the result of his visit with Mr. Irving. "I have learned but little that we did not know before," Guy said. "Mr. Irving's description of the woman who left the child tallies exactly with what I should suppose Mrs. Gray might have been at that time. A woman of 20 or thereabouts, medium-sized, dressed in mourning, carrying a satchel, with black hair and eyes, the woman, I mean, not the satchel, restless, peculiar eyes they were, and he said he had frequently noticed the same peculiarity about Magdalen's, which means, I take it, that they flash and glow and raise the mischief with a fellow." He gave a comical look at Magdalen, and did not observe the frown on Mr. Gray's face, but Magdalen did, and felt a throb of pain as she saw a new obstacle laid across the path to Roger. There were many things she wanted to ask Guy about that home in Schodick, which she could not ask with her father and Alice present, and she felt as if she must cry outright with pain and disappointment. Guy, however, was not one to lose much of what was passing around him, and after telling Mr. Gray the particulars of his interview with Roger, he sauntered towards the library, knowing that Magdalen would follow him. And she did, and blushed scarlet at the whistle he gave as he said, "I knew you would come. Now, what shall I tell you? What do you want to know most?" He had her secret. There was no use in trying to conceal it, and Magdalen did not try, but said, "Don't laugh at me, Guy. Think what Roger has been to me all these years, and tell me how he looks, and about the house, and does he work very hard? Oh, Guy, he was made poor by me, you know, and I have all my wages saved up and ready to send him, but now I can't earn any more, and what I've got is so little." Her tears were rolling down her cheeks, but she brushed them away and looked half indignantly at Guy, who laughed merrily as he said, "The absurdity of your sending money to Roger. He does not need it, take my word for that. The house is old, old as the hills, I reckon, judging from its architecture, but very comfortable and neat as a lady's slipper. I saw no marks of poverty. The neighbors did not send in anything while I was there, and we had a grand dinner. I dined with him, you see, on solid silver, too, with wine and Malaga grapes. Though, come to think of it, the grapes were a present from Frank, who sent a box from New York. That Frank is living fast and doing the magnificent on a great scale, I reckon, but I'd rather be Roger than he." "Didn't Roger say anything to my note?" Magdalen asked, more interested in that than Frank and Malaga grapes. "No, he didn't, except, 'Tell Magdalen I will answer this by and by,' Guy said, but he seemed glad for you in one sense, and then again he didn't. I should say, if I am any judge of mankind, that he was afraid of that gulf between the rich Miss Gray and the poor Mr. Irving was wider than he could span, but I may be mistaken. At all events, it is sure to come in right on time. As I said before, he is a splendid chap, and you have my consent." Guy was very hopeful, very comforting, and Magdalen felt better after this talk with him, and looked anxiously for the letter which Roger was to send, and which came at last, a kind, brotherly letter, in which he said how glad he was for her that she had found her friends, and disclaimed all idea of her having ever brought trouble to him. "You have been the source of the greatest happiness I have ever enjoyed," he wrote, "and I would give 12 fortunes rather than not have known you and enjoyed you for the few years I called you mine. My sister, my child, my Magda. Once I could have cursed the man who lured my mother to her ruin, and cursed his children too, but I did not then dream that such a curse would cover the beautiful child of my adoption. Heaven bless you, Magda, in all your new relations. Heaven make you happy in them, as you deserve to be. Once I hoped I might see you at Schodick, and I have thought how I would take you around the old farm, and to the places hallowed by my mother's footsteps, and pictured to myself just what you would say, and just how you would look. But that dream is over now. I cannot ask you to come. You would care not to, nor your father care to have you. Remember me to him, if you like. Since I know he is your father, I feel no bitterness toward him. Good-bye, and God bless you, and bring you at last to the heaven where I hope to find my little girl again." This was Roger's letter, over which Magdalen wept tears of pain mingled with tears of joy, joy that he loved her still, for only in that way could she construe some portions of his letter, and pain that he should write as if all intercourse between them was necessarily at an end, that he was probably never to see her, she never to go to Schodick, when she had, within the last few days, thought so much about it, and planned how she could, perhaps, get her father and Alice to go with her, and thus show Roger to them. That plan had failed, that castle fallen, and Magdalen wept its fall, wondering what had come over Roger, and what he meant by some portions of his letter. She did not know how, for a moment, Roger had writhed under the knowledge that she was the daughter of Arthur Grey, or how the fact had seemed at once to build an iron wall between him and the girl he loved better than his life. Then, just as he was recovering from the first great shock, and hope was beginning to make itself heard again, Guy had unwittingly put his oar into the troubled waters and made them 10 times worse. In his enthusiasm about Magdalen, whom he extolled as all that was lovely and desirable, he gave Roger the impression that between himself and Magdalen there already existed an intimacy which would ripen into relations of a closer nature than mere friends. And Roger listened to him with a face which told no tales, and a heart which throbbed with jealousy and pain, and then, feeling that he must know something definite, said to him just as he was leaving, "Excuse me, Mr. Seymour, if I seem impertinent. From what you have said, I gather that you hope, one day, to be more to Mr. Grey than his sister's nephew?" And Guy, thinking only of Alice at that moment, had replied, "You are something of a Yankee, I guess, but you are right in your conjectures. I do hope to be more to Mr. Grey than his sister's nephew, but there's no telling. Girls are riddles, you know." And then good-natured, kind-hearted Guy had gone his way, leaving in Roger's mind an impression which drifted his life farther and farther away from Magdalen, whose heart went out after him now with a stronger desire than it had ever known before. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of Millbank. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by City Sparks. Millbank by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 46. The Clouds Break over Beechwood. Acknowledged by everyone as the daughter of the Greys, caressed and idolized by Alice, petted by Aunt Penelope, and treated by Mr. Grey with the utmost tenderness and deference, Magdalen would have been perfectly happy but for one unfulfilled desire, which was the skeleton at her side. Between herself and Alice there was perfect confidence, while she was learning daily more and more to respect her father, who omitted nothing which could tend to win her love. To her mother she was the same gentle nurse who never grew weary, but who sat hour after hour by the bedside, repeating over and over again the story of the lost child, until Laura knew it by heart and would correct her at once if it deviated ever so little. There was a change gradually stealing over the invalid, a change both in body and mind. She was far more quiet, and did not rock the cradle as much as formerly. And once, when Magdalen had finished her story for the second time that day, she said to her, "I think I have heard it enough to know that baby is not in the crib, and never has been. Take it away, where I can't rock it again and make Arthur so nervous." They carried it out, Alice and Magdalen together, and put it away, each feeling, as they left it, as if turning from a little grave. Laura never spoke of it but once, and that was to her husband. Pointing to the place where it had stood so long, she said with a smile, "Do you see it is gone? It will never keep you awake again. Kiss me, Arthur, for I too shall be gone before long." He kissed her more than once, and put his arms around her, and felt how small and thin she had grown. Then, looking into her face, he saw the change which only Magdalen had noticed. The burden was lifting, the cloud was breaking, and Laura was passing away. There was no particular disease, only a gradual breaking up of the springs of life, and as the days grew longer and warmer, she drooped more and more, until at last she never left her bed all day, and rarely spoke except to Magdalen, who was with her constantly. Sometimes it seemed as if there was a gleam of reason struggling through the darkness which had shrouded her mind so long, but it never went much further than such expressions as, "I think I do remember the boy with the kind voice and soft blue eyes to whom I gave Magdalen, but I can't quite make out how that Magdalen and this are one." "I would not try now. I'd go to sleep and rest," Magdalen would say, and, obedient to the voice she always heeded, Laura would grow quiet and fall again into the deep slumber so common to her now. In this way she lingered on for a few weeks, and then died quietly one morning in early June, when her husband was in New York, and only Magdalen and Alice were with her. They knew that she was failing, but they had not thought the end so near, and were greatly shocked when, at a faint call from her, they hastened to her side and saw the pinched look about her nose, the deep pallor about her lips, and the sweat-drops upon her brow. "Let me go for Auntie," Alice said, but her mother answered, "No, Alice, there won't be time. I'm going somewhere, going away from here, and I want you and Magda to stay. It's getting night, and the way is dark, and life is very weary. Give me your hands, both of you, my children." She acknowledged Magdalen, and with a cry the young girl fell to her knees beside the bed, exclaiming, "Mother, oh mother, you do know I am your child. Call me that once more." But Laura's mind was going out after one who was not there, and she only whispered, "Where is Arthur? Allie, where is your father?" "In New York," was the reply, and a shadow flitted over the otherwise placid face as Laura rejoined, "Always in New York. The old, old story. I wish he was here. Tell him, will you, that I am gone, and before I went I left word I was sorry I had troubled him so much. I'd like to kiss him again. Magda, let me kiss you for him. Give it to him for me. And if I don't look very bad, ask him to kiss me back, but not unless I'm decent looking. He's fastidious and fancies pretty faces." She wound her arms around Magdalen's neck, and her cold lips gave the kiss for Arthur. It was their last. They never moved again, and when Magdalen unclasped the clinging arms from her neck and laid the poor head, which had ached so long, back upon the pillow, she saw that her mother was dead. They telegraphed at once for Mr. Gray, who reached home just at nightfall. They had dressed Laura in white and laid her on the couch with flowers in her hands and flowers on her pillow, and as if in answer to her wishes, the old worn look had passed entirely from her face, which looked smooth and fair and younger than the face of 40 is wont to look. Many traces of her soft, girlish beauty clung to her still, and Mr. Gray, when he first went into the room and drew aside the muslin which covered her face, startled and uttered an exclamation of surprise at the unexpected beauty of his wife. He did like pretty faces, and he was glad that the Laura who lay there dead was like the girl he had loved so passionately for a few brief months. The sight of her, as she was now, with the placid look on her white face and the long eyelashes shading her cheek, brought back something of his former love for Laura Clayton, and kneeling beside her, he wept tears of sorrow and regret for the life which had been so full of sorrow. "Laura, poor Laura," he said, and his hand fondled the cold cheek which would never again glow beneath his touch. "I wish you could know I am here beside you, and how sorry I am for the past. Dear Laura, I wish you had forgiven me before you died." "She did, father, and I am here to tell you what she said." It was Magdalen's voice which spoke, and Magdalen who knelt by the weeping man, calling him father for the first time in her life. Passing the open door, she had heard his words of grief, and her first impulse was to comfort him. It was very meet that there in the presence of the dead mother she should call him father, and the name fell involuntarily from her lips, sending a thrill of joy through his heart and causing him to look up as she knelt beside him and press her closely to his heart. "Bless you, Magdalen, my darling, my daughter. Bless you for calling me by that name. I have longed so for it, and have wanted so to hear it. I shall be a better man. I am a better man. I believe in Alice's God, and here by Laura's side, in his presence and yours, I acknowledge my past transgressions. I renounce my infidel notions, in which I never really did believe. I wish to be forgiven. I pray that Jessie and Laura, both of whom I wronged, may have met together in the heaven to which I am unfit to go. He was talking more to himself than to Magdalen, who, when he had finished, told him of Laura's last moments, omitting everything which could give him pain, and telling him only of the kindly message left for him. "She wanted to kiss you," Magdalen said, "and as you were not here, she gave it to me for you. This was mother's kiss for my father." And Magdalen's lips were pressed against the lips of Mr. Gray, who broke down entirely and sobbed like a little child. Could Laura have looked into that room, she surely would have been satisfied with the tears and kisses given her by her husband, who sat there until midnight, and whom the early morning found at her side. Had she always been as young and fair and as dearly loved as when he first called her his wife, he could not have seemed more sad or expressed more sorrow than he did. Everything which could be done for a dead person was done for her, and her funeral was arranged with as much care as if she had been a blessing rather than a trouble to the house over whose threshold they bore her on a beautiful summer's day out to the little family cemetery on the hillside, where they buried her beside the proud old woman who made no demur when the plebeian form was laid beside her. End of chapter 46.
Chapter 47 of Millbank. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sage Blackburn. Millbank by Mary Jane Holmes. Belle Burleigh. There was to be a wedding in St. James Church, Boston, and the persons most interested were Isabella Helena Burleigh and B. Franklin Irving, whose bridal cards were sent to Beechwood one morning a few weeks after Laura's death. It was to be a most brilliant affair, and was creating considerable excitement both in Belvedere and in Boston, where by virtue of her boasted blood, which she traced back to Elizabeth's time, and by dint of an indomitable will, Miss Burleigh was really quite a belle. It was her blood which had won upon Mrs. Walter Scott, who said she thought more of family pedigree than money, and Miss Burleigh's pedigree was without taint of any kind. So Mrs. Walter Scott was pleased, or feigned to be so, and went to Boston, and took rooms at the Revere at $15 per day, and had her meals served in her private parlor. And Frank brought down his own horses and carriage, and took another suite of rooms, and paid at the rate of $20 per day for all his extravagances in the way of cigars and wine, and friends invited to dinner. His evenings he spent with his bride-elect in her home on Beacon Street, where everything betokened that the proprietors were not rich in worldly goods if they were in blood. The Burleighs were very poor, else the spirited Belle, who had more brains than heart, had never accepted Frank Irving. She knew just what he was, and alone with her young sister Grace mimicked him, and called him green, and when she was with him in company shivered, and grew hot and cold and angry at some of his remarks, which betokened so little sense. He was gentlemanly to a certain extent, and knew all the ins and outs of good society, but he was not like the men with whom Belle Burleigh had associated all her life, not like the men she respected for what was in their heads rather than in their purse. But as these men had thus far been unattainable, and the coffers at home were each year growing lower and lower as her father grew older and older, Belle swallowed all sentiment, and the ideas she had once of a husband to whom she could look up, and accepted Frank Irving and Millbank. But not without her price. She made Frank pay for her blood and charms, and pay munificently too. First, $100,000 were to be settled on herself, to do with as she pleased. Next, Sister Grace and her father were both to live with her at Millbank, and Frank was to clothe and support Grace as if she were his own sister. Then her brother Charlie's bills at college must be paid, and after he was graduated, he must come to Millbank as his home until he went into business. These were Belle's terms, and Frank winced a little and hesitated, and when she had told him to take time to consider, he took it, and did consider, and decided that it would not pay, and went for a few weeks to New York, where at the Fifth Avenue Hotel he came again upon the Burleighs. Belle knew just how to manage him, and ere he had been there 3 days, he was as much in love with her as ever, and madly jealous of everyone who paid her marked attentions. The price she asked seemed as nothing compared with herself, and one evening, after she had been unusually fascinating and brilliant, and had snubbed him dreadfully, he wrote a note accepting her terms, and begging her to name an early day and put him out of torture. In her dressing gown, with her own hair falling about her shoulders, and her braids and curls of false hair lying on the bureau, Belle read the note, and felt for a moment that she despised and hated the man who wrote it, just because he had acceded to her unreasonable demands. I wish he had decided otherwise. I would almost rather die than marry him, she thought, while her eyes put on a darker look and her face a paler hue. Then she thought of the home on Beacon Street, of the pinching poverty, the efforts to keep up appearances, of her father growing so old, and of herself, not so young as she was once. 28, the Bible said, though she passed for 25. Then she thought of Charlie, her young brother, and glanced at Grace, her only sister, who lay sleeping so quietly before her. All the love Belle Burleigh had was centered in her father, her brother, and in Grace, the fair young girl, with soft blue eyes and golden hair, who was as unlike her sister as possible, and who was awakened by Belle's tears on her face and Belle's kisses on her brow. "What is it, Belle?" she asked, sitting up in bed and rubbing her eyes in a sleepy kind of way. Belle did not say, "I have sold myself for you," but, "Rejoice, Grace, that we are never again to know what poverty means, never to pinch and contrive and save and do things we are ashamed of in order to keep up. I am going to marry Mr. Irving, and you are all to live with me at Millbank." Grace was wide awake now, and looking earnestly in her sister's face for a moment, said, "You marry that Mr. Irving? You, Belle? There is not a thing in common between you, unless you love him. Do you?" "Hush, Grace, don't speak of love to me," and Belle's voice had in it a hard, bitter tone. "I parted company with that sentiment years ago, before you could understand. You have heard of Dr. Patterson, missionary to India? I would once have gone with him to the ends of the earth, but Mother said I was too young, too giddy, and the board thought so too. I was not quite 17, and I defied those old fogey ministers to their faces, and when they asked me so coldly if I supposed myself good enough to be a missionary, I answered that I was going for the love I bore to Fred, and not to be a missionary, or because I thought myself good as they termed goodness. And so it was broken off, and Fred went without me. And as they said he must have a wife, he took a tall, red-haired woman, many years his senior, but who, to her other qualifications, added the fact that she was a professor and believed herself called to a missionary life. She is dead now, and her grave is on the banks of the Ganges. But Fred's life and mine have drifted widely apart. I am no wife for him now. I have grown too hard and reckless and selfish, and too fond of the world to share his home in India. And so all I have to remind me of the past as connected with him is one letter, the last he ever wrote me, and a lock of his hair, black hair, not tow color. And Belle smiled derisively, while Grace knew that she was thinking of Frank, whose hair, though not exactly tow color, was far from being black. Belle paused a moment, and then went on. You know how poor we are, and how we struggle to keep up, and how much Father owes. Our home is mortgaged for more than it is worth, and so is every article of any value in it. I should like brains if I could get them set off with money, but as I cannot, I have concluded to take the money. I have counted the cost. I know what I am about. I shall be Mrs. Franklin Irving, and pay our debts and keep you all with me, and be happy. She said the last very slowly, and there was a look of pain in the eyes of this girl who had once thought to be a missionary's wife, and who had in her many elements of a noble woman. She did not tell Grace the price she had put upon herself. That was something she would rather her young sister should not know. And when Grace, whose ideas of marriage were more what Belle's had been in the days of the Fred Patterson romance, tried to expostulate, she stopped her short with, "It's of no use. My mind is made up. I have told you what I have because I knew you would wonder at my choice, and I wanted you to know some of the causes which led me to make it. I want your love, your respect, your confidence. Grace, I want—" Belle's lip quivered a little, and she bowed her dark head over her sister's golden one, and cried a little, then sat erect, and the old, proud, independent look came back to her face, and Belle Burleigh was herself again, the calm, resolute, cool-headed woman of the world, who had sold herself for money and a home. They met in the wide entrance hall to the dining room next morning, Frank and Belle, and while he stood for a moment, waiting for his paper, she said a word to him, and they walked together into breakfast, an engaged pair, with quite as much love and sentiment between them as exists in many and many an engagement which the world pronounces so eligible and brilliant. Belle had some shopping to do that morning, and Frank did not see her again till just before dinner, when he met and escorted her to his mother's private parlor, where she was to receive the priceless boon of Mrs. Walter Scott's blessing. That lady had heard the news of her son's engagement with a good deal of equanimity, considering there was no money to be expected. Like many people of humble birth, Mrs. Walter Scott set a high value on family and blood, and, as Belle's were both of the first water, she accepted her as her future daughter-in-law, wishing to herself that she was not quite so independent and resolute and strong-minded, as the absence of these qualities would render her so much more susceptible to subjugation, for Mrs. Walter Scott meant to subjugate her. As Mrs. Franklin Irving, she would, of course, be the nominal mistress of Millbank, but it would be only nominal. Mrs. Walter Scott would be the real head, the one to whom everybody would defer, even her daughter-in-law. But she said nothing of this to Frank. She merely told him she was willing, that Miss Burleigh was a girl of rare talent and attainments, that she had a great deal of mind and intellect and literary taste, and would shine in any society. Frank did not care a picayune for Belle's talents or attainments or literary taste. Indeed, he would rather of the two that she had less of these virtues, and did not overshadow him so completely as he knew she did. Still, he was in love with her, or thought he was, and extolled her to his mother, but did not speak of the $100,000 as a marriage settlement, or of the arrangement about the judge and Charlie and Grace. He would let these things adjust themselves, and he had faith in Belle's ability to manage her own matters quietly and without his aid. She was looking very beautiful when he led her to his mother, arrayed in her heavy purple silk with the white ermine on the waist and sleeves, and Mrs. Walter Scott thought what a regal-looking woman she was. There was a deep flush on her cheek and a sparkle in her black eyes, and her white teeth glittered between the full, pouting lips which just touched Mrs. Walter Scott's hand as she stood to receive the blessing. When they went into dinner that night after the blissful interview, there was about Frank a certain consciousness of ownership in the beautiful girl who walked beside him, and on whose finger a superb diamond was shining, the seal of her engagement. And those who noticed them particularly, and to whom Miss Burleigh was known, guessed at the new relations existing between the two. This was in the winter, and before Magdalen's parentage was discovered. Since then, the course of true love had run pretty smoothly for once, and Frank had only felt a single pang, and that when he heard who Magdalen Lennox was. Then for a moment all his former love for her came back, and Belle Burleigh, who chanced to be at Millbank for a day or so, wondered what had happened to him, that he was so absent-minded and indifferent to her blandishments. She was very gracious to him now, feeling that there was something due him for all his generosity to her, and as she could not give him love in its truest sense, she would give him civility at least, and kindliness of manner and a show of affection. So when she saw the shadow on his face, and with a woman's intuition felt that something more than mere business matters had brought it there, she spoke to him in her softest manner, and sang him her sweetest songs, and wore his favorite dress, and twice laid her hand on his, and asked what was the matter that he looked so gloomy. Had he heard bad news? He told her no, and kissed her forehead, and felt his blood tingle a little at this unusual demonstration from his fiancée, and so fickle and easily soothed was he, that beneath the influence of Belle's smile the shadow began to lift, and in the letter of congratulation which he wrote to Magdalen there was nothing but genuine sympathy and rejoicing that she had found her home at last and a sister like Alice Gray. He did not tell of his engagement. He was a little ashamed to have Magdalen know that he was so soon off with the old love and on with the new, and so she did not suspect it until every arrangement was complete and the day for the bridal fixed. Great was the expenditure for silks and satins and laces and jewelry, and not only New York and Boston, but Paris too was drawn upon to furnish articles of clothing rare and expensive enough for a bride of Belle Burleigh's fastidious taste and extravagant notions. Frank, who grew more and more proud of his conquest, and consequently more and more in love with his bride-elect, insisted upon furnishing the bridal trousseau, and bade her spare neither money nor pains, but get whatever she wanted, at whatever cost. And Belle accepted his money, and spent it so lavishly that all Boston was alive with gossip and wonder. There were to be 6 bridesmaids, and 3 of them were to accompany the happy pair for a week or so at Frank's expense. And Frank never flinched a hair, even when presented with the Paris bill, in which were charges of $100 and more for just one article of underclothing. All Belle's linen came ready-made from Paris, and such tucks and ruffles and puffs and flutings and laces had never been seen before in Boston in so great profusion. And Belle bore herself like a queen, who had all her life been accustomed to Parisian luxury. There was no doubt of her gracing Millbank or any other home, and Frank each time he saw her felt more than repaid for the piles and piles of money which he paid out for her. At Millbank there was also dressmaking proceeding on a grand scale, and though Mrs. Walter Scott's wardrobe differed somewhat from Belle's, inasmuch as it was soberer and older, the silks were just as heavy and rich, and the laces just as expensive. New furniture, new table linen, and new silver came almost daily to Millbank, together with new pictures, for one of which the sum of $2,000 was paid. When old Hester Floyd heard of that, she could keep quiet no longer, but vowed she would go to Belvedere and visit Mrs. Peter Slocum, who was a distant connection, and would be glad to have her a spell, especially as she meant to pay her way. When Hester resolved to do a thing, she generally did it, and as she was resolved to go to Belvedere, she at once set herself to prepare for the journey. End of chapter 47.
Chapter 48 of Millbank. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dave Noel. Millbank by Mary Jane Holmes. The Wedding and Hester Floyd's Account of It. Roger had written to Frank, congratulating him upon his approaching marriage, but declining to be present at the wedding. He wished to know as little as possible of the affairs at Millbank, and tried to dissuade Hester from her visit to Mrs. Slocum. But Hester would go, and 3 days before the great event came off, she was installed in Mrs. Slocum's best chamber, and had presented that worthy woman with 6 bottles of canned fruit, 10 yards of calico, and an old coat of Alex, would cut over nicely for Johnny, Mrs. Slocum's youngest boy. After these presents, Hester felt that she was not sponging, as she called it, and settled herself quietly to visit, and to recount and watch the proceedings at Millbank. And there was enough to occupy her time and keep her in a state of great excitement. The house had been painted brown, and Hester inveighed against that, and scolded about the shrubbery, which had been removed, and cried a little over the trees, which, at Belle's instigation, had been cut down to open a finer view of the river from the rooms appropriated to the bride. Into these rooms Hester at last penetrated, as well as into all parts of the house. Mrs. Walter Scott had gone to Boston, and Frank had gone with her. Hester saw them as they drove by Mrs. Slocum's in their elegant new carriage, with their white-gloved colored driver on the box, and she had represented her blood as billin' like a caldron kettle, to see them as had no business a-riding through the country and spending Roger's money. She knew where they were going, and that the coast was clear at Millbank, and with Mrs. Slocum, who was on good terms with the housekeeper. She went there that afternoon and saw such sights as her eyes never expected to see while she lived. "I mean to write to Magdalen and let her know just what carryings on there is here," she said to Mrs. Slocum, and she commenced a letter that night, telling Magdalen where she was, and what she was there for, and not omitting to speak of the things she had brought, and which would pay for what little she ate for a week or 2. "Such alterations," she wrote. "The house is brown as my hands, and a picter in it that cost $2,000, the awfullest daub, I reckon, that ever has got up. Why, I'd rather 100 times have that picter in my room of Putnam going on after the wolf. That means something, and this one don't. But the rooms for the bride, they're just like a show house, I'm sure, with the painted walls and frisky work, I believe they call it, and the lambkins and the windows, $50 a window, as I'm a living woman, and a naked boy in one of 'em holding a pot of flowers on his head, and then her boudoir, or anything under heavens that you are mind to call that little room at the end of the upper south hall, and which opens out of her sleeping room. There's a glass as long as she is set in a recess like, and in the door opposite she's a looking glass, and in the door on the other side 3 looking glasses in all, so that you can see yourself before and behind and beside, and silk ottomans and divans and marble shelves and drawers, and a chair for her to sit in and be dressed, and she's got a French waiting maid right from Paris, they say, and some of her underclothes cost $100 apiece. Think of that, when 3 yards of factory would make plenty good enough and last enough sight longer. I'm glad I don't have to pay iron 'em. They've got a fluting iron they paid $30 for. And Miss Franklin's bed, that is to be, is hung with silk curtains. I should s'pose she'd want a breath of air. The dear knows I should, and one of the rooms they've turned into a picture gallery, and the likeness of the Burleighs is in there now, 'cause Mrs. Franklin must have 'em to look at it. There's a granny, a decent-looking woman enough, with powdered hair, and her husband took when she was younger, and her mother in her wedding clothes, exactly the fashion, I remember, and her father and herself, when she was younger, by a good many years than she is now, for them as seen her says she's 30 if she's a day, and Frank ain't quite 28. There was a break just here in Hester's epistle. She had decided to remain with Mrs. Slocum until after the party which was to be given for the bride at Millbank's as soon as she returned from her wedding trip, and so she concluded not to finish her letter until she had seen and could report the doings. The wedding day was faultlessly fair. Not a cloud broke the deep blue of the summer sky, and the air had none of the sultry heat of July, but was soft and balmy, and pure from the effects of the thunder-shower of the previous day. If the bride be blessed on whom the sun shines, Belle Burleigh was surely blessed, and ought to have been. There was no cloud on her brow, no brooding shadow of regret in her dark eyes, and if she sent a thought across the seas after the Fred, whose life of toil she would once have shared so gladly, it did not show itself upon her face, which belied Hester's hint of 30 years, and was all aglow with excitement. She made a beautiful bride, and the length of her train was for days and days the theme of gossip among the crowd who saw it as she walked from the carriage to the church upon the carpets spread down for the occasion. She wore no ornaments, but flowers. Her diamonds and pearls and rubies and amethysts were recovered for other occasions, and she looked very simple and elegant and self-possessed, and made her responses in a firmer, clearer voice than Frank. She was nervous, and thought of Magdalen, and was glad she and Alice had made their mother's recent death an excuse for not being present, and wondered if her voice would have been as loud and steady as Belle's, when she said, "I, Isabel, take thee, Franklin," and so forth. On the whole, the occasion was a trying one for him. His gloves were too tight, his boots were tighter and made him want to scream every time he stepped. They hurt his feet so badly. He took them off when he returned from the church, and thus relieved felt easier, and could see how beautiful his new wife was, and how well she bore her honors, and felt proud and happy, and did not think again of Magdalen, but rather what a lucky fellow he was to have all the money he wanted, and such a bride as Belle. They were going west for a week or two, then back to Millbank for a few days, and then to Saratoga or the seaside, just where the fancy lent them. Mrs. Walter Scott returned to Millbank and sent out a few cards to the elite of town, the Johnsons, the Markhams and Woodburys, and the clergyman and her family physician. As for the nobodies, they were not expected to call, and they consoled themselves with invidious remarks and watching the proceedings. On Sunday, the Irving pew was graced by Mrs. Walter Scott, who wore a new bonnet and silk, which rustled with every step. She was very devout that day, and made a large thank offering for her new daughter-in-law, a crisp $10 bill, given so that all who cared could see and know it was a 10. She did not see Hester Floyd until service was out. Then she started a little as the old lady stepped into the aisle before her, but offered her hand cordially, and felt that she was very good, and very pious, and very democratic to walk out of church in close conversation with Hester, whom she invited to come out and see the changes they had made in the house, and stop to tea, if she liked, with the housekeeper. Mrs. Walter Scott had nothing to fear from Hester now, and could afford to be very gracious, but the old lady was neither deceived nor elated with her attention. She had been to the house, she said, rather crisply, and seen all she wanted to, and she did think they might have let some of the rooms alone and not fixed them up like a playhouse, and she'd cover up that naked boy in Mrs. Franklin's room before she got there. For if she was a modest woman, as was to be hoped, she'd feel ashamed. And then, having reached the new carriage, with its white-gloved driver, the two women said good day to each other, and Mrs. Walter Scott's dove-colored silk was put carefully in the carriage by the footman, and the door was closed, and two shining horses were off like the wind, leaving Hester to watch the cloud of dust and the flash of the wheels, which marked the progress of the fast-moving vehicle. The particulars of this interview were faithfully recorded for Magdalen's benefit, the old lady breaking the Sabbath for the sake of writing while the thing was fresh in her mind, and she could do it justice. 10 days more went by, and then it was reported in the street that the workmen in the shoe shop and the factory were to have a holiday on Thursday, in honor of their master's return to Millbank with his bride. It was whispered, too, that in his letter to his foreman Frank had hinted that some kind of demonstration on his arrival would be very appropriate and acceptable. If his agents would see to it, he would defray any expense they might incur for him. Some of the workmen laughed, and some sneered, and some say openly they had no demonstration to make, but all accepted the holiday willingly enough, and a few of the young men, with all the boys, decided to get up a bonfire and fireworks on a large scale, inasmuch the bill was to be paid by the Gov. Accordingly, $100 worth of fireworks were offered from Springfield, and Frank, who came about 8 o'clock, was greeted with a rocket, which went hissing into the air and fell in sparks of fire just over his shoe shop, the shingles of which were dry with age and the summer heat. There was a crowd, after all, to honor him, and an impromptu band, which played Hail to the Chief, and Come Haste to the Wedding, and finished up with a grand flourish of Dixie, to which many bare feet kept time upon the lawn in front of Millbank. A collation, which Hester in her journal letter called a collection, had been prepared for them on the grounds, and the small boys ate themselves almost sick on ice cream and raisins, and then hallowed, offering her hand to be shaken. All the while she was wondering if the miserable little wretches hadn't warts or some worse disease which she would catch of them. The collation was over, the bridal party returned to the house, and the crowd went back to their fireworks, to which the tired and slightly disgusted Belle hardly gave a look. She had the headache, and went early to her room, and closing her blinds to shut out the glare of the blue and red lights which annoyed her terribly, she fell asleep, and was dreaming of the missionary Fred when the cry of "Fire! Fire!" aroused her, and Frank looked in with a white, frightened face, telling her the large shoe shop was on fire, and bidding her not to be alarmed. Some sparks from the first rockets sent up had fallen on the dry roof of the shoe shop, and set it on fire, the flames creeping under the shingles, and making great headway before they were discovered. It was a long time since there had been a fire in Belvedere, and the excited people hardly knew how to act. Roger had always been tolerably well prepared for such an emergency, but matters at Millbank were managed differently now from what they were when he was a master there. The rotary pump was out of order, the engine would not work well at all, and after half an hour or more of orders and counter-orders, of running to and fro, and accomplishing but little, it was certain that nothing could save the huge building, whose roof was one mass of flame. and from whose windows a light was shining brighter than any bonfire ever yet kindled in honor of a bride. When Frank had hinted at demonstrations for which he would pay, he never dreamed of a bonfire like this, where jets of flame rose far into the sky and shone across the river upon the hills beyond, and made the village as light as day. Belle never went to fires, she said to Mrs. Walter Scott, who, in her dressing gown, with her shawl over her head, looked in upon her daughter-in-law on her way to join the multitude in the streets. She was too thoroughly city-bred to go to fires, and she saw every member of the household depart, her bridesmaids, Sister Grace and all, and then, as from her bed she could see the whole, she lay down among her pillows and rather enjoyed watching the flames, as they attacked first one part of the building and then another, making the sight every moment more beautiful and grand. It never occurred to her how much of her husband's fortune might be consuming before her very eyes. And when toward morning he came up to her, pale, smoke-stained and burned, she merely asked what time it was, and how he could bear to stay so long where he could do no good. Frank's first thought, when he saw the fire, was of Holt and the insurance. During his wedding tour, he had heard that the company in which his shop was insured had failed, and he had telegraphed at once to Holt to see it and insure in another company. Since his return, he had not thought of the matter until now, when something told him that his orders had been neglected, and if the building burned, his loss would be heavy. Taking off his coat, he had worked like a hero, and had done much to inspirit his men, who, encouraged by his intrepidity, had followed wherever he led, and done whatever he bade them to do. But it was all in vain, and Frank went back to Millbank a poorer man by many thousands than the setting of the sun had found him. While 100 people or more were thrown out of employment, and suddenly found themselves with nothing to do. In this emergency their thoughts turned to Roger. They had heard that a large shoe manufactory was in process of erection at Schodick, and that Roger was to have the superintendence of it. And never before had there been so heavy a mail sent from Belvedere as there was the day following the fire. More than 40 men wrote to Roger, telling him of the disaster, asking for situations under him, and offering to work for less than they had been receiving. To many of these favorable answers were returned, and the consequence was that the tide of emigration from Belvedere to Schodick set in at once, and a number of Frank's houses were left tenantless on his hands. The party, however, came off the following week, and servants were imported from New York, with cake and flowers and fruit, and a band came out from Springfield, and lights were hung in every tree upon the lawn, and boys hired to watch them. For Frank had learned a lesson from the still smoldering ruins of his shop, and was exceedingly nervous and uncomfortable on the subject of fires and lights, and read a lesson on caution to his mother and the servants and all the family, save his wife. There was something in her black eyes which prevented his taking liberties with her, and her lamp was suffered to remain in close proximity to the lace curtains of her room, and he did not say a word. Roger wrote to his nephew immediately after the fire, expressing his sorrow and consoling him by saying he could afford to lose the shop and still be the richest man in the county. Frank thought of the piles and piles of money he had spent, and wondered what Roger would say, could he know of all his extravagances. But Roger did not know, and his letter comforted Frank, who, after reading it, felt better than he had before since the fire, and who was quite like himself on the night when, with his bride, he stood to receive the congratulations of his dear 400 friends who came from Boston and Worcester and Springfield and Hartford and New York, but not many from Belvedere. A few only of the citizens were considered good enough to enter the charmed presence and take the white hand on which a $1,000 ring was shining. Belle wore her diamonds that night, her husband's bridal present, for which $10,000 were paid, and flashed and sparkled, and turned her proud head proudly, and never spoke to Frank when she could help it, but talked instead with her old friends from Boston, scholars and professors, whose discourse she found far more congenial than Frank's commonplaces were. It was a grand affair, and her old Hester, who was at the house, and from the kitchen and side passages saw much of what was going on, added to her journal a full account of it. After having described the fire, which she said was just the judgment from the Lord, Hester had rather enjoyed the fire, and felt as if justice was being meted out to Mrs. Walter Scott, who cried and wrung her hands and reproached the people for standing idle and seeing her son's property burned before their eyes. Hester ached to give her a piece of her mind, but he contented himself with saying in her presence, "That folks didn't seem very anxious. She guessed if it had been Roger's shop, they'd have stepped more lively, and not sat on the fence, a whole batch on 'em, doing nothing. I was a little mad at 'em," she wrote to Magdalen, "and felt pretty bad when the roof tumbled in, but I didn't screech as that woman," meaning Mrs. Walter Scott, did. "She nigh about fainted away, and they carried her into Miss Perkins's house and flung water in her face till them curls of hern were nothing but strings. T'other one, Miss Franklin, wasn't there, and I heard that she lay abed the whole time and washed it from the winder. That's a nice wife for you. Oh, I tell you, he'll get his pay for taking the property from Roger, and giving such a party as it did, and only inviting fust cut in town, and not all of them. There was Miss Jenks, and Miss Smith, and Miss Spencer s'posed of course they'd have an invite, and Miss Jenks got a new gown and had it made in Hartford, then one bid. And if you'll believe that sneaking, low-living, ill-begotten horse-jockey of a Holt was there, and his wife, with a yellow gown and blue flowers stuck in the middle of her forehead. How he came to be bid nobody knows, only that they say he and Frank is thick as molasses, and agreed on the hoss question. Madam's sister was there, a pretty enough-looking girl with yellow curls and blue eyes, and it's talk that she's to live there, and the whole caboodle of 'em. A nice time they'll have with Miss Walter Scott, who holds her head so high that her neck must sometimes ache. You are to see 'em ride that horseback to Millbank. Miss Franklin in black velvet, her sister in blue, and even old Madam has gone at it, and I've seen her a canting by the chestnut mare that costed the dear knows what. Think on't, a woman of her age, with just a round hat and a feather riding a hoss. It's ridiculous, I call it. I'm going home tomorrow, for Roger and Alec is getting kind of uneasy. Roger is a grown man. He's got some agency in the mill to Schodick and the shop, and he's making lots of money, and folks look up to him and consult him till he's the first man in town. I wish you two would come together someday, and I can't help thinking you will. Nothing would suit me better, though I was hard on you once about the will. I was about crazy them days, but that's all got along with, and so goodbye. Hester Floyd. There goes the quality from Millbank out to have a picnic, and the young madam is riding with another man. Nice doings so soon, though I don't blame her for being sick of Frank. He's growing real fat and pussy-like, and twists up them few white hairs about his mouth till they look like a shoemaker's wax stand. Yours again to command, H. Floyd. End of chapter 48. Read by Dave Noel. davenoel.bandcamp.com. Alberta, Canada, April 19th, 2025.
Chapter 49 of Millbank. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mary Wilson. Millbank by Mary Jane Holmes. How They Lived at Millbank. Mrs. Walter Scott knew nothing of the $100,000 settled upon Belle, or of the arrangement for the entire family to live henceforth at Millbank. She was well pleased, however, to have Judge Burleigh and Grace and Charlie there for a few days, with other guests from Boston and New York. They were part of the wedding festivities, and she enjoyed the éclat of having so many young people of style and distinction in the house, and enjoyed showing them off at church and in the street. She enjoyed the grand dinners, too, which occupied 3 hours, and for which the ladies dressed so elaborately the bride wearing something new each day and astonishing the servants with the length of her train and the size of her hoops, and she enjoyed for a time the dance and the song and hilarity in the evening, but she began at last to grow weary of it all, and to sigh for a little quiet, and greatly to Frank's surprise and Belle's delight, she gave up the trip to Saratoga and saw the bridal party depart without her one morning a few days after the party. The United States was their destination, and the town was soon teeming with gossip of the bride who sported so exquisite jewelry and wore so magnificent dresses and snubbed her husband so mercilessly. Frank's turnout, too, was commented on and admired, and he had the satisfaction of knowing that his carriage and his horses were the finest in town, but for any genuine domestic happiness he enjoyed, he might as well have been without a wife as with one. One day Belle expressed a desire for a glass of water from the spring on the grounds of the Clarendon, and as she knew she was exquisitely dressed and sure to create a sensation all along the street, she started with Grace and her husband for the spring. The Clarendon was not full, though it had the reputation of entertaining the very creme de la creme, those who preferred cool shades and pure air and fresh furniture and quiet to the glare and crowd and heat and fashion further downtown. There were but a few on the broad piazza that afternoon, but at these Belle looked curiously, especially at the two young ladies who were standing with their backs to her, and whom she at once decided to be somebody. Both wore deep mourning, and one was fair with chestnut hair, while the braids of the other were dark and glossy and abundant. A white-haired man and a middle-aged woman were sitting near them, and a tall, fine-looking young man was standing by the shorter of the young ladies and evidently describing something which greatly interested all, for peals of laughter were occasionally heard as the story proceeded, and the girl with the chestnut hair turned her head a little more toward Belle, and also toward Frank. There was a violent start on his part, and then he suggested that they return to their hotel, but Belle insisted upon going up the hill and occupying some vacant chairs upon the piazza. She was tired, and it looked so cool and pleasant there, she said in that tone of voice which Frank always obeyed, and with a beating heart he gave her his arm and led her up the steep bank and put her in her chair and brought another for Grace, and fidgeted about and managed to keep his back toward the group which he knew was watching him. The hum of their voices had ceased as he drew near with his magnificent bride, who in her diamonds and costly array presented so striking a contrast to the two plainly dressed young ladies whom Belle thought so beautiful, wondering greatly who they were. Frank knew who they were, and stood an awkward moment and tried not to see them. Then, with a great gulp, in which he forced down far more emotion than his wife ever gave him credit for possessing, he turned toward them, accidentally as it seemed, and uttering a well-feigned exclamation of surprise, went forward to meet Alice Gray and Magdalen. "Speak of angels, and you hear the rustle of their wings," Guy said when the first words of greeting were over. "I was talking of you, or rather of Mrs. Irving, whom I saw at the hop last night, and whose beauty and dress I was describing to these rustic country girls." "Oh, yes, certainly. I should like to present my wife to you," Frank said, his spirits rising as they always did when his wife was complimented. He was proud of her, and if she allowed it, would have been fond of her too, and he felt a thrill of satisfaction and pleasure that she was looking so well and bore herself so regally as he led her to his friends and introduced her as "my wife, Mrs. Irving." Belle had heard of the Grays and knew that Alice and Magdalen were fully her equals, and her manner was very soft and gracious towards them as she expressed her pleasure in meeting them. Frank brought her chair for her and placed it between Alice and Magdalen, and held her parasol and leaned over her, and admired her so much as almost to forget the circumstances upon which he had last seen Magdalen. Belle was very ladylike, very gentle, and very bright and witty withal, and the Grays were perfectly charmed with her, and wondered how she could have married Frank, who in point of intellect was so greatly her inferior. For 2 or 3 weeks the Grays remained at Saratoga, and during that time they saw a great deal of the Irvings, while between Belle and the Mrs. Gray there sprang up a strong liking, which was very strange, considering how unlike they were in almost everything. Once Frank spoke to Magdalen of Roger, who, he said, was getting on famously, both as to money and reputation. "Why don't you two marry?" he asked abruptly. "You ought to. There's nothing in the way that I can see." Ere Magdalen could reply, they were joined by Alice, but Frank had detected that in her manner which convinced him that her love for Roger was unchanged. "Then why the plague don't they marry?" he said to himself. "It's Roger's fault, I know. He's afraid she's not willing. I mean to write and tell him she is. I owe them both something, and that's the way I'll pay it." And that afternoon Frank did commence a letter to Roger, but he never finished it, for dinner came on, and after it a drive, and then a letter from his mother urging his immediate return, as the hands at the mill were conducting badly, many of them leaving to go to Schodick, and others taking advantage of his absence and a drunken overseer. Accordingly, the bridal pair went back to Millbank, and Grace was with them, and Charlie too, while Mr. Burleigh, who had been disposing of his affairs in Boston, came in a few days, and Mrs. Walter Scott heard Mrs. Franklin tell the servant to see that everything was in order in Judge Burleigh's room. You know which it is, the one at the end of the hall, adjoining Charlie's. This looked as if there was an understanding between Mrs. Franklin and Katie with regard to rooms, while the quantity of baggage which came from the depot in the express wagon looked very much as if the Burleighs had come for good, with no intention of leaving. This was a condition of things of which Mrs. Walter Scott did not approve, but there was something in the gleam of Mrs. Bell's black eyes which warned her to be careful what she said. She was a little afraid of Bell, and so kept quiet until she heard from her own maid that the old gentleman was putting his books on the shelves, which, unknown to her, had been conveyed into his room, and was arranging a lot of stones and snails and birds. Then she could keep still no longer, but attacked her son with the question, "Are all the Burleighs to live here in the future? I did not suppose you married the entire family." Frank had looked forward to a time when some such question would be propounded to him, and was glad it had come. Once he had been afraid of his mother, and he was still a good deal in awe of her and her opinions, but upstairs was a lady whom he feared more, though she had never spoken to him except in the mildest, softest manner, and he wisely resolved to let his mother know the worst which had befallen her, and told her, as gently as possible, and with the tone of one who was communicating a piece of good news, that the Burleighs were a rather singular family, very strongly attached to each other, yes, very strongly attached, that they never had been separated, and that Bell had accepted him only on condition that they should not be separated, but live together at Millbank as they had done at Boston. There was intense scorn in Mrs. Walter Scott's eyes and in her voice as she said, "And so you've taken upon yourself the maintenance of 4 instead of 1? "Why, no, not exactly. That is, Judge Burleigh and Charlie, and yes, and Charlie." Frank was getting matters somewhat confused, and did not quite know how to make it clear to his mother's mind that Charlie would only trouble them till he was set up in business, and that Judge Burleigh's society and the pleasure of having so polished and agreeable a gentleman in the house was a sufficient compensation for any expense he might be to them. But she understood him at last, and knew that the judge and Charlie were there for good, and the rooms they occupied had been fitted up expressly for them, without a reference to her or her wishes in the matter. Had she known of the 100,000 made over to Bell, she would have gone mad. As it was, she flew into a towering passion, accusing Frank of being in leading strings and henpecked, and threatening to leave and go back to New York, as she presumed he wished she would. Frank did not wish any such thing. His mother was more necessary to him now than before his marriage, for he was generally sure of her sympathy, which was more than he could say of his wife. So he soothed and quieted her as best he could, and when she referred to his recent loss by fire, and asked how he could burden himself with so large a family, he told her a lie, and said he should be able to recover a part of the insurance, and that even if he did not, his income was sufficient to warrant his present style of living, and she need have no fears for him, or if she had, he would settle something upon her at once, so that in case he failed entirely, she would not be penniless. This was a happy thought, and Mrs. Walter Scott consented to be mollified, and let the Burleighs remain in quiet consideration of $25,000 in bonds and mortgages and railroad stock, which Frank agreed to give her, and which he did convey that very day. She had at first asked for $50,000, but had agreed to be satisfied with $25,000, and Frank went to his dinner a poorer man by over $200,000 than he had been when Millbank came into his possession. His wife's settlement and his mother's, and his recent heavy expenditures had drawn largely upon his means for procuring ready money whenever he needed it, and as he sat at his table, loaded with silver and groaning with luxuries, he felt almost as poor as he had done in days gone by, when he had not had enough to pay his tailor and furnish himself with cigars. And still he was rich in lands and the mill and houses, and he tried to shake off his feelings of despondency and to believe himself very happy with that beautiful wife beside him, who let him pare her peach for her and took grapes from his own cluster and playfully pushed the wine bottle aside when he was about to help himself for a second time. Mrs. Walter Scott was cold as an icicle, and not all the judge's suavity of manner had power to thaw her. She had promised not to say anything disagreeable to the Burleighs, but her face was very expressive of her dislike, and she could hardly answer either the judge or Charlie with common civility. She did not object to Grace, and she was even guilty of wishing Frank's choice had fallen upon the younger rather than the elder sister, against whom she could as yet bring no accusation, but whom she distrusted and secretly feared. Belle thoroughly understood her mother-in-law, and knew tolerably well how to manage her. As Frank's wife, she was mistress of Millbank, and though she made no show of her authority, her power was felt in everything. And after she had reigned a month or more, not a servant, with the exception of Mrs. Walter Scott's own maid, went to their former mistress for orders, but received them from the new lady, who was very popular with them, and who to a certain extent was popular in town. She could not endure most of the people by whom she was surrounded, but she had made up her mind that it was better to be admired than hated, and she adopted the role of patroness, or Lady Bountiful, and played her part well, as Frank knew by his purse, so often drawn from when Belle and Grace had some poor family on their hands. Grace did not go back to school. Millbank was intolerable to the bride without the presence of her light-hearted, merry little sister, and so Grace stayed and studied at home under a governess, to whom Frank paid $500 a year, and paid it the more willingly when he found that the pretty Miss North admired him above all men, and was not averse to receiving compliments from him, even in the presence of his wife. Belle did not care how many governesses he complimented, provided he did not say his soft nothings to her. Had he affected a great fondness for her, and bored her with attentions and caresses, she would have hated him, but he had sense enough to see that love-making was not her style, and so he contented himself with being the possessor of the beautiful and expensive article, which he knew better than to handle or touch. She was always very polite and gracious towards him, but after a few weeks he ceased to pet or caress her, and almost always called her Mrs. Irving, and studied her wishes in everything, except in the matter of horses and Holt. There he was his own master, and did as he liked, and bought as many horses as he chose, and went to the races and bet largely, and made Holt his chief man of business, and gave him money to expend on double teams and single teams, and trusted him implicitly. And when people asked where Holt got his means to live as he was living now, Frank had no suspicions whatever, but said, Joe Holt was a first-rate chap, the best judge and manager of horses he ever saw, and ought to succeed in life. And so the autumn waned, and the Christmas holidays were kept at Millbank on a grand scale, and young people were there from Boston, friends of Grace and friends of Belle, and the festivities were kept up sometimes till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and some of the young men became very noisy and unmanageable, and among them Charlie, while Frank was undeniably drunk, and was carried to his room and given into the care of his wife. Then Belle rose in her might, and locked up the wine and sent the fast young men home, and gave Charlie a lecture he never forgot, and made him join the Good Templars forthwith, and what was better, made him keep the pledge. What she did to Frank, nobody knew. Locked him up, the servant said. At all events, he kept his room for 2 days, and only came out of it after the New Yorkers were gone to their respective homes. Then he looked very meek and crestfallen, like a naughty boy who has been punished, and his mother pitied him and tried to sympathize, and made him so very angry that he was guilty of swearing at her and bidding her let him and Belle and their affairs alone. And Mrs. Walter Scott did let them alone for a while, and stayed a great deal in her own room, and had her meals served there, and took to writing a book for which she always thought she had a talent. It was about mismated people, and the good heroine looked very much like Mrs. Walter Scott, and the bad one like Mrs. Franklin Irving, while the villain was a compound of Judge Burleigh and Charlie and Holt, the horse jockey. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of Millbank. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mary Wilson. Millbank by Mary Jane Holmes. Roger. Frank had invited Roger to spend Christmas at Millbank, but Roger had declined and had passed the holidays in his usual way at Schodick, where there had come to him a letter from Arthur Gray, who, in referring to the past, exonerated Jessie from all blame and asked Roger's forgiveness for the great wrong done to him. Then he thanked him for his kindness to Magdalen and closed by saying, "Magdalen has been very anxious for you to come to Beechwood, and I should now extend an invitation for you to do so, were it not that we have decided to leave at once for Europe. We sail in the Persia next week, immediately after my daughter's marriage, which will be a very quiet affair. Hoping to see and know you at some future time, I am, yours truly, Arthur Gray." This letter had been delayed for some reason, and it did not reach Roger until a week after it was written, and then there came in the same mail a newspaper from New York, directed by Magdalen herself. Around a short paragraph was the faint tracing of her pencil, and Roger read that among the passengers the Persia would take out were Mr. Arthur Gray and daughter Mrs. Penelope Seymour and Mr. Guy Seymour and lady. Magdalen had underscored the Mr. Guy Seymour and lady, and upon the margin had written, "Goodbye, Roger, goodbye." When Roger read Mr. Gray's letter, he had felt sure that the daughter to whose marriage reference was made was Magdalen herself, and the newspaper paragraph and pencil marks confirmed him in this belief. "Goodbye, Roger, goodbye." His white lips whispered the words, which seemed to run into each other and grow dim and blurred as the great tears gathered in his eyes and obscured his vision. "Goodbye, Roger, goodbye." Yes, it was goodbye forever now, and he felt it in its full force and bowed his head upon his hands and asked for strength to bear this new pain, which yet was not new, for he had long felt that Magdalen was not for him. But the pain, though old, was keener, harder to bear, and hurt as it had never hurt before, for now the barrier between them, as he believed, was a husband, and that for a time seemed worse than death. Again the rock under the evergreen on the hillside witnessed the tears and the prayers and the anguish of the man whose face began to look old and worn, and who, the people said, was working too hard and had taken too much upon his hands. He was the superintendent now of the cotton mill, which had been enlarged, and of the shoe shop erected since his residence in Schodick. His profession, too, was not neglected, and the little office on the green still bore his name, and all the farmers for miles around asked for Squire Irving, as they called him, when they came into town on business pertaining to the law. His word was trusted before that of any other. What Squire Irving said was true, and no one thought of doubting it. To him the widows came on behalf of their fatherless children, and he listened patiently and advised them always for the best, and took charge of their slender means and made the most of them. The interests of orphan children, too, were committed to his care, so that he fortunately had little time to indulge in sentiment or sorrow, except at night, when the day's labor was over and he was free to dwell upon the hopes of the past, the bitter disappointment of the present, and the dreariness of the future. After that paragraph in the newspaper, he had heard no more of the Grays, and only mentioned them once. Then he told Hester of Magdalen's marriage with the young man who had come to see them, and whom Hester remembered perfectly. Hester did not believe a word of it, she said, but Roger replied that Magdalen herself had sent him the paper, while Mr. Gray had written, so there could be no mistake. Then Hester accepted it as a fact, and looking in her boy's face, and seeing there the pain he tried so hard to suppress, she felt her own heart throbbing with a keener regret and sense of loss than she would have felt if Roger had not cared so much. "That settles the business for him," she said. "He'll never marry now, and I may as well send off to the heathen that cribby quilt I've been piecing at odd spells, thinking the time might come when Roger's wife would find it handy." And as she thus soliloquized, old Hester washed her tea dishes by the kitchen sink, and 2 great tears rolled down her nose and dropped into the dishwater. After that she never mentioned Magdalen, and as the quilt was not quite finished, she laid it away in the candle-box cradle which stood in the attic chamber, over which she sometimes bent for 5 minutes or more, while her thoughts were back in the past, and she saw again the little girl who had sat so often in that cradle, and whose dear little feet were wandering now amid the wonders of the old world. And so the winter and the spring and the summer went by, and in the autumn Frank came for a few days to Schodick, looking almost as old as Roger, and a great deal stouter and redder in the face than when we saw him last, while a certain inflamed look in the eye told that Belle's arguments on the subject of temperance had not prevailed with him as effectually as they had with her brother Charlie. Frank's love of wine had increased and grown into a fondness for brandy, but during his stay at Schodick he abstained from both and seemed much like himself. Very freely he discussed his affairs with Roger, who pitied him from his heart, for he saw that his life was not a pleasant one. With regard to his domestic troubles, Roger forbore to make any remarks, but he advised to the best of his ability about the business matters, which were not in a very good condition. The shoe shop had not been rebuilt. There was always trouble with the factory hands. They were either quitting entirely or striking for higher wages, and the revenues were not what Frank thought they ought to be. Ready money was hard to get, and he was oftentimes troubled for means to pay the household expenses, which were frightfully large. As well as he could, Roger comforted the disheartened man, and promised to go to Millbank soon and see what he could do toward smoothing and lubricating the business machinery. And Frank, while listening to him, began to feel very hopeful of the future, and grew light-hearted and cheerful again, and ready to talk of something besides himself. And so it came about, as he sat with Roger one evening, he said to him, "By the way, Roger, do you ever hear from the Greys? Do you know where they are?" Roger did not. He had never heard from them, or of them, he said, since the letter from Mr. Grey announcing Magdalen's approaching marriage with Guy Seymour. "Announcing what?" Frank asked, and Roger replied, "Magdalen's marriage with Guy Seymour. You knew that, of course." "Thunder!" Frank exclaimed. "Have you been so deceived all this time? And is that the cause of those white hairs in your whiskers and that crow foot around your eyes? Roger, you are a bigger fool than I am, and Belle has many a time proved to me conclusively that I am a big one. It is Alice, not Magdalen, who is Mrs. Guy Seymour. They were married very quietly at home, no wedding, no cards, on account of the mother's recent death. I know it is so, for I saw the happy pair with my own eyes just before they sailed. So what more proof will you have?" Roger needed none, and Frank could almost see the wrinkles fading out of his face and the light coming back to his eyes as he tried to stammer out something about its being strange that he was so deceived. Looking at his uncle now and remembering all the past, there came again across Frank the resolution to make a clean breast of what should have been told long ago, and after a moment's hesitancy he began. "Roger, old chap, there are things I could tell you if I wasn't afraid you'd hate me all your life. I believe I'll take the risk anyway, and out with the whole of it." "I promise not to hate you. What is it?" Roger asked, and Frank continued, "Magdalen always loved you, and you were blind not to have seen it. You thought too little of yourself, and so fell into the snare laid for you. Mother knew she loved you, and then got you to assent to my addressing her, and I used you as an argument why she should listen to me, and it almost killed her, as you would have known had you seen her face." "What do you mean? I don't think you make it quite clear," Roger asked in a trembling voice, and then as well as he could Frank made it clear, and told of the ways and means he had resorted to in order to win Magdalen, who through it all showed how her whole heart was given to Roger. "If you had seen her in the garret, rocking back and forth and moaning your name, and seen how she started from me when I said if she would marry me, I would burn the will and never speak of it, you would have no doubt of her love for you. Frank, you have wronged me. Oh, you have wronged me terribly, Roger said, and his voice was hoarse with emotion. Millbank was nothing to this. But go on, tell the whole, keep nothing from me. And Frank went on and told the whole, which the reader already knows of his efforts to deceive both Roger and Magdalen, whom he had succeeded in separating. And were you never engaged? Roger asked. And Frank answered him, No, never. She would not listen to me for a moment. She admitted her love for you, and oh, Roger, I am a villain, but I'm getting my pay. I made her think that you only cared for her as your ward or sister, when by a word I could have brought you together. And she was proud and thought you slighted her, inasmuch as she never knew how much you were with her when she was sick. You were gone when she came to a consciousness of what was passing around her, and I did not tell her of the message you sent from the West. I wanted her so badly myself, but I failed. She left Millbank in my absence, and fate, I guess I believe in fate more than in Providence, led her to the Greys, and you know the rest, and why she has been cold toward you if she has. She thought you wanted her to marry me, and I do believe she has found that the hardest to forgive. And I don't blame her, neither would Belle. The idea of anybody's marrying me. Frank spoke bitterly, and struck his fist upon his knee as he mentioned his wife. But Roger did not heed that. He was thinking of Magdalen, and what might have been had Frank spoken earlier. Perhaps it was not too late now, and his first impulse was to fly across the ocean which divided them and find her, but neither he nor Frank knew where she was, though the latter thought he could ascertain Mr. Gray's address in New York, and would do so the first time he was in the city. He was going to New York soon, he said, and would do all he could to repair the wrong and bring Roger and Magdalen together. You deserve her, if ever a man did, he continued, and I hope, yes, I know it will one day come right. Frank brought his visit to a close next day, and left the old-fashioned farmhouse among the Schodick hills, which seemed a paradise compared with Millbank, where he found his wife cool and quiet and self-possessed as ever, and his mother angry, defiant, and terribly outraged with some fresh slight put upon her by her daughter-in-law. With all his little strength, he threw himself into the breach, and showed so much discretion in steering clear of both Scylla and Charybdis that Belle felt a glow of something like respect for him, and thought that one or two more visits to his uncle might make a man of him. Poor Frank, with all his wealth and elegance and his handsome wife, was far more to be pitied than Roger, to whom had been suddenly opened a new world of happiness, and whose face ceased to wear the old tired look it had worn so long, and who the people said was growing young every day. He felt within himself new life and vigor, and thanked heaven for the hope sent at last to lighten the thick darkness in which he had groped so long. Very anxiously he waited for Frank's letter, which was to give him Mr. Gray's address, and when at last it came, he wrote at once to Magdalen, and told her of his love and hopes, and asked if she would let him come for her when she returned to America, and take her with him to his home among the hills. It is not Millbank, he wrote, but save that Millbank is sacred to me for the reason that your dear presence has hallowed every spot, I love this home as well as I did that, or think I do. But you may not, and if you come to me, I shall build another house, more in accordance with my bright bird, whose cage must be a handsomer one than this old New England farmhouse. This letter was sent to the care of Mr. Gray, and then, long before he could reasonably hope for an answer, Roger began to expect one, and the Daily Mail was waited for with an eagerness and excitement painful to endure, especially as constant disappointment was the only result of that watching and waiting and terrible suspense. Magdalen did not write, and days and weeks and months went by, and Roger grew old again, and there were more white hairs in his brown beard, and he ceased to talk about the new house he was going to build, and seemed indifferent to everything but the troubles at Millbank, which were upon the increase, and which finally resulted in Mrs. Franklin Irving taking her father and brother and sister and going off to Europe on a pleasure tour. Frank was glad to have them go, and feeling free once more plunged into all his former habits of dissipation, and kept Holt with him constantly as his chief man of business, and rarely examined his accounts, and knew less how he stood than did his neighbors, who were watching his headlong course and predicting that it would soon end in ruin. End of chapter 50.
Chapter 51 of Millbank. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michael Facio. Millbank by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 51. Magdalen is coming home. The Greys had been gone a little more than 3 years and a half, and the soft winds of June were kissing the ripples of the sea on the morning when they finally embarked for America. They had traveled all over Europe, from sunny France to colder, bleaker Russia, but had stopped the longest at the Isle of Ischia, where, at the Piccola Sentinella, another little life came into their midst. And Guy Seymour nearly went wild with joy over his beautiful little boy, whose soft blue eyes and golden brown hair were so much like Alice's. Magdalen was permitted to name the wonderful baby, and without a moment's hesitancy she said, "I would like him to be called after the best man I ever knew, Roger Irving." "Oh, Magdalena mia, you don't forget him, do you? Love once, love forever is your maxim," Guy said playfully. But he approved the name, and so did Alice, who knew more of Magdalen's heart history now than she once had done, and who with Guy had revolved many plans for bringing Roger and Magdalen together. Mr. Grey did not assent quite so readily to the name, though he did not oppose it. He merely said, "Roger sounds rather old for a baby, but do as you like. Do as you like." So they called the baby Roger Irving, and Magdalen was godmother, and her tears fell like a baptismal shower upon the little face as she thought of her own babyhood, and the man whom she had loved so long, and who was continually in her thoughts. She knew he was not married. She had heard that from the Burleighs who came one day to the Piccola Sentinella, bringing news direct from home. "Not married yet, and is not likely to be," Mrs. Franklin Irving had said, as she sat talking with Magdalen, whose voice was rather unsteady when she asked for Roger. Quick to read expressions of thought and feeling, Belle noted the flush on the young girl's face, and the tremor in her voice, and felt that she had the key to Roger's bachelorhood. She had met him twice, once in Boston and once at Millbank, and had liked him very much, and shown her liking in many ways, and even laid a little snare, hoping to entangle him for Grace. This Frank saw, and told her to hang up her fiddle, for Roger's heart was disposed of long ago to one who loved him in return, but who was laboring under some mistake. Belle had forgotten this, but it came back to her again with Magdalen at her side, and she had told her rumors said there was a cause for Roger's celibacy, and he loved a young girl who had once lived with him, and that he was only waiting for chance to bring her in his way again. Then she told how popular he was, and how greatly beloved by the people in Schodick and vicinity, and how fast he was growing rich. Oh, how Magdalen longed to go home after that, and how she wondered that Roger did not write if he really loved her, and how little she guessed that he had written long ago, and that her father had kept the letter from her. To this act Mr. Grey had been prompted by a feeling he did not himself quite understand. Against Roger as a man he had nothing, but he did not think it right that his daughter should marry the son of a woman whose early death had been indirectly caused by himself. Had he known how strong was Magdalen's love for Roger, he would never have withheld the letter, for, if possible, Magdalen was dearer to him now than Alice, and he studied her happiness in everything. But she never spoke of Roger, and he hoped that time and absence would weaken any girlish affection she might have cherished for him. So when the letter came, and he saw it was from Schodick, he put it away unopened, and Magdalen knew nothing of it until long after Roger had ceased to expect an answer, and hope was nearly or quite extinct in his heart. Perhaps she would not have known of it then if death had not invaded their family circle and laid his grasp upon her father, who died in Germany, in a little village on the Rhine. His death was sudden to all but himself. He had long known that he suffered from heart disease, which might kill him at any moment, and as far as his worldly affairs were concerned, he was ready. Every debt in America had been paid, every business matter arranged, and his immense fortune divided equally between his two daughters, with the exception that to Magdalen he gave $30,000 more than he gave to Alice, this being just the amount of poor Laura's property. He was sick only a day or two and able to talk but little, but he spoke to Magdalen of Roger Irving, and told her of the letter withheld and where to find it, and said to her faintly and at long intervals, "Forgive me if I did wrong. I thought it would be better for the families not to come together. I hoped you might forget him if you believed yourself forgotten, but I see I was mistaken. I am sorry now for the course I pursued. I would like to see the boy or man he is now. I saw him once when a little child. Jessie wanted to take him with her, but I refused. I hated him because he was hers and not mine. I hated all the Irvings. I took Alice from New Haven because I feared she might fancy Frank. I do not hate them now, and when I'm dead, go back to Roger and tell him so. And tell Jessie, if you see her, yes, tell her and Laura too, that I tried to pray, and I did pray, and I hope." He did not say what he hoped, for his tongue grew stiff and paralyzed, and only his eyes spoke the farewell which was forever. Alice and Guy were both away at a little town farther up the river, where Guy had some friends, but they hurried back to the vine-wreathed cottage they had taken for the summer, and where their father now lay dead. He was an old man of nearly 70, and had lived out his appointed time, but his children wept bitterly over him, and kissed his white lips and snowy hair, and then made him ready for the coffin, and buried him on the banks of the blue Rhine, where the river, in its ceaseless flow, and the rustling vines of Germany sing a requiem for the dead. "Let us go back to America," Magdalen said, when Guy and Alice asked what her wishes were. Even before her father was buried from her sight, she had found Roger's letter, of more than 2.5 years ago, and had read it through, and her heart had leaped across the sea with the answer she would give. She knew Roger had not forgotten. He might have lost faith in her, from her silence, but he loved her still, and amid all her sorrow for her father, there was a spring of joy in her heart as she thought of the future opening so blissfully before her. She told Guy and Alice everything, and while they both felt how deeply she had been wronged, they uttered no word of censure against the father who had wronged her so. He was dead and gone forever, and they made his grave beautiful with flowers and shrubs, and placed by it a costly stone, and dropped their tears upon it, and then turned their backs on Germany, and traveled night and day until the sea was reached, the glorious sea, at sight of which Magdalen wept tears of joy, blessing the dashing waves which were to bear her home to Beechwood and to Roger Irving. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of Millbank. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michael Fazio. Millbank by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 52. Millbank is sold at auction. Millbank was to be sold, with all its furniture and the 100 acres of land belonging to it. 5 years had sufficed for Frank to run through his princely fortune, and he was a ruined man. Extravagant living, losses by fire, and neglect to take advantage of the markets, fast horses, heavy bets, the dishonesty of Holt, his head man and chief adviser, and lastly, his signing of a note of $20,000, every penny of which he had to pay, had done the business for him. And when the Greys landed in New York, the papers were full of the great failure at Belvedere, and the day was fixed when Millbank was to be sold. Guy pointed out the paragraph to Magdalen, and then watched her as she read it. She was very white, and there was a strange gleam in her dark eyes, but she did not seem sorry. On the contrary, her face fairly shone as she looked up and said, "I shall buy Millbank and give it back to Roger." Guy knew she would do that, and he encouraged her in the plan, and went himself to Belvedere, where he was a stranger, and made all needful inquiries, and reported to Magdalen. Mrs. Frank had already left Millbank with her 100,000, not a dollar of which could Frank's creditors touch, or Frank either, for that matter. Belle held her own with an iron grasp, and so well she had managed that none of the principal had been spent, and when the final crash came and her husband told her he was ruined, it found her prepared and ready to abdicate at any moment. The old home in Boston was sold, but she was able to buy a better one, and she did so, and with her father and sister took possession at once. To do Belle justice, she carried nothing from Millbank but her clothing and jewelry. The rest belonged to Frank's creditors, and she considered that it would be stealing to take it. This she said several times for the benefit of Mrs. Walter Scott, who, less scrupulous than her daughter-in-law, was quietly filling her trunks and boxes with articles of value, silver and china, and linen and bedding, and curtains, and whatever she could safely stow away. Mrs. Walter Scott was about to buy a house, too, a cozy little cottage with handsome grounds just out of New York, on the New Haven road. She, too, had managed well, as she supposed. She had speculated in stocks and oil until she thought herself worth $40,000. There was some of it lying in the bank, where she could draw it at any time, and some of it still in oil, which she was assured she could sell at an advance upon the original price. So, what with the 40,000 and what with the household goods she would take from Millbank, she felt quite comfortable in her mind, and bore the shock of her son's failure with great equanimity and patience. She was glad, she said, of something to break up the terrible life they were leading at Millbank. For more than a year, and indeed ever since Belle's return from abroad, scarcely a word had been exchanged between herself and Mrs. Franklin Irving, and each lady had an establishment of her own, with a separate table, a separate retinue of servants, and a separate carriage. There was no other way of keeping the peace, and in desperation Frank himself had suggested this arrangement, though he knew that the entire support of both families would necessarily fall on him. But Frank was restless, and did not greatly care. He was going to destruction anyway, he said to Roger, who expostulated with him and warned him of the sure result with such extravagance. He was going to ruin, and he might as well go on a grand scale, and better too, if that would keep peace between the women. And so he went to ruin, and wrote to Roger one morning. The smash has come, and I'm poorer than I was when I depended on you for my bread. Everything is to be sold, and I can't say I'm sorry. It's been a torment to me. I never had the confidence of my men. They always acted as if I was an intruder, and I felt so myself. I wish I could give the thing back to you as clear as when I took it. I'd rather saw wood than lead the dog's life I have led for the last 5 years. Belle is going to Boston. She is rich, and maybe will let me live with her if I pay my board. That sounds queer, don't it? But I tell you, old chap, you are better off without a wife. I don't believe in women anyway. Mother's going to New York, and I am going to thunder. Roger's heart gave one great throb of sorrow for his nephew when he read this letter, and then beat wildly with the wish that he could buy Millbank back. But he was not able, and he could have wept bitterly at the thoughts of its going to strangers. "Thy will be done" was a lesson Roger had learned thoroughly, and he said it softly to himself, and was glad his father did not know that the old place, which had been in the family more than 50 years, was about to pass from it forever. He went to Millbank and examined Frank's affairs to see if anything could be saved for the young man, who seemed so crushed, so hopeless, and so stony. But matters were even worse than he had feared. There was nothing to do but to sell the entire property. Roger could buy the mill, and the men were anxious for him to do so, and crowded around him with their entreaties, which Frank warmly seconded. "Buy it, Roger, and let me work in it as a common hand. I'd rather do it 1,000 times than live on my wife, even if her money did come for me." Frank said this bitterly, and Roger's heart ached for him as he replied that perhaps he would buy the mill. He'd think of it and decide. It was not to be sold till after Millbank, and his decision would depend on who bought that. This comforted Frank a little, and he felt a great deal better when he at last said good-bye to Roger, who went back to Schodick the day but one before Guy Seymour's arrival in Belvedere. Guy did not go to see Frank. He found out all he cared to know from other sources, and reported to Magdalen, who could scarcely eat or sleep, so great was her excitement and so eager was she for the day of the sale. "Have you answered Roger's letter?" Alice asked. And she replied, "No, nor shall I till Millbank is mine. Then I shall take my answer to him with the deed of the place." She had it all arranged. Her going to Schodick unannounced to see Roger, her laying the deed before him, and her keen enjoyment of his surprise and astonishment both at the deed and the sight of herself. "It is 5 years since I saw him. I wonder if he will know me, and if he will think me old at 24, she said as she arose and glanced at herself in the mirror. 3 years of travel had not impaired, but greatly improved her looks and style, and those who thought her handsome when she went away exclaimed now at her matchless loveliness, and Magdalen knew herself that she was beautiful, and she was glad for Roger's sake. Every thought and feeling now had a direct reference to him, and when at last the day of the sale arrived, she was sick with excitement, and read Guy's message in bed. He had promised to telegraph as soon as Millbank was hers, and all through the morning she waited and watched, and her head throbbed with pain, and she grew more and more impatient, till at last came the telegram. "Millbank is yours. Mr. Roger Irving neither here nor coming. Guy." Then Magdalen arose and dressed herself, and seemed like one insane, as she flew about the room and packed a small hat-box preparatory for tomorrow's journey. She was going to Millbank to execute the deed, and then on to Schodick with Guy. Alice helped her all she could, and tried to keep her quiet, and make her eat and rest, lest her strength should fail entirely. But Magdalen was not tired, she said, nor sick now. She felt better than she had done in years, and her eyes were bright as stars, and her cheeks like damask roses, when she bade Alice good-bye and started for Belvedere. Guy met her at the station, and conducted her to the new hotel, which had been built since she left the place. The windows of her room commanded a view of Millbank, and she looked with tearful eyes at her old home and Roger's, and thought, "It will be ours again." She had no doubt of that, no doubt of Roger, and her heart thrilled with ecstasy as she anticipated the joyous future. There had not been much excitement at the sale, Guy told her, but few seemed to care for so large a house, and the bids had ceased altogether when once it was rumored that he was merely bidding for her, for Magdalen. "I believe they suspected your intention," Guy said, "and you got Millbank some thousands cheaper than I thought you would. It is a grand old place, and has not been injured by its recent proprietors." Magdalen did not wish to go into the house while Mrs. Walter Scott was there, but she rode through the grounds in the afternoon, and the next day started with Guy for Schodick, which they reached about 3 o'clock. Mr. Irving was in town, the landlord said, and slightly indisposed, he believed. At least he was not at his office that morning, and the clerk said he was at his house, sick. "I'm going to him at once," Magdalen said to Guy. "You have been there. You can direct me." And within half an hour after their arrival in Schodick, she was on her way to Roger's house with the deed of Millbank in her pocket. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of Millbank. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michael Fazio. Millbank by Mary Jane Holmes. Magdalen at Roger's home. It had been some consolation to Roger to know that an Irving was living at Millbank, even if it was no longer his, but to have it pass into the hands of strangers was terrible to him, and on the day of the sale he lived over again the sorrow he had felt when first his fortune was taken from him. He had requested Frank to inform him at once with regard to the purchaser, and had waited almost as impatiently as Magdalen herself, until Frank's telegram flashed along the wires. "Sold to Guy Seymour, for Magdalen." Then for a moment Roger's heart gave a great throb of joy, and a hope or expectation of something, he knew not what, flitted through his mind. He had seen in a paper that Guy Seymour had returned from Europe with his family, and from the same paper learned that Mr. Grey was dead. There was no bitterness then in Roger's heart towards the man whose enemy he had been. Arthur Grey was dead, and gone to one who would deal justly with him, and Roger was sorry he had ever felt so hard towards him, for he had been the father of Magdalen, and she was as dear to him now as she had been in the years gone by, when she made the very brightness of his life. He could not forget her, though her name was never on his lips, save as he bore it night and the morning to the throne of grace, or whispered it to himself in the loneliness of his room, or up among the pines, where she always seemed near to him. He had given up all hope of ever calling her his own. His unanswered letter had driven him to that, and still the days were brighter and life seemed far more desirable after he knew that she had returned, that the same sky smiled on them both by day, and the same stars kept watch over them at night. "Guy Seymour bought it for Magdalen," he said, as he held the telegram in his trembling hand. "Yes, I see. Her father has left her rich, and she has bought Millbank, and means perhaps to live there, but not alone, surely not alone in that great house." And then Roger went off into a train of speculation as to Magdalen's probable intentions. Was Guy to be there with Alice, or was there a prospective husband across the sea? Roger grew hot and faint when he thought of that, and felt a headache coming on, and said to his partner that he would go home and rest a while. He told Hester of the telegram, and with a woman's ready wit she guessed what Magdalen's intentions might be, but gave no sign to Roger. She saw how pale he was looking, and was prepared to hear of his headache, and made him some tea, and told him to keep still and not bother about Frank's affairs. "You've just tired yourself to death over him," she said, "and it's no wonder you are sick." He was better the next day, and went as usual to his office, but the next morning his headache had returned with redoubled violence, and while Magdalen was making her way to the old-fashioned farmhouse, covered with vines and surrounded with flowers and shrubs, he was sleeping quietly upon the couch in his room, unmindful of the great happiness in store for him, the great surprise, coming nearer and nearer as Magdalen hastened her footsteps, her heart beating almost to bursting, when at a sudden turn in the road she came upon the house, which they told her was Mr. Irving's. "The first one round the corner. You'll know it by the heaps of flowers in the pretty yard," a boy had said, and Magdalen had almost run, so eager was she to be there. "Oh, how beautiful! I should know Roger lived there," she said, as she stopped to admire the velvety turf in which the patches of bright flowers were blooming, the fanciful beds, the borders and walks, and the signs of taste and care everywhere visible. She did not think of the old house, with its low windows and doors, and signs of antiquity. She saw only the marks of cultivation around it, and thought it was Roger's home. The windows of an upper room were open, and a rustic basket of ivy and geraniums and verbenas was standing in one of them, while a book with the paper folder in it was in the other, and across both white curtains were hanging, the summer wind moving them in and out with a slow, gentle motion. "I know that this is Roger's room," Magdalen said, and a vague desire seized her that he might receive Millbank from her there. Old Hester Floyd had finished her work and was about to tidy herself up a bit when a rustling movement at the door attracted her attention, and she turned to find Magdalen standing there, her dark eyes bright as diamonds, her cheeks flushed and burning with excitement, her lips apart and her hands clasped together, as she bent slightly forward across the kitchen threshold. With a scream, Hester bounded towards her, and dragging her into the room, exclaimed, "Magdalen, Magdalen, I knew it, I knew it! I said something was going to happen when the rooster crowed so this morning. Somebody going to come. But I did not dream of you, Magdalen. Oh, Magdalen." She kept repeating the name, and with her hard, rough hands held and rubbed the soft white fingers she had clasped. Then, as the joy kept growing, she sobbed aloud and broke down entirely. "Oh, Magdalen," she said, "I am so glad for him. He has wanted you and missed you all the time, though he never mentioned your name." Something in the face or manner of the younger woman must have communicated itself to the mind of the elder, for Magdalen had given no reason for her sudden appearance at Schodick, or sign of what she meant to do. But Hester took her coming as a good omen for Roger, and kept repeating, "I'm so glad for Roger." "How do you know he wants me, if, as you say, he never mentions my name?" Magdalen asked, and Hester replied, "How do we know the sun shines when we can't hear it? We can see and feel, can't we? And so I know you ain't long out of Roger's mind, and ain't been since we moved here. and he brung the candle-box cradle with him just because you once slept in it." "Did Roger do that? Did he bring my cradle from Millbank? Why didn't you tell me before?" Magdalen asked, her eyes shining with tears of joy at this proof of Roger's love. "I thought I did write it to you," Hester replied. "I meant to, but might have forgot, but he brought it by express, and it's upstairs now, and in it—" Hester stopped abruptly, thinking it might be premature to speak of the cribbly quilt, which did not now stand so good a chance of reaching the heathen as it had done 1 hour before. "Where is Roger?" Magdalen asked, and Hester told her of the headache he had complained of ever since the day of the sale, adding, "He's in his room, which is fixed up as nice as anybody's. His books and pictures in a little recess for his bed, just like any gentleman." "Does he know who bought Millbank?" Magdalen asked next, and Hester replied, "Yes. Frank telegraphed that Mr. Seymour bought it for you, and Roger was as white as a ghost, and has been sick ever since. Magdalen, what did you buy Millbank for? Be you going to get married?" Hester asked this question a little anxiously, and Magdalen's eyes fairly danced as she replied, "I think so, Hester, but I'm not quite certain. I did not buy Millbank for myself, though. I bought it for Roger, and—" Hester's hand deepened its grasp on Magdalen's, and Hester's face was almost as white as her cap border as she bent forward to listen, saying eagerly, "And what, Magdalen? You bought it for Roger, and what?" "And have given it to him. I was the means of his losing it. It is right that I should give it back, and I'm here to do so. The deed is in my pocket, made out to him, but to Roger, see?" And she held the precious document towards Hester, who was on her knees now, kissing even the dress of the young girl, thus making restitution. She could hardly believe it true, and she took the paper in her hands and pressed it to her lips, then opened it reverently, and glancing at its contents, whispered, "It is, it is. It reads like the deed of the tavern stand. It must be true. Oh, Magdalen, Roger can't live there alone. Who is to live with him?" "You and I, Hester, if he will let us." "Do you think he will?" Magdalen said, with a merry gleam in her bright eyes. "Do I think he will? Ask him and see what he says." Old Hester had risen to her feet, but she still held Magdalen's hand, and, leading her into the next room, pointed to the stair door, and said, "He's up there. Come on if you want to see him." At the head of the stairs Hester paused a moment to reconnoiter, then whispered softly, "He's asleep on the lounge. Shall we go back?" "No, leave me here with him," Magdalen replied, and, nodding assent, Hester stole softly down the stairs, while Magdalen stepped carefully across the threshold of the room, and closing the door behind her, stood looking upon Roger. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of Millbank. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michael Fazio. Millbank by Mary Jane Holmes. Roger and Magdalen. He was sleeping quietly, and his forehead was fully exposed to view, with the brown curls clustering around it, and an occasional frown or shadow flittering across it as if the pain were felt even in his sleep. How Magdalen's fingers tingled to thread those curls, and smooth that broad white brow, but she dared not for fear of waking him, and she held her breath and stood looking at him as he slept, feeling a keen throb of sorrow as she saw how he had changed, and knew what had changed him. He was much thinner than when she saw him last, and there were lines about his mouth and a few threads of silver in his brown beard, while his eyes, as he slept, seemed hollow and sunken. There was a stool just at her feet, and she pushed it to his side, and seating herself upon it, prepared to watch and wait until his heavy slumber ended. And while she waited, she looked around and noted all the marks of a refined taste which Roger had gathered about him. The books, the pictures, the flowers and shells, and lastly, a little crayon sketch of herself, drawn evidently from memory, and representing her as she sat by the river bank years ago, when first Roger Irving felt that his interest in his beautiful ward was more than a mere liking. It was hanging close to Jessie's picture, and Magdalen sat gazing at it until she forgot where she was, and was back again beneath the old tree by the river bank, with Roger at her side. Suddenly she gave a long, deep sigh, and then Roger awoke, and met the glance of her bright eyes, and saw her face so near to him, and knew that his long night of sorrow was over. Else she had never been there, kneeling by him as she was, with her hands holding his, and her tears dropping so fast as she tried to speak to him. "Magda, Magda, my darling," was all he could say, as he drew her into his arms and held her there a moment in a close embrace. Then, releasing her, he lay down upon his pillow, pale as death and utterly prostrated with the neuralgic pain which the sudden excitement and surprise had brought back again. "You take my breath away. Why did you come, and why?" he asked. And then, releasing her hands from his, Magdalen took the deed from her pocket, and changing her position, held it before his eyes, saying, "I came to bring this, Roger, to make restitution, to give you back Millbank, which, but for me, you would not have lost. See, it is made out to you. Millbank is yours again. I bought it with my own money, bought it for you. I give it to you. It is yours." She spoke rapidly, and kept reiterating that Millbank was his, because of the look on his face, which she did not quite understand. He was too much bewildered and confounded to know what to say, and for a moment was silent, while his eyes ran rapidly over the paper, which, beyond a doubt, made him master of Millbank again. "Why did you do this, Magda?" he said at last, and his chin quivered a little as he said it. Then Magdalen burst out impulsively, "Oh, Roger, don't look as if you were not glad. I've thought so much about it, and wanted to do something by way of amends. I saved all my salary, every dollar, before I knew I was Magdalen Gray, and was going to send it to you, but Guy laughed me out of it, and said you did not need it. Then, when father died, and I knew I was rich, my first thought was of you, and when I heard Millbank was to be sold, I said, I'll buy it for Roger if it takes every cent I am worth. And I have bought it, and given it to you, and you must take it, and go back there and live. I shall never be happy till you do." She stopped there, but she was kneeling still, and her tearful flushed face was very near to Roger, who could interpret her words and manner in only one way, and that a way which made the world seem like heaven to him. "Magda," he said, winding his arm around her and drawing her hot cheek close to his own, "let me ask you one question. I can't live at Millbank alone. If I take it of you, who will live there with me?" Hester had asked a similar question, but Magdalen did not reply to Roger just as she had to the old lady. There was a little dash of coquetry in her manner, which would not perhaps have appeared had she been less sure of her position. "I suppose Hester will live with you, of course," she said. "She does nicely for you here. She is not so very old." There was a teasing look in Magdalen's eyes, which told Roger he had nothing to fear, and raising himself up, he drew her down beside him and said, "I ask you to be candid with me, Magda. We have wasted too much time not to be in earnest now. Your coming to me as you have could only be construed in one way. Were you like most girls? But you are not. You are impulsive. You think no evil, see no evil, but do just what your generous heart prompts you to do. Now tell me, darling, was it sympathy and a desire to make restitution, as you designate it? Or was it love which sent you here when I had ceased to hope you would ever come? Tell me, Magda, can you love your old friend and guardian, who has been foolish enough to hold you in his heart all these many years, even when he believed himself indifferent to you?" Roger was talking in sober earnest, and his arm deepened its clasp around Magda's waist, and his lips touched the shining hair of the bowed head, which drew back a moment from him, then drooped lower and lower until it rested in his bosom, as Magdalen burst into a flood of tears and sobs. For a moment she did not try to speak. Then, with a desperate effort to be calm, she lifted up her head and burst out with, "I never got your letter, never knew it was written until a few weeks ago. Father kept it. Forgive him, Roger. Remember he was my father, and he is dead." She cried vehemently as she saw the dark frown gathering on Roger's face. Yes, he was her father, and he was dead, and that kept Roger from cursing the man who had wronged him in his childhood. through his mother, and it touched him still closer in his later manhood by keeping him so long from Magdalen. "Father told me at last," Magdalen said. "He was sorry he kept it, and he bade me tell you so. He did not dislike you. It was the name, the association, and he hoped I might forget you, but I didn't. I have remembered you all through the long years since that dreadful day when I found the will, and it hurt me so to think you wanted me to marry Frank. That was the hardest of all. But you know better now. I told you in my letter of Frank's confession," Roger said. And Magdalen replied, "Yes, I know better now. Everything is clear, else I had never come here to bring you Millbank. And myself, if you will take me. Will you, Roger? It is leap year, you know. I have a right to ask." She spoke playfully, and her eyes looked straight into his own, while for answer he took her in his arms and kissed her forehead and lips and hair. And she felt that he was praying silently over her, thanking heaven for this precious gift which had come to him at last. Then he spoke to her and said, "I take you, Magda, willingly, gladly. Oh, how gladly, heaven only knows, and I cannot well take you without the encumbrance of Millbank. I accept that too, and darling, though this may not be the time to say it, there has already been so much business and money and lands mixed up with our love, that I may, I am sure, tell you I am able of myself to buy the mill in Belvedere and the site of the old shoe shop. Frank wanted me to do it, and I put him off with saying I would wait until I knew who was to live at Millbank. I know now." And again he rained his kisses upon the face of her who was to be his wife and the undisputed mistress, as he was the master of Millbank. A long time they talked together of the past, which now seemed to fade away so fast in the blissful joy of the present. And Magdalen told him of little Roger Irving, whose godmother she was, and of her mother and Alice, and the home at Beechwood, where Guy Seymour's family would continue to live. "It is the same house my father built for Jessie, for your mother," Magdalen said, softly, and glanced up at the picture on the wall, whose blue eyes seemed to look down in blessing upon this pair to whom the world was opening so brightly. Then they talked of Frank and Belle and Mrs. Walter Scott, and by that time the summer sun was low in the western horizon, and Hester's tea-table was spread with every delicacy the place could afford, while Hester herself was fine and grand in her second-best black silk, which nothing less than Magdalen's arrival could have induced her to wear on a weekday. Guy, too, had made his appearance after waiting in vain for Magdalen's return. Hester remembered him, and welcomed him warmly, and told him the young folks was up chamber billin' and cooin' like two turtle-doves, whereupon Guy began to whisper Highland Mary, which Magdalen heard, and starting up, exclaimed, "There's Guy come for me. I must go now back to the hotel." But she did not go, for Roger would not permit it, and he kept her there that night, and the next day took her to his favorite place of resort, the rock under the pine, and seating her upon the mossy bank, knelt beside her, and gave thanks anew to heaven, who had heard and answered the prayer made so often under that tasseled pine, that if it were right, Magda should one day come to him as his. Then he went all over the farm and down to the mill, where some of the operatives who had lived in Belvedere and knew Magdalen came to speak with her, thus raising themselves in the estimation of the less favored ones, who gazed admirably at the beautiful young girl, rightly guessing the relation she held to Mr. Irving, and feeling glad for him. No repairs were needed at Millbank, and but few changes, so that the house was ready any time for its new proprietors, but Magdalen would not consent to going there as its mistress until September, for she wanted the atmosphere thoroughly cleared from the taint of Mrs. Walter Scott's presence, and it would take more than a few weeks for that. She liked Belle, and she pitied Frank, but Mrs. Walter Scott was her special aversion, and so long as she remained at Millbank, Magdalen could not endure even to cross its threshold. Still, it seemed necessary that she should do so before her return to Beechwood, and on the morning following the peaceful Sunday spent at Schodick, she returned to Belvedere, which by this time was rife with the conjectures that Roger was coming back to Millbank, and Magdalen was coming with him. End of chapter 54. Chapter 55 of Millbank, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michael Fazio. Millbank by Mary Jane Holmes. Millbank is clear of its old tenants. That afternoon Magdalen went with Guy over the house, where she was met by Frank, and welcomed as the new mistress. Appropriating her at once to himself, Frank led her from room to room, seeming pleased at her commendations of the taste which had been displayed in the selection of furniture, and the care which had evidently been given to everything. "It was Belle," Frank said. "She is a good housekeeper, and after the split with Mother she attended to things. They had separate apartments, you know, at the last. Didn't speak a word, which I liked better than a confounded quarrel. I tell you, Magdalen, I've seen sights of trouble since you found that will, and I am happier today, knowing I've got out of the scrape, than I've been before in years." He seemed disposed to be very communicative, and was going on to speak of his domestic troubles, but Magdalen quietly checked him, and then asked where his mother was intending to go. "The mills of the gods grind slowly, but fine, exceedingly fine," Frank said. And then he told of his mother's fears for her money deposited in the bank of... There was a rumor that the bank had failed, but as it was only a rumor, he still hoped for the best. "At the first alarm, Mother went to bed," he said, "and she is there still, so you must excuse her not seeing you." Magdalen had no desire to see her, and when on her way to Beechwood she read in the paper of the total failure of the bank where Frank had told her his mother's money was deposited, and she did not greatly sympathize with the artful, designing woman, who almost gnashed her teeth when she, too, heard of her loss. She was all ready for removal to Rose Cottage, for which a friend was negotiating, and her trunks and boxes were packed with every conceivable valuable which could by any means be crowded into them: oil paintings, chromos, steel engravings, costly vases, exquisite shelves, knives, forks, spoons, china, cut glass, table linen, bed linen, and even carpets formed a part of her spoil, intended for that cottage, which now was not within her reach. There was still her oil stock left, and with that she might manage to live respectably, she thought. And resolving that no one should exult over her disappointment from any change they saw in her, she tried to appear natural, and when an attempt was made at sympathy, answered indifferently that she was sorry, of course, as she could have done so much good with the money, but the Lord knew what was best, and she must bear patiently what was sent upon her. This was what she said to her clergyman, who came to sympathize with her. But when he was gone, she looked the house over again, to see if there was anything more which she could take, and in case of necessity turn into money. Some one in Belvedere wrote to Roger that the house at Millbank was being robbed, and advised strongly that means be taken to prevent further depredations, and a few days after Mrs. Walter Scott was met in a hall by a stern-looking man, who said he came, at Mr. Irving's request, to take an inventory of all the articles of furniture in the house, and also to remain there and see that nothing was harmed or removed. He laid great stress on the last word, and the lady grew hot and red, and felt that she was suspected, and looked upon as a thief, and resented it accordingly. But after that there was no more hiding of articles under lock and key, for the stranger always seemed to be present, and she knew that she was watched. And when he inquired for a small and expensive oil painting which Roger had bought in Rome, and an exquisite French chrono, and certain pieces of silver and cut glass which he had on his list as forming a part of the household goods he was appointed to care for, she found them, and gave them, one by one, into his hands. And so her stock of goods diminished, and she hastened to get away before everything was taken from her, and one morning in August finally departed for a boarding house in New York, where she intended staying until something better offered. As soon as she was gone, a bevy of servants came out from Beechwood, and Roger came from Schodick to superintend them, and old Hester came to oversee him, and the renovating process went rapidly on, while crowds of the villagers flocked to the house, curious to see the costly articles of furniture which, during the last few years, had been constantly arriving, and of which the house was full to overflowing. The mill was Roger's now, as well as the site of the old shoe shop. He had bought them both on the day of their sale, and the operatives of the mill had hurrahed with might and main for their new master, never heeding the old one, who still remained in town, and who, whatever he might have felt, put a good face on the matter. and seemed as glad and as interested as the foremost of them. Only once did he manifest the slightest feeling, and that was when with Roger he entered Belle's sleeping room, where the silken curtains were hanging and the many expensive articles of the toilet were still lying as Belle had left them. Then sitting down by the window, he cried, and when Roger looked at him questioningly, he told of his little boy born in that room, and dead before it was born. Belle was glad, he said. She does not like children, but I was so sorry, for if that boy had lived I should have been a better man. But it died, and Belle has left me, and mother's gone, and my money's gone, and I am a used-up dog generally, he added bitterly, and then with a sudden dashing away of his tears he brightened into his former self, and said laughingly, "But what's the use of fretting? I shall get along some way. I always have, you know." In his heart he knew Roger could not let him suffer, and when Roger said as much by way of comforting him, he took it as a matter of course, and secretly hoped the governor would give him something handsome, and let him keep a horse. End of chapter 55. Chapter 56 of Millbank. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michael Fazio. Millbank by Mary Jane Holmes. The Bridal. Millbank was ready at last for its new mistress. But few changes had been made, and these in the library and the suite of rooms set apart for the bride. Her tastes were simpler than Belle's, and some of the gorgeous trappings had been removed and soberer ones put in their place. The house at Schodick had been despoiled of a portion of its furniture, which now formed a part of Millbank. Jessie's picture and the candle-box cradle were both brought back, and Hester had the little quilt safe in her trunk, and had bought a new gray satin dress for the wedding party to be given at Millbank, September 15th, the day after the bridal. The idea of gray satin Hester had gotten from Mrs. Penelope Seymour, who came to Millbank to see that everything was as it should be for the reception of her niece. She had stayed 3 days and nights, and Hester had admired her greatly and copied her dress, and had it made in Springfield, and fitted over hoops and cotton, and then tried to fix up Alec into something a little more modern. But Alec was incorrigible, and would wear his short pants and cowhide shoes tied with leather strings, and so she gave him up, and comforted herself with the fact that he stayed mostly in his room, and would not run much risk of being laughed at by the grandees expected with the bridal party from New York. Roger had already gone to Beechwood, where Magdalen was waiting for him. It was his first visit there, and there were strange thoughts crowding upon his mind as he rode up the mountainside toward the house which had been built for his mother, and whither she once hoped to come as a bride. Now she was dead, her grave the ocean bed, her shroud the ocean grass, and he, her son, was going for his bride, the daughter of Arthur Gray. "Surely the ways of Providence are inscrutable. Who can know them?" he said, just as a turn in the road brought the house and grounds fully into view, together with Magdalen, who, in her evening dress of white, was standing on the piazza, her face glowing with health and beauty and eager expectation. Very joyfully she received him, and leading him into the house, presented him to Alice and her aunt, and then went for her little nephew, whom she brought to his Uncle Roger. They were a very merry party at Beechwood that night, and not a shadow rested on the hearts of anyone. It was better that Laura should be gone, better for her, better for them all, and when Magdalen saw how white Roger turned at the sight of her father's picture, she felt that it was well perhaps that he too was dead, for the two men could not have been wholly congenial to each other. The bridal was the next day but one, and Magdalen in her plain traveling dress was very beautiful, as she pledged herself to the man whose face wore a look of perfect peace and thankfulness as he clasped her hand and knew it was his forever. He made no demonstrations before the people, but when for a moment they were alone, as she went up for her hat and shawl, he opened his arms to her, and clasping her tightly to his bosom, showered his kisses upon her face and hands and hair, and called her his precious wife, his darling, won at last after many years of sorrow. They went to New York that night, and the next day arrived at Millbank, with Mrs. Seymour, Guy, and Alice, and a few friends, the Dagons and Dragons, whose quiet, unostentatious elegance of manner created quite as great a sensation as Mrs. Walter Scott's more showy guests had done when her son was the groom and Belle Burleigh the bride. Roger had given his men a holiday, and had ordered a dinner for them upon the Millbank grounds, but he had not hinted at a demonstration or bonfire, and was surprised when the New York train came round the bend in the meadow to see the crowds and crowds of people assembled before the depot, some on the fence, some on the woodpile, some on the platform, and all glad and excited and eager to see him. The Belvedere band was there also, and preceded the carriage up to the house, which had never seemed so pleasant and desirable to Roger as now, when he came back to it with Magdalen, and felt that both were his beyond a possibility of doubt. Old Hester received them, and no one but herself was allowed to remove the bride's wrappings, or conduct her to her room. Hester was in her element, and Mrs. Walter Scott never bore herself more proudly than did the old lady on that eventful day, when she seemed suddenly to have grown young again, and to be in every place at once, her cap-strings flying behind her, and her black silk pinned about her waist. The gray was reserved for the evening, when, instead of a party proper, to which a few were bidden, a general reception was held, which all were welcome to attend. There was a great crowd, for rich and poor, old and young, plebeian and aristocrat, came to pay their respects to the newly married pair, but not a rude thing was done, nor a rough word spoken by anyone. Roger himself did not know them all, and Magdalen only a few, but her greeting was just as cordial to one as to another. Her traveling dress had been very plain, but this evening she was radiant in white satin and lace and pearls, with the bridal veil floating back from her head, and the orange wreath crowning her shining hair, and those who had never seen such dress and style before held their breath in wonder, and for months after talked with pride of the night when all the town was permitted to see and shake hands with the sweet lady of Millbank, Mrs. Roger Irving. Roger had forbidden a bonfire, but there were lanterns hung in the trees all over the grounds, and the young people danced there upon the floor which had been temporarily laid down, until midnight was past, and the moon so high in the horizon that the glare of lamps was no longer needed to light up the festal scene. Mrs. Franklin Irving had been invited to be present, but she wisely declined, and sent instead a most exquisite ring to Magdalen, who let Frank put it upon her finger and kiss her hand as he did so, a privilege he claimed because the ring was said to be his gift and Belle's. His wife had conceded so much to him, though Frank had known nothing of the ring until he saw it in its velvet box on his wife's bureau. Unlike her, he had no feelings of delicacy to prevent his being present at Roger's bridal party. With no business on his hands, and nothing to expect from his wife besides his board, he was quite as willing to stay at Millbank as in Boston, and seemed to take it for granted that he was welcome there. And nobody cared much about his movements, except Hester, who wondered why the lazy lout didn't go to work and earn his own victuals, instead of hanging on to Roger. She vummed as if she'd stand it much longer. She'd set him to work if Roger didn't. And so, as time went on and Frank still lingered about the place, Hester gradually impressed him into her service, and made him do some of the things which Alec once had done and which he was unable to do now. Sometimes he brought water for her, or split her kindlings, or went to the village on an errand, and did it willingly, too, though he always wore his gloves, and generally carried his cane and eyeglass, which last article he had of late adopted. It was Magdalen who finally interfered and stood between Hester and Frank, and said he was welcome to remain at Millbank as long as he chose, and that if Hester had not servants enough, another should be procured at once. This was the first and only time that Magdalen asserted her right as mistress in opposition to old Hester, who submitted without a word, and ever after left Frank in peace. September passed quickly, and in the late October days, when the New England woods were gorgeous with crimson and gold, and Millbank was still beautiful with its autumn flowers, Mrs. Franklin Irving came up to visit Mr. and Mrs. Roger, and was received by them with all the cordiality due so near a relative. Not by a word or look did she betray the slightest regret for the past, when she had been mistress where she was now only a guest. Millbank was to her as any stranger's house, and she bore herself naturally and pleasantly, and made herself very agreeable to Roger, and devoted herself to Magdalen, whom she liked so much, and was civil and almost kind to her husband, who was still there, and, as Hester said, just as shiftless as ever. Belle saw the state of affairs, and while she despised her husband more than ever for his indolence and lack of sensibility, she resolved to give Magdalen a rest, and leave her alone with Roger for a time. So when in November she returned to Boston, she invited Frank to go with her, and secured him a place as bookkeeper in a merchant's counting house, and stimulated perhaps by the perfect happiness and confidence she had seen existing between Roger and Magdalen, tried by being kind and even deferential to him to mold him into something of which she would not be so terribly ashamed as she was now of the careless, shambling, listless, lazy man whom everybody knew as Mrs. Franklin Irving's husband. End of chapter 56.
Chapter 57 of Millbank. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Millbank by Mary Jane Holmes. Christmastide. It was the second Christmas after Magdalen's bridal, and fires were kindled in all the rooms at Millbank, and pantries and closets groaned with their loads and loads of eatables. And Hester Floyd bustled about, important as ever, ordering everybody except the nurse who had come with Mrs. Guy Seymour and her baby, the little 4-month-old girl whose name was Laura Magdalen, and who, with her warm milk and cold milk and numerous paraphernalia of babyhood, kept the kitchen a good deal stirred up, and made Hester chafe a little inwardly. But then she said, she supposed she must get used to these things, and her face cleared up, and her manner was very soft and gentle every time she thought of the crib in Magdalen's room, where, under the identical quilt the poor heathen would never receive, slumbered another baby girl, Magdalen's and Roger's, which had come to Millbank about 6 weeks before, and over whose birth great rejoicings were made. Jessie Morton was its name, and Guy and Alice had stood for it the Sunday before, and with Aunt Pen were to remain at Millbank through the holidays, and help Magdalen to entertain the few friends invited to pass the week under Roger's hospitable roof. The world had gone well with Roger since he came back to Millbank. Everything had prospered with which he had anything to do. The shoe shop had been rebuilt, and the mill was never more prosperous, and Roger bade fair soon to be as rich a man as he had supposed himself to be before the will was found. On his domestic horizon no cloud, however small, had ever rested. Magdalen was his all in all, his choicest treasure, for which he daily thanked heaven more fervently than for all his other blessings combined. And amid his prosperity, Roger did not forget to render back to heaven a generous portion of his gifts, and many a sad heart was made glad, and many a poor church and clergyman were helped quietly, unostentatiously, and oftentimes so secretly that they knew not whence came the aid, but for which they might have given up in utter despair and hopelessness. Magdalen approved and assisted in all her husband's charities, and her heart went out after the sad, sorrowful ones, with a yearning desire to make them as happy as herself. Especially was this the case that Christmas time, when to all her other blessings a baby had been added, and she made it a season for extra gifts to the poor and needy, who through all the long winter would be more comfortable because of her generous remembrance. When the list of guests to be invited for the holidays was being made out, she sat for a moment by Roger's side, with her eyes fixed musingly on the bright fire in the grate. Mr. and Mrs. Franklin Irving's names were on the list, with that of Grace and the young clergyman to whom she was engaged, and Roger waited for Magdalen to say if there was any one else whom she would have. "Yes, Roger, there is. Perhaps you won't approve, but I should like to ask Mrs. Walter Scott, if you don't object too much. She has a dreary time at best, and this will be a change. She may not come, it's true, but she will be pleased to know we remember her." Roger had entertained the same thought, but refrained from giving expression to it, from a fear lest Magdalen would not like it, And so that day a cordial invitation to pass the holidays at Millbank was forwarded to the boarding house in New York, which Mrs. Walter Scott was actually keeping as a means of support. Her oil had failed, as well as the bank which held her money. There might be something for her sometime, perhaps, but there was nothing now, was the report of the lawyer employed to investigate the matter. And then she began to realize how utterly destitute she was. Frank could not help her, and as she was too proud to ask help of Roger, she finally did what so many poor, discouraged women do: opened a boarding house in a part of the city where she would not be likely to meet any of her former friends, and there, in dull, dingy rooms with forlorn, half-worn furniture and faded drapery, all relics like herself of former splendors, she tried to earn her living. The goods which she managed to smuggle away from Millbank served her a good turn now, and pawnbrokers and buyers of old silver and pictures soon made their acquaintance of the tall lady with light hair and traces of great beauty, who came so often to their shops, and seemed so sad and desolate. Roger and Magdalen had been to see her once, and Frank had been many times, but Belle never deigned to notice her, though she was frequently in New York, and once drove past the boarding house in a stylish carriage, with her velvets and ermine around her. Mrs. Walter Scott did not see her, and so that pang was spared her. She had finished her book, but the publishers, one and all, showed a strange obtuseness with regard to its worth, and it was put away in her trunk, where others things pertaining to the past were buried. The invitation from Millbank took her by surprise, and made her cry a little, but she hastened to accept it, and was there before her daughter-in-law and an occupant of her former room. She was old and broken, and faded and poor, and seemed very quiet, and very fond of Magdalen's baby, which she kept a great deal in her room, calling herself its grandma, and thinking, perhaps, of another little one whose loss no one had regretted save Frank, the father. He came at last with Belle, who was very polite and gracious to her mother-in-law, whom she had not expected to meet. "Of course, I am sorry for her," she said to Magdalen, who was one day talking of her, and wishing something might be done to better her condition. "But what can I do? She refuses to receive money from me, and as for having her in my house, no power on earth could induce me to do that." Alas for Belle! Man proposes, but God disposes, and the thing which no power on earth could induce her to do was to be forced upon her whether she would have it or not. The Christmas dinner was a sumptuous one, and after it was over the guests repaired to the parlors, where music and a little dance formed a part of the evening's entertainment. Mrs. Walter Scott was playing for the dance. Her fingers had not yet forgotten their skill, and she had good-naturedly offered to take the place of Grace Burleigh, who gave up the more willingly because of the young clergyman looking over a book of engravings and casting wistful glances towards her. Whether it was the dinner, or the excitement, or a combination of both, none could tell, but there was suddenly a cessation of the music, a crash among the keys, and Mrs. Walter Scott turned toward the astonished dancers, a face which frightened them. It was so white, so strange, and so distorted. Paralysis of one entire side was the verdict of the physician, who was summoned immediately, and did all he could for the stricken woman, from one half of whose body the sense of feeling was gone, and who lay in her room as helpless as a child. Gradually her face began to look more natural. Her speech came back again, thick and stammering, but tolerably intelligible, and her limp right hand moved feebly, showing that she was in part recovering. For 3 weeks they nursed her with the utmost care, and Belle stayed by and shrank from the future which she saw before her, and from which she wished so much to escape. In her womanly pity and sympathy, Magdalen would have kept the paralytic woman at Millbank, but Roger was not willing that her young life should be burdened in this way, and he said to Frank and Belle, Your mother's place is with her children. If you are not able to take care of her, I am willing to help, but I cannot suffer Magdalen to take that load of care." So it was settled, and Belle went home to Boston and prepared an upper room, which overlooked the common, and then came back to Millbank, where they made the invalid ready for the journey. Her face was very white, and there was a look of dreary despair and dread in her eyes, but she uttered no word of protest against the plan, and thanked Roger for his kindness, and kissed the little Jessie, and cried softly over her, and whispered to Magdalen, "Come and see me often. It is the only pleasant thing I can look forward to." And then Frank and Roger carried her out to the carriage, which took her to the cars, and that night she heard the winter wind howl around the windows of the room, to which she felt that she was doomed for life, and which, taking that view of it, seemed to her like a prison. "The Lord is sure to remember, first or last," old Hester said as she watched the carriage moving slowly down the avenue, "and though I can't say I would have given her the shaken palsy if I'd have been the Lord, I know it right and just, and a warning to all liars and deceitful snooping critters." Still, Hester was sorry for the woman, and went to see her almost as often as Magdalen herself, and once stayed 3 whole weeks, and took care of her when Mrs. Franklin was away. Belle did not trouble herself very much about her mother-in-law, or spend much time with her. She gave orders that she should be well cared for, and have everything she wished for, and she saw that her orders were obeyed. She also went once a day to see her and ask if she was comfortable, but after that she felt that nothing further was incumbent upon her. And so, for all Mrs. Walter Scott knew of the outer world and the life she had once enjoyed so much, she was indebted to Grace, who before her marriage passed many hours with the invalid, telling her of things which she thought would interest her, and sometimes reading to her until she fell asleep. But after Grace was gone, Mrs. Walter Scott's days passed in dreary loneliness and wretched discontent. She had no pleasure in recalling the past, and nothing to look forward to in the future. The remainder of her wretched life she knew must be passed where she was not wanted, and where her son came but once a day to see her, and that in the evening just after dinner, when he usually fell asleep while she was trying to talk to him. Belle would not suffer Frank to go into the city evenings unless she accompanied him, for she had no fancy for having him brought to her in a state of intoxication, as was once the case. And Frank, who was a good deal afraid of her, remained obediently at home, and, preferring his mother's society to that of his wife, stayed in the sick-room a portion of every evening. Then, when wholly wearied there, went to his own apartment, and smoked in dreary solitude until midnight. Such was Frank's life, and such the life of his mother, until there came to her a change in the form of a second shock, which rendered one hand and foot entirely helpless, and distorted her features so badly that she insisted that the blind should be kept closed and the curtains down, so that those who came into her room could not see how disfigured she was. And so in darkness and solitude her days passed drearily, with impatient longings for the night, and when the night comes she moans and weeps, and wishes it was morning. Poor woman! She is a burden to herself, and a terrible skeleton to her fashionable daughter-in-law, who, in the gayest scenes in which she mingles, never long forgets the paralytic at home, sinking so fast into utter imbecility, and as she becomes more and more childish and helpless, requiring more and more care and attention. The curse of wrongdoing is resting on Belle as well as on her husband and his mother, and though she is proud and haughty and reserved as ever, she is far from being happy, and her friends say to each other that she is growing old and losing her brilliant beauty. Frank often tells her of it when he has been drinking wine. He is not afraid of her then, and after he found that it annoyed her, he delighted to tease her about her fading beauty, and to ask why she could not keep as young and fresh and handsome as Magdalen. There was not a wrinkle in her face, he said, and she looked younger and handsomer than when he first came home from Europe and saw her at the exhibition. And well might Magdalen retain her girlish beauty, for if ever the fountain of youth existed anywhere, it was in her home at Millbank, exceedingly popular with the villagers, idolized by her husband, perfectly happy in her baby, surrounded by every luxury which wealth can furnish, and every care lifted from her by old Hester's thoughtfulness. There has as yet been no shadow, however small, upon her married life, and her face is as fair and beautiful, and her voice as full of glee as when she sat with Roger by the riverside, and felt the first awakenings of the love which has since grown to be her life. And now we say farewell to Millbank, knowing that when sorrow comes to its inmates, as it must some day come, it will not be such a sorrow as enshrouds that gloomy house in Boston, for there is perfect love and faith between the husband and the wife, with no sad, dreary retrospects of wrong to make the present unendurable. End of chapter 57. Read by Mama Fish, February 13th, 2025, in San Antonio, Texas. End of Millbank by Mary Jane Holmes.